All right, welcome into the latest edition of the second half draft show. I'm your host, Juice, joined by Headley and Drew. And this is our 2024 NFL draft recap, our final show covering the 2024 NFL draft, the 2024 NFL draft cycle. So, this is the culmination of it all. Obviously, the streams from last week, that was the payoff, right? The actual picks, getting an understanding of where guys are ultimately landing, how various teams felt about individual players. What did we get right? What did we get wrong? But in this recap, we're going to go through some superlatives, and we're also going to go team by team. We're going to evaluate these draft classes team by team, give you all our thoughts as it relates to the performance. Now, of course, with any draft class, it's going to be a few years before you really get a sense of how good or how poor of a draft class that it is. But certainly, as it relates to our assessment, going from the collegiate game to the NFL game, we want to give our thoughts there. And then, of course, we want to also highlight guys who we think are going to require a little bit more development before they can make an impact, and those who we expect to make an impact. And of course, if you have more of those guys out the gate, then you put yourself in position to have more success as early as the 2024 NFL season. So, lots to get to here, lots to get to. And I actually want to start it before we get into the team by team analysis. I do want to start it with kind of you guys' assessment of the draft overall. And then I'd like to go through each round and just get a sense of who you thought was maybe the best pick in each round. So, your thoughts, Headley, overall, overarching, what were your feelings coming out of the 2024 NFL draft?
Well, you started the first round. The first 14 players were offensive players. So it was an offensive heavy draft like we expected. We've been saying that for a while. It's going to be a lot of offensive players, those wide receivers, those quarterbacks, those offensive tackles is flying off the board. And also, when you watch the draft, also it's runs. Sometimes you go on a corner run, and then you see teams trading up and picking corners in a row. Then you go on the safety run or the offensive tackle run. So sometimes you got to ying when others are yanging. So if you got to get the best player on your board. You don't want to get like the fourth corner in that run. You want to kind of start your own run and get the best player on your board. So, it was just interesting to see how teams maneuvered the draft board. And that goes into like when you make these grades and stuff, like you never know, like you said, 3, 4, 5 years down the line, that's when you kind of figure out, how teams did in their draft class. But when you see teams maneuver the board, I thought, we didn't like the Bills trade with the Chiefs, but I thought they maneuvered the board throughout the draft really well. The Arizona Cardinals, that's another team I thought maneuvered really well through the draft, just trading down, getting additional picks and drafting good players. So, it was interesting to see that as well. The quarterback position, we're going to talk about it in a little bit, but 6 quarterbacks going in the first 12 picks. Some of them are reaches, maybe a little bit. We're going to talk about it, but yeah, yeah, we're going to talk about that a little bit. But yeah, we're just interested to see all of that, man. These offensive players fly off the board, and then the Colts ended up with Latu at 15, who we thought was the best defensive player in the class. So we hit a lot of guys, but we also had some misses too in our evaluation. Guys I thought would go a lot earlier that didn't. I think Brandon Rice, Mississippi brought it up right here, going in the 7th round. I thought he would go in a little earlier than that, but that chip on his shoulder is growing larger and larger. So he could be one of those 7th round draft picks that pans out in the future because just the work ethic that he comes with each and every day. So yeah, other than that, man, it was an entertaining draft. I had fun, all 7 rounds. I was out of the softball game watching a couple picks on day 3, but man, it was fun just looking back at it and saying, wow, Brandon Dorless to the Falcons. That's the one I enjoyed the most in this whole draft class, man. Because that was the guy I was targeting in round 2 to the Falcons. We went Rook, but we still ended up with him in round 4. So, I love that for Atlanta.
What about you, Drew? I
Man.
muted you. I muted you. I muted you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
See,
That was
that
me.
was not on
That was,
me. That was you.
yeah, that
Yes,
that was me.
Yeah. You know what? You know me. I'm always kind of. Well, I'm not usually negative. I'm usually half glass full, and I'm always. Although I'm half glass full, there's always a team or two that will commit what I like to call draft malpractice. And just going through every team, I don't think anybody committed draft malpractice, bro. I think I know they paid the insurance bill for that. But no one had to use their malpractice insurance this year in the draft. So that was much appreciated. Like Headley said, in terms of the first 14 picks were offensive players. I think we had talked about that previously, that may be the case when you talk about all the tackles, the receivers, and the quarterbacks that are just kind of sitting there for teams to take, especially the top 3 receivers. And then obviously, say a day or two before the draft started, we're talking about 6 quarterbacks going, in the top 15. And that essentially materialized, but yeah, this was a fun draft. I enjoyed it. And, I'm ready to dive into these grades, man. 2.5. Drew muted 2.5 over and under. Hey.
Shouts out Mississippi Prasky, Dana, Scotty, Joe, Joke, everybody who's tuning in this evening. We appreciate you. I thought it was telling. I thought the draft was telling. I would agree with your assessment, Drew. I don't think anybody shit the bed, for lack of a better term, better phrase. But I thought it was obvious which teams felt like this draft had copious amounts of depth and which teams felt like, nope, we got to get in and get out, right? A lot of the teams that I thought didn't come in with the full complement of picks. And when I say that, I mean a pick in all 7 rounds, right? At least one pick in each round. There are a number of teams with 4, 5, maybe 6 selections, multiple rounds, juxtaposed against one another. No day 2 picks, no 3 and 4, or whatever the case may be. I felt those teams, or at least I assumed those teams would trade down and acquire some additional draft capital, because we've maintained throughout the cycle, especially as things came into more focus, you got a good 5, almost 6 rounds deep of players, right? You may not necessarily have the uber high, incredibly high end talent on the defensive side of the ball, although I think it's a pretty good defensive class, all things considered. But certainly you're going to find guys, especially with the COVID year and the super seniors and so on and so forth, guys that are going to be able to contribute immediately. Maybe not necessarily the highest of ceilings, but certainly more polished players entering the league. And it kind of became clear. You mentioned a number of teams, Headley, kind of moving down or manipulating the draft board, the Cardinals, the Eagles, a few others. And they were able to get good value throughout each day of the draft, well into day 3, right? I thought the 4th and 5th rounds in particular had a lot of talent. It still had a lot of talent, guys that we like, top 100 prospects as far as we're concerned, right? And of course, not every team's going to have the exact board. Things are going to differ. Things change based on scheme and philosophy and so on and so forth. But it became really clear which teams felt like, okay, we could trade back, because those teams typically traded back multiple times, right? It wasn't just the one time and they net a bunch of draft capital and then they stopped. No, they were up and down the board, manipulating, maneuvering, targeting their guy, getting additional capital, not just in 2024, but as well as 2025, where other teams were like, you know what? Screw 2025. I'm going to move up in 2024 to ensure I get my player. I'm right there on the cusp. Or, you know what? We're in a rebuilding phase, but we don't love this draft class. So we're going to stay put where we're at and just take the highest player on our board at a given selection. So interesting dynamic. I thought that was a very interesting dynamic that seemingly played out more and more once we got into day 2 and day 3. So again, to your point, entertaining draft, perhaps one of the most, as far as us, just in terms of preparedness, as far as being familiar with so many of the ultimately guys that got picked and a number of the undrafted free agents as well. So from that perspective was a very rewarding draft in that sense. Let's turn our attention to the first round. Spend a little time here on the first round. And I want to force your hand here a little bit. We cannot repeat players. Okay. So may not necessarily be your top pick, but I need your next best pick. You understand what I'm saying? So as it relates to the first round, Hadley, you could start it off. Who was the best pick in the first round?
The best pick in the first round. Let me get my notes, man. I wrote it down here. I have 3 guys, but
right.
I'm gonna have to go with one, like you said.
Gotta go with one.
I'll go with one. I'm gonna go Terry and Arnold, Detroit Lions.
Right.
I had another guy in mind, but I'll leave him alone. But I'm gonna go Terry and Arnold, Detroit Lions. I just love the fit. I love the fit with Dan Campbell. The cornerbacks fell a little further than I expected. I thought they were going to be like in the teens, maybe, him and Queen Mitchell. I thought both of those was actually excellent picks. The Eagles getting Queen Mitchell And then Detroit Lions getting Terrion Arnold. Just the physicality that he plays with. It was a big need. I know they addressed it with Carlson Davis in the offseason, but they needed more corners. That was one of the biggest reasons they got bounced out of the playoffs. It's just those corners couldn't really handle wide receivers. So they're getting an excellent guy that could play man-to-man or zone, versatile. He could travel inside or outside. And he's just what the doctor ordered for the Detroit Lions. So I think now they can compete against teams like the Eagles in the playoffs or teams with those two receivers, like a Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, whichever team you want to go to, Debo Samuels, Ayuk, if they're still going to be on the 49ers roster. And, the Green Bay Packers, they got a lot of good receivers in that division. The Minnesota Vikings in their own division with Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison. You need to have at least two solid corners. And I thought Detroit Lions did that. Their second-round pick, Rakestraw, also, I know it's a first-round conversation, but Rakestraw, Quinion, Terrion Arnold, and also Carlson Davis at the cornerback position. So I thought Detroit did a really good job, and I like Arnold going 24th to Detroit.
Let's go with best value, Scotty Joe. Let's go with best value. That's kind of where my mind goes because, of course, you tend to go to the top of the first round in order to get the most talented of players, right? But I think for this conversation, the emphasis is on value juxtaposed with talent as well as fit. What about you, Drew? Who you got?
Damn, bro. I mean, did we just change it? I don't even know what I'm answering now.
All right. However you see fit. Best pick in the round. Who's the best pick in the round?
Best pick in the round.
Best pick in the round. In your mind.
Damn.
Forget what I just said. Okay. You already had a player in mind.
I did.
Who is that player? Who is that player?
I'm going to go with Ricky Pearsall.
Hater.
All right.
And it's not so much the Gator in me. This one was a bit of a surprise to me that he actually went in the first round. I thought he would go in the top half of the second round, maybe right there to Carolina. Well, when Carolina was at 33, obviously they went XL there. But I think Ricky Pearsall, he gives the 49ers a different element to their team because you have Debo who's, catch it or just get him the football in space and he can make things happen, run through people, run by people, hard to tackle. You got Brandon Ayuk, a bit of a route runner, can create space, an opportunity. But then you got Ricky Pearsall who can kind of give you a little bit of all of that in one player. And he also makes one of them expendable, right? So if you wanted to trade one of those guys, he kind of opens the door, right, for you to do that. You don't have to pay these guys a bunch of money. And you can keep one and get rid of the other. And I said it before and I'm going to say it again. There are a couple of receivers in this class that I think that their best football is ahead of them. And people are going to ask, why didn't they do this in college? And you're going to go back and you're going to look at the tape. You're going to say, damn, they just didn't get the ball, whether it be Burton or whether it be Ricky Pearsall, man. So I think that's probably the pick I'm going to go here. I was going to go in a different direction, but we'll stick with that, man.
Juk is inquiring as to who do you think ends up getting traded from the Niners among those receivers? Is it Debo? Is it Brandon Ayuk? What do you think?
It's hard. It's hard because Brandon Ayuk, you necessarily don't want it to pay him what you're going to have to pay him, which is going to be at least $20 million a year, right? And then you have Debo who has 2 years left, right? And so you kind of just play that out and walk away. I don't know if the last year of the deal they can just walk away and eat whatever is there. It's going to be hard because of those. It's not like you have to pay them both. It's like one's on the way out and the other one is, you don't have to bring them back. You just let them walk. I'm not sure. If it was me, I'd probably sign Ayuk and let Debo walk. And the reason is because Debo is – when the last time he's seen a full season?
Fair enough. I mean, Debo does have the history of soft tissue. I think in terms of having a little bit more diversity in your receiver room, plus what I think you can get back in return for Ayuk is the reason why I would probably move him. And I think you mentioned you're gonna have to pay him at least $20 million. It's gonna be closer to 30. It's gonna be closer to 30. It's gonna average 25, 26 a mil. Easy. That's just the market. And if the Niners want to get that deal done, they need to get that deal done before Justin Jefferson signs. All right, because that's just going to move the needle even further. You know what I mean? So I'm not suggesting that Ayuk is going to get Justin Jefferson money, but I'm saying the floor as it relates to, a lead dog in a receiver room, a receiver one, in terms of what he's getting in a new contract, in terms of guarantees and stuff, it's just going to move that needle up. So I just think in the grand scheme of things, you can net more in return from Ayuk. And I think with the addition of Pearsall and some other bodies in that room, that receiver room, you add Jacob Cowing as well. I think they I guess complement one another a little bit better in my mind. I was going to go with Quignon. So, but since Headley went with Terrion, I'm going to go with Latu. He was our top edge in the class. He's a top 10 player in the class for us, top defender in the class. So in order to get him in the middle of the first round, you didn't have to trade up. You didn't have to give up any draft capital there in Indianapolis. Glaring need in terms of the pass rush, edge rush. They just haven't seemingly gotten the right combination of guys here. I think Jared Verse would have made sense here. I think either of those two corners would have made sense here. But to get Latu, and again, I know there are differing opinions on Latu as it relates to, ceiling, right? Dallas Turner, he was the next edge to go off the board. And then, of course, Verse a couple picks later, all top 20 picks. You may consider Turner and Verse having a higher ceiling, right? They're more explosive, perhaps more power from that perspective. I don't think Latu's gotten enough love or appreciation for what he does from an athletic standpoint. He's a better athlete. He tested better. And I think a lot of people anticipated. You can knock him for the injury history, but clean bill of health over the last couple of seasons. And I aside from overwhelming power, I still see enough violence there, enough physicality to warrant being the top selection, considering how advanced he is as far as his hand usage, and a very good run defender. I don't think he gets enough credit for what he does in the running game. And when you talk about, flexibility, and of course he's going to be asked to put his hand in the ground and get after the passer in Indianapolis, he could have played stand-up edge in the 3-4. I think maybe not to the same degree as Dallas Turner as far as dropping into coverage, but not bad in that regard either. So I'm a fan of the Latu pick here in the first round. I think that's the best pick made on day one. We move into the second round, and Drew, I'm going to start with you. Who you got in the second round?
Mute. That's two. That's two,
bro.
It's
one. No, it's on one. The first one.
That's one.
Okay.
Yeah.
He said that's two.
Yeah.
That's two.
Yeah. We start with the worst pick, bro, because we know where we're going.
I mean,
with that.
you can. I was thinking about going there, but I mean, you're welcome to offer that up as well. We're not gonna do a segment dedicated to that, but you can offer that up as well.
Nah, I don't want to do that. No hate here, man. It's all love. It's all love.
I mean, it's a reach. If you feel like there was a reach, you believe there's a reach, you can speak to there being a reach there.
Yeah, we know where that reach was. I'm gonna go. They made up for it the next round, though. I'm gonna go with Kingsley for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay.
That's a team that is going to develop him. I know obviously he played left and right tackle the past 2 years, and you can just to me it's going to be a plug and play thing for him. Just slot him right in. They can get him. They can round him out in terms of the things that he needs to work on. But now you've kind of solidified protecting Patrick Mahomes back there. You don't have no more Donovan Smith running around out there, and you kind of solidify that edge or that tackle position to protect your quarterback, man. And the fact that he fell to them there and they were able to get him right before the round had ended was, I don't know, man. That was a dream. I don't know if they wasted any time off the clock in terms of going to get him. So, hey, I think we talked about it before in a couple of mocks as well. Him going there. I don't know if not going that low, maybe going in the first round, but everybody falls, man. So it is what it is.
They actually traded up a spot. They swapped spots with San Francisco to ensure that they got him. Yep. Mm-hmm. What about you, Headley? Second round, best pick.
I'm gonna go with Jackson Powers Johnson, the 44th pick in the draft. Was that your guy, Drew? You gotta cross him off.
That was mine. Yeah.
I got a couple guys. If you want me to,
I got a pivot. No. You good.
I got it. Jackson Powers Johnson, to the Las Vegas Raiders. I thought he was a top 25 player in this class. Best interior offensive lineman in this class. And for him to fall to the second round, I know the injury histories, the concussions that they were talking about. But I love the pick for the Raiders. I thought the Raiders, they prioritized fixing that offensive line. They had three. Well, they had a couple, like three guys. Was it three guys, three offensive linemen in this draft? But I also like Delmar Glaze to pick up, and even Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers is a tight end. But now they're going to run more 12 personnel, I believe, with Michael Mayer. So you get another blocker there to go along with Jackson Powers Johnson, man. It was an easy evaluation for me. The power that he plays with, the quickness, him getting to the second level. So yeah, I like him a lot there for the Las Vegas Raiders. He's my best pick in round 2.
All right. I got a couple of guys here as well, but I settled on my guy, right? Edgerrin Cooper, big fan of his. Of course, Green Bay Packers take him, and this is a guy that we mocked to Green Bay. We mocked him on several occasions to Green Bay, and the top linebacker in the class. And we talked about it fairly extensively during the pre-draft process. The best football teams in the league had quality linebacking play, right? Guys who could get after it in terms of stopping the run, affect the passer by green dogging, blitzing, and then, of course, weren't liabilities in the passing game. They could match up. They could give you the athleticism to get into passing lanes, to match up in man coverage, to disrupt guys. I think it's invaluable considering how the linebacking position has been devalued over time, right? We really consider it the running back position of the defense. But again, you look closely across the board, last year's playoff teams, the best teams had above average to great linebacking play. And I think with the loss of Devondre Campbell, Quay Walker, an excellent athlete, obviously coming into his own, pairing him up with Edgerrin Cooper goes a long way in terms of this Green Bay team, which is on the rise. They were already kind of ahead of the curve in terms of what they got out of Jordan Love and their young receiving group. You come in and you kind of solidify the offensive line in the first round, and then you come back with a guy like Edgerrin Cooper who's going to be an impact player day one. On day two, I think he was the best pick in the second round. Quite a few good picks in the second round. Drew alluded to the reach heard around the world or seen around the world. Mason Smith out of LSU. Now, I think if you just look at the 2021 tape, it's not a reach at all. But the injury in 2022 was a lost season, and then just didn't like what we saw on film in 2023. Thought he would be more of a day 3 or early day 3 guy, maybe the round 4, hence the reach moniker. But there are a number of analysts who felt really highly on him. It was a position of need for Jacksonville. And of course, their board differed greatly from the consensus. But talented player, we just got to see him kind of put it all together, right? And you guys have talked about him fairly extensively throughout this pre-draft process. And like I said, I think kind of fringe top 100, just outside the top 100. He ends up going 48th overall to Jacksonville. Let's move on to round 3. And Headley, you get us started once more here. Best pick in round 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the low-hanging fruit here. I'm gonna go with Peyton Wilson to the Pittsburgh Steelers. He was towards the end of round 3. He was a 98th overall pick. He was a second-ranked linebacker on my board, and he fell also because of injury. So it's kind of like the JPJ situation, like I spoke about earlier in round 2, where injuries, the medicals, it could have guys fall down the draft board. He had no ACL, they say, in one knee. But we've seen what he looked like with no ACL in one knee. This guy was flying all over the place at NC State. And the Pittsburgh Steelers, they desperately need a linebacker play based on what they had last season. Now you add a Patrick Queen to a Peyton Wilson on the inside linebacker for the Steelers. I think that's money all day because the Steelers, that franchise is known for having great linebackers at the second level. Kind of fell off after last couple of seasons. So, getting Peyton Wilson at 98, he's like a blur out there. He gets sideline to sideline. He just got the injury concern. He's an older prospect and the injury concerns, but I love him there, especially the linebackers that were drafted ahead of him. I think all these teams are going to look back and say, even though I like Tyron Hopper, they was like, we drafted Hopper over Peyton Wilson. We drafted Louisville for the Cowboys over Peyton Wilson. And the other one was the Trevin Wallace to the Carolina Panthers. We drafted him over Peyton Wilson. I think all these teams are going to look back and say, we might have overthought it. We took him off the board because of these injuries. But I think he's going to have a good 5-year career, 6-year career for the Pittsburgh Steelers and be one of the top tacklers on that football team. So I'll go Peyton Wilson round 3.
All right. What about you, Drew?
Yeah, I'm deciding between 2 players. I'm not going to take the low-hanging fruit because I think I know who you're going to go with, Drew. So I'm going to leave him there for you.
Are you sure? Are you sure? All
I'm
right.
positive, bro. I mean, there's so before you name it, I'm gonna say who the two players are. I think you just
Okay.
added one, so it's a two players. So it's two players I'm thinking you may go with. So I'm gonna leave both of them for you.
All right.
I'm gonna leave them there for you. But I'm gonna go Adisa Isaac here
I
for the
like it.
Baltimore Ravens. We talk about Owe. I think they actually picked up a 5th-year option today,
They
if
did.
I'm not mistaken.
They did.
So that's kind of like, hey, we trusted in you, but they got a guy named Adisa Isaac that's coming from the same school he came from, and is to me, as far as I'm concerned, a much better, more developed pass rusher coming in, as well as a run defender. So I think he's essentially kind of the whole package. Got a couple things he can probably work on in terms of his pass rush, but he's coming in much more ready than Owe was. And he showed that at the Senior Bowl, and we already knew about his ability to defend the run, to stand up, set that edge. And I think Adisa Isaac's going to hit the ground running for the Baltimore Ravens, man, big time.
Yeah, they need him. They need him to hit the ground running, right? Just considering the amount of playmakers that they lost a season ago, the top ranked defense in the NFL. They were the best team. They weren't the best team the day that they lost to Kansas City in the AFC Championship, but I thought they were the best team in the NFL for the balance of the season. They certainly need him to come in and be a difference maker. You guys actually left quite a bit. I had like 5 names here. I could go in a number of different directions. The only name that I got took off the list was Peyton Wilson.
Hold on, before you name it.
Who do you got? Who you got?
I'm thinking the guy you probably go with is Elijah Jones, because that's your guy.
He's on the list. He's on the list.
But Dwayne Carter was probably
and he's on the list as well. Dwayne
Christian
Carter's
Haynes.
on the list. Christian Haynes is on the list.
Mm-hmm.
Christian Haynes is on the list. The only guy that you didn't mention was Cooper Beebe. That's the only guy that you didn't mention. I think we and that's who I'm going to go with. I'm going to go with Cooper Beebe. I think we're probably higher than the consensus, right? We had Cooper Beebe as kind of a fringe top 50, top 45 pick, 2nd round pick. We kind of had him as valued as a 2nd round pick. He slides into the 3rd round with the ability to play literally any position. Now, of course, at the next level, at the NFL level, we're expecting him to play in the interior. Dallas had clear issues as far as the offensive line, right? They go Tyler Guyton in the 1st round, and they come back with Cooper Beebe, which came as a surprise initially because, okay, with Tyler Guyton, you can keep Tyler Smith at left guard, and of course, Zach Martin, future Hall of Famers at right guard. You're good. You're good at that point. But they decided to go Cooper Beebe at center, and I'm thinking to myself, well, yeah, they're going to be pretty damn physical up front. If you can imagine left to right, it's Tyler Guyton, Tyler Smith, Cooper Beebe, Zach Martin, and Terrence Steele. That's a pretty physical group, especially those first 4 there, right? So this is a team that's in a bit of a transition, in a bit of a flux. We don't know what's going to happen at the quarterback position. They did bring back Ezekiel Elliott, what remains of Ezekiel Elliott. So they're going to have to be better up front. And Dallas, during the last 10 years or so, when they were at their best, they had quality offensive line play. They were a better offensive line. They were among the best in the league. And I think ultimately, if Tyler Guyton develops the way I think he's capable of developing, right, I think he probably went a little bit earlier than we would have liked, but certainly understood it. We understood kind of where he was going to be drafted ultimately. But if he develops, he makes that transition to left tackle quickly, this can be a very good offensive line, and that's going to loom large for Dallas, who they got bit hard by free agency. They've lost a lot of snaps, a lot of guys who are proven commodities on either side of the football. So I thought the Cooper Beebe pick was the best in round 3, among others. But that's the one I wanted to focus on there. Let's take it to day 3 here, Drew. Let's take it to day 3. And who do you have, Drew? Who do you have as your top 4th round pick, the best 4th round pick?
Yeah, not gonna get me on that mute. Forget about that. No, sir. Make sure I'm missing nobody. Yeah, we're gonna go with Javon Baker to the Patriots.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah, I like that a whole lot. And I think he just gives them an element they haven't had in a while in terms of a guy that's going to go up and get the football. Doesn't necessarily need a lot of space to catch the football. just get it in his vicinity. He can go up and get it. But, obviously makes him a larger target than he normally otherwise would be. Let me just look at their draft class real quick because I want to compare it to – there was another guy they drafted. I'm drawing a blank right now.
Polk?
The receiver?
Polk, there it is. That's what I needed. Yeah. So you match him with Polk along with the quarterback you drafted. They understood the assignment in terms of getting their quarterback weapons. We can't just draft a quarterback and then go out here and let's just run it. And I don't mean handing the football up. I mean let's just go out here and play football, right? Like they did last year and the last couple of years. They said, hey, we don't have a Brady, and so we can't ask. They call them the ninja or something. We can't ask the ninja to save us, right? That's no longer a thing. We have to actually give our quarterback weapons to work with, and we got to protect him. Which they did draft some offensive linemen. Don't necessarily agree, with them drafting the guys they drafted, but they made sure they went out and got weapons. They got Javon Baker, big time weapon. Jalen Polk gives you a different element in terms of the speed and getting down the field, and then tracking the football. And then you got Jaheim Bell down there in the 7th round that kind of gives them, that vertical threat, but down the seam type of thing. Just a big target for Drake to get the football. So they understood the assignment much like the Raiders did. They did it a little bit different way in terms of the players they went. But yeah, man, I think Javon Baker there is a match made in heaven for the Patriots.
Baker had a hive for him. He had a big time hive. I wonder, from your perspective, why did he slide into the 4th round?
I mean,
I can tell you why I think he
fell. No. I know why you think he fell
to
the 4th round, but I know people like to talk about his route running, and when he's on it, I think he's a really good route runner. But there's times where he just takes entirely too long to get into the route, and I think teams look at that and they say that's a quick fix. Like, you got to call all this extra at the line release. Like a lot of that stuff he was doing is unnecessary. And a lot of wasted motion, a lot of just too much movement, man. Just get in, get out, and get up the field, man. So I think that was one of the biggest issues with him. And then obviously at the Senior Bowl, it looked like he was kind of thinking through what he was supposed to be doing. So that there may be a learning curve that comes with him there. So it may be a slow burn for the first couple of weeks when he gets in there in New England.
All right, Headley.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go with Brandon Dorless to the Falcons. I spoke about him a little earlier, so I'm gonna take my fandom out of it. I'm gonna be objective a little bit here, but I'm gonna go with one of my other guys. I'm gonna go Jalen Wright to the Miami Dolphins at 120. I love that pick. It's funny because I said before the draft that Jalen Wright's kind of my Devin A-Chain or A-Chan, as he likes to be called. It's his name, A-Chan. We call him A-Chain, but he's my Devin A-Chain of this class. Because I was a big A-Chan fan last season. I love the pick for the Miami Dolphins. And then you get another guy that's similar, just a blur out there, just the top end speed, the 4.3 speed that Jalen Wright has. And, this Mike McDaniel's offense, they got Tyreek, they got Waddle, Tua, all those weapons at the receivers. But I think the offense goes through the run game. I think they'll go as far as how good they run game do, especially in the playoffs, December, January, when it gets colder. You got to have a physical run game or in this case, man, just a lot of speed in the run game because Raheem Mostert is getting a little older. A-Chan and Mostert dealt with some injuries last season. So you need another running back, kind of like those guys, fast football players. He can accelerate really quickly. Once he gets to the second hole, man, just the speed, man. And also, he doesn't have that much wear and tear on his body. He had a committee in college in Tennessee. So, but I like Jalen Wright a lot. Also, I think he fits today's NFL. I like his pass protection as well as what he does on third downs and passing downs as well. So I like the pick. He's not going to come in the ground running. That's like A-Chan last season. A-Chan didn't get his opportunity until later in the season when some attrition happened in that Miami backfield. So I think it's going to be the same thing with Jalen Wright. Once Raheem Mostert he gets dinged up and maybe A-Chan takes a little breather, you put Jalen Wright in there and you don't miss anything because he's an explosive guy just like those two guys. So I'm going to go Jalen Wright with the 120th pick as the best pick in this round.
I was all prepared to talk about Ray Davis to the Buffalo Bills. I think he's a great compliment to James Cook. Perfect compliment to James Cook. You don't lose anything in the passing game either with Ray Davis. But I got to go with the Dorless, obviously. Obviously, this is a top 35 player, top 30 player for us. He slides all the way into the 4th round to the Atlanta Falcons. I think if Headley mentioned it, had Atlanta gone with him instead of Ruka Horo in the 2nd round, he wouldn't have batted an eyelash, right? And I think Doylis is a better player. I think Doylis is a better player. He offers more pass rush upside, more position flexibility. That he's being knocked as a bit of a tweener. But I just think that the skills are going to translate nicely at the next level. I believe in terms of his weight, he's going to get that settled. He played close to 290 last year. He was about between 285 and 290. I think the NFL overthought this one. I really do think they overthought this one. I thought at worst case scenario, he would go in the 3rd round. So to my surprise, he slides into the 4th round, and Atlanta's the beneficiary. Atlanta's absolutely the beneficiary, whether it be run or pass. Brandon Doylis can be a difference maker, and like I said, I think he's also scratching the surface, despite what you see, despite the really impressive flashes and at times dominance, and it's not for lack of drive or want to or anything like that. I think he's just polishing up. I think he's just still refining his skills and learning his craft, but when he puts it all together, when he puts it all together, I think he's going to be a big time difference maker. I'm looking forward to the 2nd contract. What he earns in terms of a 2nd contract. I think he's going to become a quick fan favorite here in Atlanta. So Brandon Doylis is the best pick in the 4th round, according to Juice, right? And of course, I believe Headley would agree with it as well. He just was trying to be, objective, diplomatic here, a little different. I can appreciate that. We move on to round 5, and as I mentioned, a lot of talent through the first 5 rounds of this class. Headley, who do you have as the best pick in round 5?
I'm going to go with Cam Hart for the Chargers. I think Cam Hart's going to be a starter there for the Chargers. They need the cornerback help really badly. You got Asante Samuel on one side, but the other side, man, Chargers over the last couple of years, they had some corners walk out the door. And I think Cam Hart's going to come in there and be a plug-and-play guy. I love his instincts, versatility. I think he can play all cornerback positions, left, right, slot. Probably going to be an outside corner on this defense. I know the hips aren't the most fluid, but, his ability to just turn and run, that length at 6'2", 200 pounds, I think he fits this defense really, really well. Got that click and close ability. He'll come up and hit also. So, yeah, I think Cam Hart, getting a start in the 5th round, that's a hard feat for any football team. And I think the Chargers did it right there with Cam Hart. So that's my best pick in this round.
You owe that man an inch, man. Man, 6'3", bro.
6'3". My bad.
6'3".
I don't want to hate. Yeah, 6'3". 6'3". He's the best pick, man.
I like that one. He was on my list here. He definitely was on my list. What about you, Drew?
Y'all know Cedric Van Pran got 14 names, bro. Cedric Van Pran Granger, bro. What are we doing? What's going on? I said, what? Is that a mistake? It's not a mistake, man. All right. There's a lot of good players picked here in the 5th round. There's a lot of good players here, but I'm gonna go with Spencer Rattler.
It's another one on my list. That's a good pick, bro. Very.
And I'm gonna say why here, because you have the Panthers who have Bryce Young. You have the Bucks currently, obviously have Baker Mayfield. Then you have the Falcons who drafted, Michael Penix, much to the chagrin of Falcons fans and other people who really don't understand that Kirk Cousins' contract is a 2-year deal. And I think the Saints are going to be in the same, somewhat similar position of where the Falcons are, which is Derek Carr is going to play well enough to keep you from drafting a top quarterback. But if you look at his contract, it's very similar to Kirk Cousins in terms of 2 years. After 2 years, the boys can get out of it. After the next 2 years, they can just get out of it, right? Going to take some hits in terms of dead money, but you can walk away. Spencer Rattler can slide right in. You don't have to force anything in terms of the future, in terms of draft capital to trade up to try to get a guy, right? So I think this is probably the next guy for them because he has the talent to play the position. And he's, some people's dark horse in terms of being the best quarterback in this class when it's all said and done. So I think he's on a team. You don't got to throw him out there to the Wolves to play right away. He can sit behind Derek Carr, good guy to learn from, learn the offense, pick up what it is to be an NFL quarterback, what it's like. And then, and again, he's coming off of the bench. It's not he's coming in to start. He's coming off the bench. So again, he can still sit under that humble pie. I don't know what you want to call it, right? He doesn't have to be the hero. He can just kind of come in and when it's time to play, I think he'll be ready to go. So I think that's why I'm going with it. Plus, it's the quarterback position.
All right. I like it. I like your reasoning. Sound reasoning there. Like I said, he was on my list here. A couple other guys on my list for the 5th round best pick. Mo Kamara, the Finns, when it got him, I just think the value was amazing there. Of course, Scotty Joe mentioned that Dolphins were going to address the edge rush position with Chubb and Phillips having dealt with some injuries. So they made it a point to bolster that position group. I thought the trade to get back into the draft. I mean, the Bears had no more draft picks. They actually traded back into the 5th round to select Austin Booker, right? And of course, you don't necessarily think of Austin Booker as a hand in the ground pass rusher, more of a stand-up odd man front edge. But I think the role of having him come in on passing downs as he continues to fill out that frame is a nice addition to bolster the pass rush. That was part of the question mark, right? What would the Bears do at 9? Of course, they couldn't pass up Rome Odunze, but they ultimately decided to bolster that pass rush, at least in part here with Austin Booker as kind of a pass rush specialist. So I like that pick, but I'm going to go with Mississippi Nebraska here, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. to the Eagles, right? Again, we talked about the linebacking position, the significance of it in terms of when it comes to the playoffs, you need those guys to make plays, man. You absolutely need those guys to make plays. It was an eyesore. It was part of the reason why they couldn't stop the Bucks, who really weren't really the best at running the football. And Jeremiah Trotter is always where he's supposed to be. Incredibly high IQ, great instincts, requisite physicality to stack and shed. You just don't see a lot of that these days. It's not even about the familial relations, right, with Senior and the fact that he played at Philly as well. It's just he was one of the better linebackers in this draft class. And while he didn't necessarily check the boxes as an elite athlete, I think he has a requisite athleticism to come in and be a starter day one for this Philadelphia team. I don't know that that's going to happen. I think Philadelphia likes to kind of ease their young players in. But certainly, I think when it's all said and done, he's going to prove to be the best player in that room. So Jeremiah Trotter is what I consider the best pick in the 5th round of the 2024 NFL draft. We move to the 6th round. Drew, who was the best pick in round 6?
Round 6. Try not to go low-hanging fruit, man. I'm trying not to do it. So I'm not going to do it. Who I am going to go with, though, is I'm going to go with Mekhi Wingo for the Detroit Lions.
That's one I had on my list.
My guy. That was my guy.
I had one on the list.
Oh, was?
I'm going to do an audible, though. I'm going to do an audible. I got another guy.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Mekhi Wingo. Let me just look at their class real quick. I just want to make sure I call this out correctly.
I love what Detroit did in the 6th round, bro.
Yeah,
I love it. They got Wingo and Christian Mahogany, bro.
Yeah. They did some damage, man. And this is a guy who, when you watch the tape, you like his get off and his ability to penetrate, beat guys across their face, quick, fast, and in a hurry, as Headley likes to say. When he uses his hands, he's a magician in terms of keeping the offensive lineman off him. But that was kind of far few in between. And I think in Detroit, he's not going to be able to obviously get away with that in the NFL. So I think they're going to be able to round him out. Doesn't have to come in and be a hero. Can just be a part of that rotation. And they have all different kinds of flavors there in terms of the pass rush in the interior of that defensive line. He's just one of those. He's just an next guy up in that rotation. So I like it for Detroit big time. I think they did a really good job, man. Detroit did. It was solid with the picks that they had.
Bookie to the Browns? You weren't. I thought you might leave Bookie.
I was starting to go there, but I was like, nah. Wingo's the one kind of sticking out to me. But that probably would have been my next one, though. Would have been Bookie. Yeah,
he's a nice addition. Of course, they bring in DJ Reader. He's a nice addition to kind of bolster that pass rush. What you got, Headley, as an audible here?
Yeah, I was going to go with Mekhi Wingo, but I'm going to go with another defensive tackle. I thought actually a lot of good defensive tackles went in round 6. Like Logan Lee from Iowa going to Pittsburgh. Drew said the Wingo to Detroit. Tyler Davis going to the Rams. I thought that was another good defensive tackle pick. But I'm going to go with my guy, Christian Boyd from Northern Iowa, the D tackle that went to the New Orleans Saints. The combine snub, Christian Boyd. We saw him at the East-West Shrine game, 6'2", 320. think he has a versatile play, the 1, the 3 technique. I even think he can play some 4-eye because of how he uses his hand and how quick he is off the ball. I like him to jump off the snap. I think he has a really good power profile to get under offensive lineman pads and kind of drive him into the quarterback. Like I said, he leads with his hands, that second shell ability to disengage from the block. He's just tough, man. He hold up in a run game. He could take on 2 offensive linemen, let his linebackers float to the football. And, the level of competition was always the thing with him going to Northern Iowa. But, he went to the Shrine game, and to me, he dominated there. So, he showed that he could have a step up. I don't think he's going to come start right away. They did draft Brian Brzee last season. But I think he could be in that rotation. On the defensive line position, you need like 8 guys to kind of rotate in and out. And I think he'll be a really good fit right there in the middle of that New Orleans defense. So I'm going to go with my guy, Christian Boyd.
Yeah, he lasted a bit longer than I anticipated. I thought, round 4 at worst, right? But he slides into the 6th round, so he comes at great value there to the Saints. I was leaning Kimani Vidal, but I'm going to go off board a little bit here. A guy that really kind of studied later in the process. We didn't talk about a lot. Micah Abraham out of Marshall. Scrappy corner. A lot of ball production. I believe 12 INTs over the course of 4 or 5 seasons, if I'm not mistaken. I might have that stat wrong, so fact check me. But a lot of ball production, gets his hands on the football, a lot of passes defense, experienced player. And the Colts, as much as I love the Latu pick, I mentioned that was the best pick in the 1st round. I thought they waited entirely too long in order to address the corner position. It's been an eyesore for a while, and this is, if I'm not mistaken, the only corner that they came away with during the draft. But I like him. I think in the grand scheme of things, he can certainly play in a zone scheme. He's smaller. He's about 5'9.5". But I think ultimately he may be the long-term replacement to Kenny Moore. I believe they re-up with Kenny Moore, but certainly he could be an understudy to Kenny Moore and contribute as early as 2024. So sneaky pick here. Sneaky pick here in Micah Abraham to the Colts. One more round here in terms of best picks. 7th round pick here. We'll start with you again, Headley.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the guy I spoke about earlier. Brendan Rice, USC, wide receiver. I love the physicality that he plays, but he opened my eyes up at the Senior Bowl, to be honest. I watched the tape before the Senior Bowl. Wasn't a big fan. I say, he's okay. But when he went to the Senior Bowl and dominated and used his physicality at the snap, at the catch point, I was like, okay, I got to move this guy up my board. Interested to know, I'm not sure why he fell all the way to the 7th round, because I think he's a really solid wide receiver. And I wouldn't even be surprised. They got Quentin Johnson, Joshua Palmer. Lad McConaughey was another home run pick, the top of the 2nd round for the Chargers. But I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see him more, because he plays with a chip on the shoulder. I know he's going to work hard. He's the son of Jerry Rice. So he's going to push himself. So I wouldn't be surprised later on in the season we start seeing more snaps from Brendan Rice in LA. I'm not sure who he's going to replace. Quentin Johnson was a high 1st round pick. Didn't really play like they expected last season. Josh Palmer is coming, I think, towards the end of his rookie contract. So, you got Brendan Rice there. You also drafted Cornelius Johnson, another big receiver out of Michigan. So I think we're going to see Brendan Rice on the field sooner rather than later for the Chargers. So I like that pick there in the 7th round.
Who you got, Drew?
Yeah, I got I'm be Homer here. I'm gonna go Devin Culp from Washington. Bucks got that pipeline from Washington, and this is a guy who didn't get much run, obviously for obvious reasons in terms of the three receivers. I think they actually had 4 receivers on that roster, and the guy who was actually making all the catches from the tight end position and the fullback, halfback position was Westover. So it kind of made Devin Culp kind of irrelevant at times. But he's got that speed and juice that the Bucs have been looking for from the position. I really probably wanted a one-and-all tight end in terms of somebody that can do it all, like a Theo Johnson, right? But, they kind of, said, hey, we're not going to force it, right? And we're just going to get a guy who can get down the field, is big, strong, can go up and get the football. Not much of a blocker. That's not his game. So that's something he's either got to develop, or you just kind of say, hey, that's not what we're going to ask him to do. Maybe he can throw his body at a couple of guys, but in terms of what he can do for this offense, add that extra element that they've been looking for, he might be the guy that can do that for the Bucs. So,
Dana, I fought the urge of going with Nate Wiggins. I really fought the urge. I think he came at great value, 30th overall to the Ravens. So that's one I'm in pretty close lockstep with you. I thought best defensive player at 15th overall. I thought it was just too much to pass up, right? Since Headley didn't pick him, but Wiggins was part of that short list for sure. You got Braswell here, Burton, whom I think from a talent perspective, you could argue second round for Burton. You can make the argument. I think the third round is probably appropriate just from a talent perspective, but the off the field concerns, I thought he would go day 3, and he ultimately goes in the third. Abrams Drain, I figured one of you would take Abrams Drain here in this conversation. I know that's a player that you guys were particularly high on. You got Jawar Jordan here, and then of course the aforementioned Culp to the Bucks. I'm going to go with Matt Lee in the 7th round. I'm going to go with Matt Lee. I think the offensive line has been an issue, obviously, in Cincinnati. They started it off with the big fella up front in the first round. His name's escaping me. Georgia. I don't know why it's escaping me right now. The tackle. Help me out.
Mims?
Mims, yes. Marius Mims to hold down that right tackle position. I don't know that they're going to need Matt Lee out the gate, but I think year 2, perhaps year 3, he can step in and be a solid starter for you for a long time. He really kind of tied the Hurricanes offensive line together. It's been a swinging gate for a number of seasons, but transfer from UCF really kind of solidified things, right? Made all the calls, all the checks up front, a lot of starts under his belt, a lot of experience. And then, of course, he fights, he strains, he fights. You know what I'm saying? It's not always pretty, but he's effective. So I like that pick. I like that pick. The Bengals have a tendency to kind of look ahead. They kind of plan and have their succession plan in place at a lot of their positions. And I think Matt Lee is your future starting center here into the 7th round. So again, that represents great value. All right. So with that being said, let's transition to let's get into the teams. Let's get into the individual teams. Let's look at these draft classes as a whole. We're not going to spend a ton of time on each team, but I do want to look at it through that narrow prism and give our input here as to how teams fared. And we're going to start with the Arizona Cardinals, who had an excellent draft. They had a terrific draft here.
No, we're going to save them for last, man. Save them for last.
No, we're going to start right at the top.
I'm just kidding.
Alphabetical.
We're going to start right at the top here. Alphabetical. so Dana can, take it in once more as far as, the quality of this particular roster here. So, right at the top, Marvin Harrison Jr. I think that
on behalf of my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, thank you very much. On behalf of the 900 Pat Tillman scholars all around the world, we thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to do this.
You hear something or just me?
With a 226th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot, but I heard a little something.
The Arizona Cardinals.
No, you have background noise for the
Jaden
Cardinals.
Davis, defensive back, Miami.
Yeah, you got to play it. I thought it was me.
It drowned me out. It drowned me out. That happened during the live. That actually happened during the live of the draft. So, all right, good looks. Marvin Harrison Jr. at the very top. Darius Robinson, a player that we mocked to the Cardinals with the 27th overall pick. Max Melton, Trey Benson, Isaiah Adams, Tip Raymond, Elijah Jones, DTD, Xavier Thomas, Christian Jones, Tawan Palmer, and Jaden Davis. Top to bottom, man, it's hard to argue with this group. I think they hit every need. I don't think they missed from that perspective. And they got at least, I don't know, man, 7 guys that I think are going to contribute immediately. That whether it be in a starting role or sub packages, they're going to play a healthy number of snaps in their rookie year. So, Headley, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on this Cardinals draft class? Where do they stack up, I guess, in the grand scheme of things for you?
At the top, they're at the top, man. I graded out all these teams, and Arizona Cardinals were A+ in my book. With the amount of picks that they had, you'd be like, okay, they might miss a couple because you can't get about 100% out there. But starting from the top, Marvin Harrison Jr., that was my wide receiver 1 in this class. You pair him with a Michael Wilson, Trey McBride at the tight end position. You can't go wrong with that. That was actually the number 1 prospect in this entire class. So, it's not a big value, but getting him at 4 is a value, getting the top prospect in the class. Darius Robinson, another guy in the first round right there for the Arizona Cardinals. He's my 4th ranked edge rusher. He actually went behind Chop Robinson. I get it. Chop has the enticing athleticism, the bend around the edge. But I think Darius Robinson is a better football player at this point. Versatility, he can play the run, the pass game. He's an instant starter. After that, you went Max Melton, a guy that, I'm a big fan of his. He has inside-outside versatility at the cornerback position. We're thinking that he could play outside a little bit, but, later getting Elijah Jones, who is a more natural outside corner. You can slide Max Melton on the inside. I think both of those guys are starters at the next level. Trey Benson, Florida State running back. James Conner is getting a little older. Benson, I think he plays similarly to Conner. He just got way more speed. He's a 4.3 guy, but just so physical. He's hard to bring down, especially in the open field. So I think that'd be a seamless transition from James Conner to Trey Benson. I love that. I thought Isaiah Adams was actually the sleeper interior offensive lineman in the class. If you throw on the tape, the tackle tape, it was like, okay, that's not the position he needs to be played. He played guard at the Senior Bowl in 2022. He played guard. I thought his tape was excellent in 2022. So that's another home run pick. I think he's going to be a starter for Arizona as well. And then you went Tip Raymond. Tip Raymond, he's not going to be a guy that's going to start or play many snaps, but the role that he's going to play in the run blocking, you could put him and McBride out there. McBride's an additional wide receiver. You could look at him as a slot receiver as well. But what Tip Raymond's going to help you in the run game. Really like that pick as well. I talked about Elijah Jones earlier to pair with Max Melton. And then DTD, Buda Baker, we're not sure where he's going to be next season. And I think he's a great replacement for him. He could play up high, he could come down, and hit. You saw him in his Shrine game, covers slot wide receivers, hip for hip. So I really like his coverage ability as well. I think he's an all-around safety. And then Xavier Thomas, this was one of the sleeper edges. He eventually went in the 5th round, but he has day 2 talent, 2nd, 3rd round talent, just that burst off the edge. You just heard a lot at Clemson, but he was a former 5-star guy. So excellent pick there. Christian Jones, offensive tackle from Texas. And who else? Palmer and Jordan Davis, the DB. So, man, top to bottom, man, I think this is an A+ draft. I love it. I think they got, like you said, how many starters did they get? Like at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like 7 stars.
It's
6,
like
7 starters.
It's like 6, 7 starters, bro. Yeah.
Wow,
yeah.
That's excellent. And how they manipulated a draft board as well. They traded down a couple times, got some additional picks. They had so many picks going into the draft.
Right.
So you're like, okay, maybe they trade up and become aggressive, but they traded down and hit home runs throughout this entire draft class. There's only 5 teams I had with an A or better draft class, and Arizona was one of them at the top of the list for the A+ draft for me.
Drew, any additional thoughts?
I mean,
I took it off.
I mean, he said A+, bro. Ain't letting else. What you can't say. Obviously, they came into there with 2 first-rounders, and then they ended up with 4 third-rounders. They made the most of those third-rounders in terms of Trey Benson, Isaiah Adams, Tippmann, and Elijah Jones. I know Juice, you like that. Elijah Jones was big. This is a team that needed help at every level of their defense. And I think they touched all of it except for, the linebacker position.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they did what they could. They didn't force anything. And they do got the Christian Jones pick from Texas, who I like him as a run blocker. Got some issues in the pass game that he's got to work on, but that's not a guy you got to throw out there right away. But I mean, everything else, man, this is a real solid draft. It's definitely an A draft for these guys. Big time A draft, easily. Man. Sometimes teams have so many picks, they screw it up because they got too many picks. They start reaching, but these boys didn't reach, man. They didn't reach at all.
Yeah, they let it come to them, and as Headley mentioned, they maneuvered the draft board. This is a team that obviously felt like there was good talent, particularly through those first 5 rounds. There was a lot of good talent. Right. And of course, they took advantage of that where other teams didn't necessarily feel that way. Arizona capitalized on that. And, you mentioned like Christian Jones, for example, you get him in the 5th round. Christian Jones is now your swing tackle, right? An experienced player, played big time college football, and he's your swing tackle. And he can take the time to be your 6th offensive lineman if you want to go heavy with him and Tip Raymond on the field as well. And then, of course, he gives you a little insurance as it relates to your incumbents at left and right tackle. So I like that pick quite a bit among the rest of them here. And even Jaden Davis, you guys may not necessarily be familiar with him, but he's a transfer from Oklahoma, and you don't want him on the boundary. I'll tell you that right now. But what he does in the nickel, what he does in terms of run support is really impressive. So a guy I expect, if he makes this team, he'll make an impact on special teams. But I think one of the main takeaways here for me was what Dana said, right, is that almost all of these guys got one-on-one with their coaches at the Senior Bowl. A lot of Senior Bowl, attendees here, as well as Shrine Game attendees. So you got a lot of experienced players, and we talk about the fact that you're talking about 6 or 7 starters. These guys got a lot of football under their belt, right? Talented players with a lot of football under their belt means they're going to contribute immediately, and I don't think it would have mattered what team they ultimately went with. Here in Arizona, obviously, they needed an injection of talent, but these guys are a lot of them are ready to go. A lot of them are going to hit the ground running and have a certain level of success as early as their rookie season. So excited about this Arizona Cardinals draft class. All right, let's move on to Headley's Falcons. And Drew, I'll give you an opportunity to hate if you like. You can hate if you like.
Nah, there's only one real pick that I probably would hate on, and I think Headley would agree. Not hate, but if you would have flopped the picks, I think you'd probably be like, okay, I'm good with it in terms of them going with Rook, and then went with Trice in the 3rd round. I think if you flop those guys, I think we're talking about, okay, they made the right decision. Obviously, we have no idea how that would have worked out had they gone Braylon Trice maybe in the 2nd and Rook in the 3rd. But I think for Falcons fans, the one guy I was talking to on Twitter, I had sent a tweet back to him and said, "Hey man, how you feel about your team now that they kind of rounded out, got your edge in Braylon Trice, and they got Brandon Dolis." He didn't respond back, so I guess he got to eat crow. But in terms of the Michael Penix pick, I think we talked about this on the 2nd and 3rd day in terms of them going Michael Penix, and again, I said it about the Saints and Spencer Rattler. It's the future, bro. Kirk Cousins, they said homeboy wasn't happy about the pick. He did call Michael Penix. They had that conversation in terms of welcome to the team, which is a good teammate. But again, Kirk Cousins is going to keep this team in a position to where they're not going to be able to draft a quarterback in the next 2-3 years, right? So you're in a position to draft one of the top quarterbacks. Potentially the top quarterback in this draft class. Why not draft him at 8 and then figure everything else out later, right? You don't want to be drafting at 20 trying to get a top quarterback. That usually doesn't work out, right? It was a hell of a time for teams trying to trade up to number 3 or number 2.
Yeah.
Right. And they had the 8th pick, never mind having the 20th pick and trying to move up to that high if need be. Right. So grab your guy and get the hell out of Dodge. And move on. I don't know what the GM was talking about in terms of 4 to 5 years of Penix not playing. That sounds like some bullshit, right? But it's like somebody was just talking, right? Because I seen that, I was like, come on, bro. You really going to piss off your Falcons fan. I think he was trying to soften the blow for Kirk Cousins when they had that conversation. Probably should have called him. But
a little damage control.
Yeah, damage control. Got a damage control. I'd really like to understand why Dolis fell to the 4th round. I don't know if we'll ever find that out. I know Juicy said it might be because he was a tweener, but there got to be something else. Can't be just that, bro. Can't be, bro, because you look at his size, you've seen his play, you say to yourself, I know exactly what I want to do with him. But maybe usually you get that at the linebacker position, not at the defensive line position. You can pretty much kind of make a clear-cut decision on what you want to do with somebody at the defensive line position versus the linebacker position. I think that linebacker position is a little bit harder to determine, like a James Williams type, right? That's a little bit of a struggle, and obviously he went in the 7th round. But all in all, right?
Yep.
I think that the Falcons did a really good job. I know they needed linebacker help. Got JT Bertrand from Notre Dame there. Come downhill thump linebacker, and and you can never have too many running backs. So I like what they did. It's a solid class. They did a good job for sure.
What's up, Headley? How you feeling?
I gave it a solid B. I thought it was okay. It was good. Michael Penix, I love that pick. A lot of Falcons fans don't, but I can see the future. Like you said, the Kirk Cousins deal is essentially a 2-year deal. Let him sit, let him learn the offense, and hit the ground running. So I actually love that pick. I think most of these quarterbacks, they get thrown out there too early. What happened to the days of a quarterback sitting a season, maybe 2 seasons? It just helps them, the development of them. I know Michael Penix is an older prospect, but like Drew always say, man, the quarterback position, age is not really that big. He comes in and starts at 26 years old. He can have like a 10-plus year career. And because Michael Penix's game, a lot of these athletic running quarterbacks, after a couple seasons, it's like, okay, the wear and tear in their body, all the hits that they've taken. But Michael Penix is a guy that wins from the pocket. So his game kind of lends to like a longer career. wins it with his arm within the pocket. So, man, I love the pick, man. You got these young guys with him, Bijan Robinson, Drake London. So, they're just going to continue to grow, and Kyle Pitts from the Gators. So, yeah, they're going to continue to grow with Michael Penix, man. So I absolutely love that Michael Penix pick. That's your guy. You're going to be probably picking in the 20s for the next couple of seasons. So, you're not going to get that quarterback.
Hold on, bro.
What's going on?
How you going to name the man weapons and then say Kyle Pitts from the Gators, bro? I ain't hear you say Bijan Robinson from Texas, bro.
Yeah, you see that? We'll see about Kyle Pitts, man. I'm a little bit.
What do you mean, bro?
I know he wasn't in the offense. Yeah, I know. Yeah. So we'll see him this season. Kirk Cousins love his tight end. So no excuses this year, man. I want to see him get tougher, man. But yeah, Kyle Pitts from the Gators. But other than that, man, I gotta throw it out there, man. The Gator, bro. But other than that, man, I love what we did with the next 3 picks. Rook, Aurora, Braylon Trice, and Brandon Dorless. A lot of people that were hating on the Michael Penix pick was like, we need a pass rusher. And I thought they did excellent in the next 3 picks. I think all 3 of these guys can get after the passer. All of these guys are physical, too. These are physical football players. Rook has the length and the athleticism. Braylon Trice is a very physical speed-to-power guy. A lot of hurries over there on that Washington defense last season. And then you know how we all feel about Brandon Dorless. I thought he's the most underrated interior guy. He could play some edge. He could bend. Bro. Yeah, he's steal of the draft, man, in the 4th round. He's going to make an immediate impact. He might make more of an impact than Rook initially on this Falcons defense. And you just add to this front 7. This front 7 needed some work. J.D. Bertrand, another guy, added to this front 7. So, I love the pick, man. Jason McClellan. The Falcons seem like they draft a running back every year. So it's kind of like, okay, we're going to get another guy here to go with Algier and Bijan Robinson. And then Washington, he's a special teams guy. So, all in all, I think it was a solid B. It was a solid draft. So, yeah, I like Penix and then the 3 pass rushers there for the Falcons.
Yeah, I'll just make one last comment on the Michael Penix selection, right? The way I see it played out was, and the reason why they doubled down is they fell in love with Penix during the pre-draft process, bro. They were blown away by the young man. You understand what I'm saying? And they recognized that we were in quarterback hell. Terry Fontenot, the GM, he's caught a lot of flack over the years, and then certainly with this pick, because you give $100 million guaranteed to Kirk Cousins, you give him a $50 million signing bonus. Like, what are you doing? You understand what I'm saying? Why are you taking a quarterback, a 24-year-old quarterback at that, right? Again, I agree. The age thing as it relates to the quarterbacks, generally speaking, is overblown. But I think it was not having a succession plan in place for Matt Ryan. It's being in quarterback hell for the last couple of years. They overspent. They overspent with Kirk Cousins coming off the injury because they said we cannot start this new regime. This is probably my last rodeo as from a Terry Fontenot perspective. This is my last rodeo. Right? We don't have nothing if we don't have a quarterback. And the reality is that the Falcons competed despite the fact that they had limitations at the quarterback position. So that's why they went, full bore for Kirk Cousins. And lo and behold, they fall in love with Michael Penix during the pre-draft process. And here they are sitting at 8th. They don't expect to be picking in the top 10, let alone, the top 15 or let alone the top 10 over the next couple of seasons. So they decided to double down, and they made mention. They said what we saw from Jordan Love, that pattern, we're comfortable with replicating that. We're comfortable replicating that because if everybody's going to argue that quarterback is the most important position, right? And in fact, we have a tendency. I say we. I'm using that loosely. People in general have a tendency to place way too much emphasis on individual play from the quarterback. It is still very much an ultimate team sport, right? But I don't understand the vitriol for it if you have that additional context in terms of the fact that the Falcons just have been awful at quarterback over the last several seasons, right? And this is you investing in the most important position. This is what this is. This is what, when you have backups, journeymen making $10, $12, $15 million annually, right, at the backup quarterback position, what's the problem? What's the problem with bringing in a guy that you think can be the leader of your franchise in a couple of seasons? You understand what I'm saying? So I think a lot of I can understand maybe that the immediate, vitriol associated with it. But when you take a step back and you think about it and you really look at it through the eyes of, no, they've been awful at quarterback. You don't understand how bad it was. We're talking before even Matt Ryan was out of Atlanta. Matt Ryan's body was breaking down. What if Kirk's body breaks down? You know what I'm saying? You could be right back in the position you were, and Fontenot was going to be out of there. You understand what I'm saying? So I really think it was overblown. I think the pushback with respect to this selection was overblown. You could think it's maybe an overcorrection. They went too hard. But again, as much as we like to talk about the quarterback position in this league and put so much focus on it, I don't see why an NFL team actually doing that is now problematic. So that was my final thought there on the Michael Penix selection. And as you mentioned, Headley, solid draft here for the Falcons. Baltimore. All right, they will go with Nate Wiggins in the first, followed by Roger Rosengarten. Drew, you thought Adisa Isaac was the best pick in the third round. Tez Walker comes at a value as well as TJ Tampa. I like the Rasheen Ali pick. I don't expect him to get a ton of run in year one, but I do like the pick. Devin Leary, Nick Samick, and Sanusi Kane here. So I'll start with you, Headley. What were your thoughts on this particular draft class?
Yeah, it was a really good draft class. I gave them a solid B+ for this draft haul. Getting Nate Wiggins at the corner, that was a position of need. You get him at pick 30. I thought that was pretty good value. You said it earlier, Juice, that he might have been one of your best picks in round one. So I like Nate Wiggins here. I like how he fits within this defense. They play a lot more zone principle, so I think he fits that defense really well. Also, Roger Rosengarten. I don't know if he's ready to come in and start right away. They have him penciled in right now as the starting right tackle. I think he might need maybe half a season or another year to develop some more. Just get more power, get more strong. You're going to play against a lot of grown men at the next level. So I just want him to hold up against power a little bit better. But I'm not mad at the pick, getting him at the end of the second round. Some people thought that he could slide into the end of the first round or the top of the second round. So I thought that was pretty good value there as well. Drew talked about Adisa Isaac earlier as the best pick in round 3 for him. I think he comes in right away, competes. He's going to see a lot of snaps early on in his career. I think he can handle it too. Love the way he uses his hands, how he does in the run game. Pass rushing ability is still developing a little bit. I think he need to add a couple more moves to his arsenal. But he gives you intensity, 110% at all times. So I like that pickup also. And Tez Walker, wide receiver on that depth chart, he can stretch the field. And Tampa, he kind of fits the Ravens mold as well. He's a physical corner. The hips are a little stiff, but he can come up. I think he's one of the best run supporting corners in the class. And in breaking routes, he has the speed to kind of go across the middle of the field and break up passes. It's those out breaking routes. His hips get a little tight, so receivers separate from him really well. Yeah, transitions out of the breaks. And you talked about Rasheen Ali. He was one of my running back favorites in this class. You put him and Keaton Mitchell in the backfield for the next couple of seasons. I love that mix as well. Once Derrick Henry, calls it a career. And Devin Leary, I thought he was one of the sleeper quarterbacks in the class. A good day 3 get there for the Ravens. So all in all, I gave this a B+. I thought it was really solid. The only reason I didn't give it an A all the way is I don't think when you compare it to like somebody like the Arizona Cardinals class where they had like 6-7 starters along that class, I think the Ravens have 1-2 starters immediately, and then these guys are coming like later down the road for them. So and that's a good position to have. They're in a lot different positions. That's why the Cardinals are picking at the top and the Ravens are picking at the bottom, because the Ravens already had a really good football team.
Yeah, there aren't as many positions open for guys to just come in, but I certainly understand your point there. Drew, any thoughts here on the Ravens class? Anybody in particular you wanted to highlight outside of Adisa Isaac?
Yeah. So I just want to highlight the draft class in general, bro. Them boys, they didn't. I'm looking. They didn't trade down, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like where's the Ozzie? Is the Ozzie Newsome? Is that wearing off? Is it going away? Like what's going on, bro?
I don't know, bro.
I'm a little shocked, man. I'm a little shocked that didn't happen. But no, I like this draft class. They covered a lot of their needs in terms of Nate Wiggins and TJ Tampa at the corner position. We knew that was a big need for them. I think they got the guys who probably matched their scheme the best there in terms of where they were picking. I like the Walker pick there. He doesn't have to come in and be the hero. We don't need him to do that. We just need him to get downfield, stretch the field, and open things up. Guys want to play man-to-man coverage. That's cool. Lamar can just take off. If you turn around and got to chase Tez Walker and them boys. So, yeah, I think they did this is a solid class, man. Really solid class. Interested to see what they do with Roger Rosengarten. I think you said he's penciled in as the starting right tackle. That's probably a guy I'm watching in this scheme when training camp starts to see what the talk is and how he's doing out there. But I like this class. They did a good job, man. Solid job, these guys.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, outside of D Kid, who hates Roger Rosengarten, he hates him, bro. D Kid hates him, but no, Roger's talented, bro. I don't think there's any argument there. I I think some of the functional strength concerns are founded, though. I think that is founded, and I believe a team like Baltimore who wants to get downhill, he's going to need to be a bit more stout up front. So that's going to be an interesting one. I agree with you, Drew. That'll be one that would be paying pretty close attention to in terms of his development and whether or not he's the man out the gate. They have a few other options there, but clearly they're not sold on them. So we'll see if Roger Rosengarten is able to break camp as a starting right tackle. Keep it going here. Our next team up is the Buffalo Bills. And I think the Bills is probably a top 5 class for all of us in this particular draft. I thought they did a remarkable job in terms of the selections they made. I was critical, and I will remain critical of the lack of value they got in return for some of their trade downs. But just the individual picks, there's no argument here. There really is no argument here. Your thoughts, Drew?
Yeah, you said it in terms of I always talk about it in terms of every draft class in terms of that after that first day, people are very ecstatic about the team. They're excited. Some people are not happy at all, pretty pissed off in terms of the first pick because they've done a million mock drafts and, they've, mocked, they got 5 players that they think can go to their team and the team just, doesn't even acknowledge those players when they're on the board and you go with the guy that's on their board. So, not happy when going into the day two, excuse me. But the picture looks like a stick figure, bro. We gotta make it look like Mona Lisa at the end, and I think that's what the Bills did. Maybe they could have got a little bit more in terms of getting back from the Chiefs and whoever they were trading down with, Carolina. But all in all, they did a really good job. I mean, obviously they got Keon Coleman, who I think this is a good fit for him. I know y'all seen them videos, bro. He's like a little kid, man. It's kind of funny. But that's a dynamic receiver for them there. Josh Allen definitely gonna get him the football. It's a big target there. Just gotta hope Keon Coleman can catch that ball and do his thing after he gets the ball in his hands. Cole Bishop, this is a team that as good as their safeties were and good as their secondary was, they just lost guys. Just whether it be to contracts, whether it be to guys getting older, it happened quickly. Essentially in one offseason, just boom, everybody's gone, and so. They got to get a replacement there at the safety position. Got that in Cole Bishop, who's probably better as a box in the box player coming downhill, covering guys in the slot. But they kind of got that replacement there. And then you got Dwayne Carter, who, we love Dwayne Carter, guy who was played all over the line of scrimmage for Duke, to the point where I don't really want him on the edge. I don't really want to see that. Not that he can play it in a pinch, but it's a guy who needs to be working inside with the power that he has some quickness, but it's the power that he has, the penetration that he has. Ray Davis at the running back position gives him a different element at the running back position. Can be the 3-down back if necessary when it comes to it because he can catch out the backfield, he can block. And then Cedric Van Pran at the center position. I know looking at their roster here, I know they got Connor McGovern in there, so I'm not sure how that's going to work out, but they got good depth. If worst case scenario, they got Will Clapp too. Just had to throw that in there.
Will Clapp.
That's a meme. And then at the linebacker position, they needed a linebacker. Period. I know they got Matt Milano there. Is he coming off the injury or was that last year? I can't remember.
Yeah, he got hurt last year. He got hurt last year.
Okay, yeah, coming off injury. So, let me make sure I say his name right now. I want to kill it, man. Let me make sure I'm saying it. Idafon Ulafashio, who I really like coming out of Washington. I think that's a good get, especially in the 5th round. They got Javon Sullivan at the edge there. That was one position that we thought they needed big time, was the edge position, more than actually the interior of the defensive line. And they got that there. Had the most sacks this past year, most productive player. Got them 2 offensive tackles here in the 6th and in the 7th. Not sure what the plan is there. I'd imagine maybe one of those guys kick in to play guard. Got a guy from UCF out there, and then got Daquan Hardy, Penn State cornerback. I know Headley that you had made mention of. But they, in terms of their needs, they did that damn thing. I think they were. I don't have it pulled up. I think they were my third best team in terms of. I don't know if I'm supposed to be giving that away, but I'm gonna give it away anyways. No, they were my second best teams in terms of top drafts of all the teams.
Yeah, I agree. I gave them an A draft. I know Mr. C trying to give them the B- because of that trade down with the Chiefs. Yeah, they didn't get the draft capital they needed. They kind of slipped, and that's probably why it's not like an A+ class because of doing that. But you talk about the players. They didn't have a first-round pick. They traded out in the first round, so they didn't actually pick in the first round. And to get a Keon Coleman, I guess that's the Stephon Diggs replacement. You got Kincaid and Shakir in the middle of the field. I think Keon Coleman could be a nice boundary wide receiver for them. Cole Bishop, you lost your safeties, Hyde and Poyer. So I think Cole Bishop is a similar ball player to those guys, always around the football. Dwayne Carter, a guy that we love, the physicality that he brings inside. Drew talked about it earlier. Ray Davis is a perfect complement to James Cook. Cook is more of the slasher, the speed guy, catch out of the backfield. Ray Davis can catch out of the backfield too, but he does his work inside the tackle box. Very physical, Frank Gore-like runner. So I think he's gonna pop in the playoffs, man. He's gonna pop later in the season. So I definitely like Ray Davis at the running back position. Van Pran, more depth on the interior. Drew talked about Ulu from Washington. I thought the instincts could be better with him, but this guy is a 4-5 guy plus athleticism. He was hurt mostly the 2021 and 2022 season, dealt with a lot of injuries, but he has a lot of talent. I think he starts off as maybe a special teams guy and then eventually get into the lineup because, you run a 4-5, you can cover tight ends and running backs out of the backfield. I think that's a good skill set to have in this passing league. Javon Solomon, this guy's the edge that we love. Tallahassee's finest right there. He led the country in sacks, I believe, with 15 sacks. So, he could get after the passer. And this Daquan Hardy from Penn State, man, I said it before that he's the guy in Penn State. Everyone was talking about Kalen King, Johnny Dixon, but Daquan Hardy, throw on that Ohio State game. Remember we were talking about Kalen King getting abused in that Ohio State game with Marvin Harrison Jr.? Well, Daquan Hardy was showing up all over the field in that game. The click and close ability, his ability to see the ball in the air, track the football, and get his hands on the football. He'll come up and tackle. And just anticipation in the passing game. I really like him a lot. I think he's a sleeper in this class, and I wouldn't be surprised if he'd be a starter nickel one day in this league, man. He's a smaller guy, but just the instincts, and he got heart. That boy got heart. He's a guy that got that heart, man. So I like Hardy there, the Penn State cornerback.
I mean, outside of the Cardinals' sin that they made in terms of helping the team that continues to eliminate them in the playoffs, it's a great draft class in my mind. Right. I think you got a lot of for a team that is consistently in the playoffs to get guys, a good 4, actually closer to 6, maybe 6 players that are going to have a fairly significant role in their first year is significant. And I think the defense is an area that I would want to see this team continue to really prioritize. I've said it before. I think Josh Allen has the ability to raise the level of play of the players around him. The addition of Keon Coleman, I think that's your preferred red zone target. He and Kincaid. Cole Bishop helps with that transition. They brought in Taylor Rapp, if I'm not mistaken, help that transition. Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer were mainstays on the back end for a long time. Of course, injuries, age. It's time to move on. Cole Bishop comes in. He hits the ground running. I love the upside of Dwayne Carter. I'm looking forward to him playing next to our guy out of Houston. His name's escaping me for whatever reason right now. But I think they could be a real dynamic duo in the interior of the defensive line. And as I mentioned, the Ray Davis compliment, now you got a legitimate goal line back. It doesn't have to be Josh Allen necessarily being your goal line back. I think Ray Davis can fill that role. And I'd like to spend just a little bit of time here on Cedric Van Pran. This is a guy that we had pegged as a day 2 pick, a third-round selection. He's the Mitch Morse replacement, right? The offensive line is still the most important position group. And you get a guy who's played a lot of football at a fairly high level for the best team in the country for at least a couple of the last few years. You understand what I'm saying? He's been the main, the pivot with respect to that group. So I think he understands what it takes, what it looks like, and certainly I expect him to start. I expect him to start in Buffalo here in short order. So excellent value there. Excellent value there. And like I said, they need to continue to work on the defense, add pieces to it. But you mentioned it, Headley. Daquan Hardy is a nice little sleeper here. You know, there have been a lot of undrafted guys, day 3 guys that find their way onto the field and are playing significant snaps here in Buffalo, making a difference. So clearly that coaching staff, if you were capable, they'll get you on the field. You understand what I'm saying? So I think the main takeaway I have, though, from this defense is that you got actual playmakers. That's what they were missing last year. At the second and third levels, they really didn't turn the football over. They weren't making those plays. They weren't creating opportunities for their offense. They couldn't get off the field on third down. So I think this injection of talent and youth, playmaking ability, is just what the doctor ordered. So we'll see how quickly they can get up to speed. Yeah, Mike, I got to agree with you. The Chargers are another one that was really impressive. I don't know if we agree on it across the board, but Drew and I have them as a top 5 class in this draft. So we're going to get to them a little bit later. Let's get to our next team here. Got the Carolina Panthers, Jukes Panthers. And I know that there's some differing opinions on how the Panthers did here. Drew, you're the NFC South guy. What do you think? How'd they do?
All right. Let me pull them up, bro. I'm gonna try not to be unbiased here, right? But yeah, looking at this class right here, the boys did a damn good job. Because they got a lot of guys. They got everybody. I know all these guys, bro. I know everybody on the list, bro. So that automatically gives them at least a B, right? No, but seriously, they traded up one spot to get Xavier Legette. They swindled the Buffalo Bills. And then they turn around and they got Jonathan Brooks, which was kind of a surprise to me that they went and got themselves a running back. Although I think what they got who's over them? Is it Miles Sanders?
And Chuba.
And Chuba. Yeah.
Sanders might be out, bro. He might be out.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. So you got the best running back in the draft. So I like that there for them. He's for the people who are hating or wanted to put Trey Benson number 1 or wanted to put whoever else number 1. Jonathan Brooks going to show you why he's the top running back. Then they went and got one of my guys, Trevin. Excuse me. Wallace out of Kentucky. We know the second level of the defense was a little bit of a concern in terms of needing that was a need for them. And they went out and they got Trevin Wallace there. Also tight end. I think Juk, you wanted, who was it that you wanted? You wanted was it Theo Johnson? Sinet, that's what it was. Yes, yeah. And just missed out on him. And I said, I think it was on day 1. I said at the end of the day, I said, or was it day 2? I can't remember. It was day 2. I said they're probably going to go get Jatavian Sanders, and damn it, first pick on day 2 or day 3, excuse me, they went and they got Jatavian Sanders. Man, I called it. So you can lock that in. Then they got Smith Wade, and this is a guy we saw at the Senior Bowl, a guy who's going to fight till the end, to the very end. He has that short memory that you want from the position of the corner position. So if he does get beat, he's going to come back and he's going to be fighting to get to that football, and getting them hips turned and locating the football and fighting to go get it. You got Jaden Cremedy, who I like. This is a guy who I think can play anywhere on the defensive line. I probably want him more interior than anything else. Big, strong, physical. Has good leverage. And then Michael Barrett, who I think Headley likes. I think it was linebacker, 5, 6? No, he's 6 or 7. I don't know if he's top 5. But he's not top 5. Oh, my bad. He's in top 15. Michael Barrett there again. They said, hey, we got Trevin Wallace in the 3rd, but we want to come back around and get us a Michael Barrett. And they're a little bit different in terms of how they play the position. But Carolina did a really good job in their draft, man. Well, one of the better drafts for sure.
Headley, you're an NFC South guy too. What do you think?
I give him a solid B.
You scared? Are you scared? Say you're scared.
Nah, I'm not scared. I'm not scared of the Panthers. But I'm gonna give him a solid B though. I think the offseason they destroyed the offseason. I give him an A for the offseason. Collectively, getting Deontay Johnson, because what you had to do, what the Panthers had to do was help Bryce Young out. It was bad last season, and they did it, man. In the offseason, they got Deontay Johnson in that trade, and then fixed that interior offensive line. Bryce Young is on the shorter side as a quarterback. You got to be able to see over the line of scrimmage, so you need to protect him up the middle. So, I love what they did in the offseason. Even you did lose Brian Burns, but, he was on his way out anyways. But I liked them grabbing Clowney and DJ Wonnum. I think Wonnum is going to, be an exceptional talent for this football team. I really like his pass rushing upside. But as far as the draft goes, they continued to put more weapons around Bryce Young. You got him another receiver in Xavier Legette. You got him a tight end in Jatavian Sanders. And you got him a running back in Jonathan Brooks, our RB1. So, excellent job putting more weapons around him. The Trevor Wallace pick, I understand it as far as athleticism, the upside. I just think his instincts, man. I'm not a really big fan of his instincts. And also, when you have Peyton Wilson on the board still, man, that's where I look at, like, if they had Peyton Wilson in this draft class, it'll be closer to a B plus A draft class. So I give him a solid B. And Schmidt Wade, we saw him at the Senior Bowl, and his tape is kind of hit or miss. It's like ups and downs in his tape. And I think a lot of it was because he's playing boundary corner. I think Carolina, if they throw him inside to that nickel corner, that physicality he plays with, that dog that he plays with, I think he could carve out a role as a nickel corner, because on tape, he takes too much guesses on the perimeter. He could get beat in zone. And then the long speed, I don't think the long speed is there for him as well. So you stick him inside the slot, let him guard those smaller receivers, let him get physical with those receivers. I like him a lot as a slot corner at the next level. So, all in all, man, solid B. I like Michael Barrett. I like what he does in the passing game as a blitzer. He's really well as a blitzer also. I wouldn't be surprised, if Barrett becomes a better pro than Trevor Wallace. So, all in all, man, solid draft class for the Carolina Panthers.
I think you just have to have the appropriate perspective on this draft class, right? So the goal of this offseason was to put a better supporting cast around Bryce Young on the offensive side of the ball. They did that. They accomplished that. I don't think you can make any argument regarding that. Maybe you want to add a center to come in and start, but I think they might actually give Austin Corbin, unless you have a different thought there. They may give Austin Corbin an opportunity to play the position, or they have somebody else in mind. But they have absolutely done what's necessary to give Bryce Young a competent group around him, and I'm a big fan of Xavier Legette. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I think among the receivers, if I'm going to get it wrong on somebody, it's going to be him. It's going to be the guy with that kind of body control, that kind of explosiveness, that kind of athletic ability, raw ability, who can go climb the ladder, catch the football. He doesn't fight the football. You understand what I'm saying? So I think it's an intriguing roll of the dice here. And of course, one of the things that I wanted to point out, among the fact that they got the best running back in this class, in my mind, and when you think about running back, that obviously you think about toting the pill, but what he does in the passing game, both as a receiver and in pass protection, plays, right? They've improved that backfield as well, take some more pressure off of Bryce Young. But it's the trade down. It's the additional draft capital that they recouped, because, of course, they gave up so much to get Bryce Young a year ago, right? Everybody focuses on what Chicago got in return, and listen, they got a mint in return. There's no doubt about it. But I think what they did in terms of manipulating the draft board and kind of setting themselves up for 2025 as well is something that you have to take into consideration. I think they really helped themselves from that perspective. So I'd like to see Sanders heavily involved in this passing game as well. I know tight ends generally, on a rare occasion, you get guys that come out and hit the ground running as rookies at the tight end position. Generally, it's a slow burn there, but hopefully they can get him involved, get him, schemed up, get the ball in his hands, and again, create another opportunity, another window of opportunity here for Bryce Young in the passing game. So I like it. There you go. Yeah. So that's the reason why they didn't necessarily go center. Corbin hasn't played it, if I'm not mistaken, but I think they think he's capable of the transition. So I'm with it, man. I'm with it. Again, the goal on the outset here was to put some legitimacy around Bryce Young so he can do his thing, right? And as you're transitioning to a new coach, new front office, owner, perhaps, hopefully taking a step back here, they can continue to round out the defense in upcoming draft class. So I like it.
Your Justin disappeared, man. I think he froze up. We could keep it going.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, something's wrong with my cam. I'm gonna fix that in a second here. But we got the Bears up next. Why don't you guys take it?
Yeah, the Bears, they didn't have much picks in this draft. They had 5 total picks in this draft, but man, they addressed all the needs. I gave them a solid B plus. Number 1, Caleb Williams. This guy's probably a franchise changing quarterback. Number 1 pick in the draft, the arm talent. We talked about Caleb so many times during this thing. He's always been our QB1. And even the whole process, man, from even last season, man, he's a beast, man. And I kind of feel bad for Justin Fields a little bit because as soon as he leaves, now you're trading for Keenan Allen. You brought in a Rome Odunze. You're bringing in weapons now. So I think Caleb hits the ground running. Next pick, Rome Odunze. This guy was a top, my number 2 wide receiver in his class. It was him and Malik Neighbors at 2A, 2B. Marvin Harrison Jr. at 1. Rome is just a professional. How he attacks the football in the air, the run after the catch ability, man, this outstanding, man. He's a professional coming in, man. So coming into this season, he's gonna be more Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, but I think Rome has a role as well, especially around the red zone, or, around the goal line. He could go up and be a red zone threat for the Chicago Bears. Another pick, Kieran. They needed I had a need at tackle. I think he's a guy that could develop there. The big offensive tackle from Yale has a lot of traits, has a lot of physicality, has those long arms. So, I think he eventually becomes the starter at tackle, maybe year 2, year 3. So I like his upside. They drafted a punter as well. And then the last pick, Austin Booker. The edge was another big need for the Chicago Bears. You wanted another guy on the outside on the edge, and I like Booker. He got a 34-inch arms. He could contort his way. He's an unorthodox pass rusher, but he just always finds his way to the quarterback. He got to clean up some things in the run game. I think he get a little stronger, but he does well with his hands, so it kind of alleviates his power in the run game, and he kind of disengaged from the tackle and get to the ball carrier. But like I said, I think the Bears addressed the edge position. I thought they needed another guy. They got Austin Booker. Thought they needed a tackle for the future. They got Kieran, and adding another wide receiver on top of that wide receiver class and getting your quarterback of the future, man. I thought it was an excellent class for the Bears, even though they only had 5 picks. So I gave them a solid B plus. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, when we were doing mocks and everything, it was always for the Bears. If they keep Fields, obviously you're probably going left tackle and receiver, but obviously Fields out the door. So now that switches over to Caleb Williams, and now is it receiver tackle? I think we were going receiver from that point on. They got Rome there, obviously in the second round, which big target key now. They got a good core wide receivers for Caleb Williams to come in there and succeed. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. And then they got I want to say it right, Kieran Amagaji out there from Yale, the big, strong physical tackle. I don't think he's going to come in and start right away. I think it's going to be a little bit of a development for him. He definitely can play the swing tackle for you in short yardage situations, get out there, get nasty, get ugly, get him attacking, going downhill against those defenders. And then obviously got a punter in the 4th round. Can't hate nobody for getting a punter in the 4th round. Iowa punter. I'm assuming that's the best punter in the country. I'm assuming it. Didn't scout him, didn't study it, but I assume so. I mean, he got a lot of work out there in Iowa, so that makes sense. And then Austin Booker, in terms of that pass rush, I think what they needed was a 3 technique for this team, as well as guys off the edge. And obviously in the 5th round, they felt like Austin Booker was the better get in terms of the defensive line at that point in the draft, and they got Austin Booker to come off that edge. So, and he can hold up. I think he's better in the run game than you think, Headley. But I understand what you're saying in terms of clearing those blocks. But he's going to keep the offensive lineman off balance in terms of that edge and creating that pass rush, that consistent pass rush. I think he has the ability to be a starter. Maybe not right away. They'll work him into it, but I think he'll be a starter before the season's end. He'll probably be a household name for the Bears.
What did we? I think what we all thought, right, at 9 was, if one of the big 3 receivers was there, Chicago probably would go in that direction, right? But if not, they could bolster the offensive tackle position, or they could address the defensive line, right? And in the 3rd round, they bring in Kieran Amagaji, whose upside is tremendous, right? And of course, they're in a position where they don't necessarily have to thrust him into immediate duty. They already have their long-term right tackle. Perhaps he's the long-term answer at left tackle. Braxton Jones is still there, and he's played pretty well, right? The offensive line is absolutely going to be 10 times better 50 times better, 100 times better than USC, right? USC's offensive line was awful, just awful a season ago. So the Bears should be better up front, although they're still not. I wouldn't consider them a great offensive line group. I think they have a chance to be average to above average. But again, they managed to think long term a bit here and get out in front of the development of their long term left tackle, I believe, in Amagaji. And of course, we talked about the defensive line in terms of, well, there's a lot of talent on this team. Where could they potentially improve? And they saw an opportunity. They only had 4 picks, the 2 first rounders, a third, and a fourth. They actually traded back into the draft in the 5th round with Austin Booker sliding a bit here, and they bring in the edge. That was the other position we were thinking. Latu, Jared Verse, maybe even interior. You go with Byron Murphy, Johnny Newton, whatever the case may be. We thought that they could use more teeth in terms of their pass rush, and they managed to bring that in. So I think with limited draft capital, and you think this in totality, what the Bears have done this offseason, what they did last draft in order to put themselves in this position, they deserve a lot of credit for it. They really do. So we'll see how it translates to the field here in 2024. Cincinnati's up next here, Headley.
The Bengals, huh? Let's see what I gave them, man. I gave them Cincinnati. I gave them a B+ also. Similar to the Bears. At the top, man, big Amarius Mims. I think, man, the potential with this guy, he just got to stay on the field. I think he had 8 starts at Georgia, limited snaps, but man, when you watch the tape, man, he's an easy mover. He could get to the second level. I love his pass sets. I love his he kind of, he's a power puncher. Sometimes you got to kind of, hold the block a little longer, but, he's a power puncher. He's a physical guy. And the Bengals, man, this offensive line has been a position in need for a while. They tried Jonah Williams at the right tackle position. So, that was a good get right there, getting Amarius Mims in the 1st round. Who's on the Mims? Let me pull it up on my phone. Then you went Chris Jenkins. You get a 3-tech. 3-tech was another big need for this football team. You add Chris Jenkins from Michigan. I liked him a lot when I watched the 2022 tape. I thought he had some good pass rush upside. He's good in the run game as well. So I think he's very versatile along that defensive line. But 3-tech is where I want to see him at the next level. I think Cincinnati will give him a Jermaine Burton, the big play wide receiver. On the outside, T. Higgins just got the franchise tag. If you don't want to extend him long term and you like the prospects of a Jermaine Burton, because he's super talented, especially outside the numbers, could track the football really well, got yards after the catch ability as well. He's one of those. We've seen the guys like Adonai Mitchell also, where teams like, you have so much talent, but are you going to stay on a straight path at the next level, especially when we start giving you some money? So. It's interesting to watch how Jermaine Burton develops, but he's a high upside prospect. You got the big guy McKinley Jackson on the interior there for Cincinnati. Eric All, this guy's a sleeper tight end in the class. He's another guy that dealt with injuries. So, guys, like I said earlier, that deal with injuries, they slide down the draft board and they become steals at the next level if they can stay healthy. So, he helps that receiving room also. Is a tight end that can catch the football. And then in the 5th round, you went and got my guy right there, Josh Newton. I love his ability to play press coverage. Also just turn his hips, locate the football as well. I'm a really big fan of Josh Newton, man. I think this could be a steal for the Cincinnati Bengals. Tanner McLaughlin, tight end that can move, can catch the football, especially up the seams. I think he does a really good job there. Cedric Johnson, Ole Miss. We didn't speak about him much through the draft process. But I scouted him, man. I thought he had some potential as well. And then Juice mentioned, you got Anthony also, the safety from Mississippi. But Juice also mentioned Matt Lee as his best round 7 guy from Miami to help with the offensive line as well. So, all in all, solid draft class. I gave it a B+. I really love the Mims pick. Chris Jenkins, Burton has the upside. All has the upside. Newton has the upside. So this is a very upside-heavy draft class for Cincinnati. It could go all wrong if these guys don't reach their upside. If Mims stay injured, Burton becomes too much on the football field, Eric All gets hurt. So it's a big upside class, but I like the upside of all of these guys, man. So I gave him a B+.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Mims, you talked about Jenkins. Those are 2 needs. I think they got those handled. The Jermaine Burton pick, I think I saw a report today talking about that the Bengals are offering like under $20 million T. Higgins, something stupid, some silly contract. That sound right about the Bengals in terms of just not paying their players, and so I guess we going back to that trend. So I guess they drafted the protection that is Jermaine Burton, who has the potential to, I saw one of the PFF guys talking about that's their number 4 receiver. And at times on the field, you could see it. It's just that, he just didn't get the targets that he probably should have gotten. And there's the whole character issue thing. We're really not sure what the issue is there. But I think they made the right decision in terms of going for Burton there to fill that need if possible. McKinley Jackson can play that interior. I think he's a guy who, again, can be one of those guys who can play all over the line of scrimmage. Probably want him on the interior, though, creating that penetration and the havoc up front. Headley talked about Eric All, who could be a sleeper, but injuries keep catching up to him. I think if he can stay healthy, I think he's a guy who can be the do-it-all tight end in terms of blocking, in terms of flexing out, putting out on the boundary in the slot. I think he can be that guy. Just has to stay healthy, because I know tight end was an issue for the Bengals, and then Josh Newton there. You talked about it. I think if he's in last year's class, does he go in the 5th round?
Maybe. I don't think he was a big household name. So maybe 4th, maybe around there. Maybe day 3. I don't know if he was a day 2 guy.
Okay. All right. It just popped in my head as you was talking about him. And then Tanner how do you say it?
McLaughlin.
Tanner McLaughlin. I think he could actually, and they doubled down on the tight end position. I guess that's the Eric All protection there, just in case he doesn't work out with the injury. But I think he possibly can do it all. He's not a guy that's going to mow people down in terms of the run game, and I think he does enough in the run game to be serviceable. Opening holes or at least sealing guys off. But he has that athletic ability to get out, up, and down the seams and make plays. And then Cedric Johnson, who I think is more of a power edge guy, got to work on getting his move right and his hands up quickly. But they got a safety here, and is that just DeHaan Anthony? I don't know if I'm saying that right. I'm probably butchering it. But we're gonna go with it from Ole Miss, and then Matt Lee. Like I just talked about in terms of the center out of Miami. I think these boys did a really good, solid job. And again, probably gonna say it 100 times, but a lot of these teams did a really good job in draft. I don't think anybody, no draft malpractice out here.
Yeah, I thought the Tanner McLaughlin pick a couple of rounds after Eric All was intriguing as well, right? There's a bit of a hedge there, but there's some upside with both players that's really intriguing. And that's been the position that they've been trying to, get settled here in terms of their offense, in terms of their passing game. Another option there in the middle of the field. Their passing attack became so dependent on the boundary, on plays being made on the boundary. They really do need somebody who can create some mismatches, create some easy opportunities for Joe Burrow in the middle of the field here. So if one of those guys sticks, better yet both, but certainly if one of them stick, I think that could go a long way to helping this team be more complete on the offensive side of the ball. Before we move on, I wanted to ask you a question, both of you, regarding the McKinley Jackson pick. Did you think it was a little too early? Did you like it here late in the 3rd? What were your thoughts on McKinley Jackson, 97th overall?
Well, it's early if you consider Donis went in the 4th round, right? We got Donis way over McKinley Jackson, so it might have been a reach, but I think they see him in a specific role. You got Chris Jenkins to be like the penetrator, and so you get McKinley Jackson to kind of handle the run, take on 2 blocks, because he's a big guy. He's kind of like he's not big as T'Vondre Sweat, but both of those guys will play kind of the same role on an NFL defense. So yeah, it's a little bit of a reach, because I thought it was some good 6th round defensive tackles as well. So I think that's a little bit early for McKinley Jackson.
Okay.
I think there was a couple of runs on D tackles, and I think they just wanted to make sure that they got the guy. Maybe that was the highest on their board.
Sure.
And so they went and got him, man. Because you got Rook going earlier than he should. You got Mason Smith going earlier than he should, right? So I just think they wanted to make sure they got their guy.
Yeah, I like the Chris Jenkins pick. You know how I feel about him. I think he's legit. DJ Reader, obviously I mentioned earlier, moved on to Detroit. I think BJ Hill's in the last year of his deal. So it makes sense. Even with Sheldon Rankins being added, it makes sense to double up at E-tackle. It was just a question of whether or not you like McKinley Jackson that early, considering some other guys on the board. So keep it going here. Keep it going here. If they hit on Jermaine Burton, though, bro, it's going to be a problem. If he keeps his head on straight, it's gonna be a problem. He's talented, big time. Got the Cleveland Browns up next, and Drew, you were a particular fan of this particular draft class. You were a fan of it, as I recall. So why don't you get us started here in terms of summarizing it, giving us your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm always interested to see the teams that don't have a first round pick, what they do with their second or third round pick, and they did the damn thing. I think we actually mocked Michael Hall to the Browns a couple of different times, if I'm not mistaken. At least I did. I don't know if y'all did or if we did, but I'm gonna take credit for that one. Line him up next to Myles Garrett and let them boys work. Man, got excellent hands. He's got some moves to be an interior guy in terms of those hands, in terms of that spin, in terms of giving guards and centers that work, right? And if you want to play some games up front along with Myles Garrett, you add another element to his game that he can bring to the table. Zach Zinter, center out of Michigan. I think. Let me look. Let me take a peek at their roster real quick. I want to make sure they were solid there. Yeah, they're kicking him into guard is what it looks like. So I know that was a need for them. So I guess they like him there at guard. I'm good with that. Zach Zinter there. Jamari Thrash. I mean, I guess this is the Amari Cooper replacement if we decide not to bring him back for whatever reason, the money, whatever it is, because he's a route runner in his own right, got a little juice and speed to his game. So that's a good pick there. And then they got my guy, Bookie, Daniel Watson, linebacker. Who are we mocking to them at the linebacker position during the mocks? I can't remember. A couple of different times. But
Trotter,
I
know we had
Trotter there one time
at one point, yeah,
and getting Bookie here in the sixth round. Thank goodness he went to the Senior Bowl, because who knows, he probably would have been a UDFA. So Jim Nagy doing his thing, but next to JOK, at least work himself into playing next to JOK. I think and with that D line they got up front, they're going to keep them boys clean, and them boys are going to be able to work, come downhill, and attack the football and make things happen, man. So. And they got a corner there, Miles Harden in the seventh round, and then Jawan Briggs there, defensive tackle, went back to the well on the defensive line in the seventh round as well. So I love what the Browns did. Solid, filled some needs, and this was a team. Not gonna say needs. Let me take that back. Let me pull that back. Wasn't necessarily needs they needed to fill, but they needed to fill positions that possibly could be needs during the season, or just adding depth. And rotational guys that they can just kind of rotate in.
This is a team, very similar to the Ravens coming in, where actually it's more than the Ravens, because this team didn't have much needs. We looked at this football roster, and they're loaded. They're loaded on offense. They're loaded on defense. I think it's going to be Deshaun Watson. What Deshaun Watson do we see? It's make or break on him, because this roster is ready to go. So they came in, they didn't really have much needs. I think the 3-tech was kind of like the biggest need, and they addressed it with their first pick in the draft, which was a second-round pick in Michael Hall Jr. This guy's a bowling ball, 3-tech. I think he holds up pretty good against the run, being sub 300, man. I love the way he uses his hands to get to the quarterback as well. So, that was a home run pick there. And then the rest of these guys, I think these are like depth pieces, and they're solid depth pieces, future starters. Zach Zinter, he's a future starter. I love this tape in Michigan. Just his dual blocking ability, getting to the second level, very physical at the point of contact, man. So, Zinter is a good one that's going to be an eventual starter for this football team. And they dealt with a lot of injuries along the offensive line as well. So, bringing him in, and he could eventually start in the pinch. So he's ready to go. He's a plug-and-play guy ready to go. And then Jamari Thrash. This guy's one of my favorite receivers in the class. Love Jamari Thrash's game. I wasn't sure where he was going to go. I think fifth round. Was it fifth round? Kind of suits him, because he's not the biggest of guys. He got some good speed, but it's the route running for me, man. The feet, the at the top of the routes, how he's able to separate, it's impressive. I say he could get open in a phone booth, because just how great those feet are, man. So I really like him in this wide receiver room, because Amari Cooper is another guy who runs great routes. So I think he's going to fit in right there. Judy's a guy that runs great routes as well. So all these guys are route runners for Deshaun Watson. So, Thrash is another guy like Zinter that they can ease in. They don't need him to produce right away. But I think he's an excellent wide receiver, one of my favorite receivers in the draft. Bookie Watson, Drew's guy out of here from Mississippi State. We saw him at the Senior Bowl. His instincts, his ability to attack in the run game, gets to the sideline. He just smells it out really good, deciphers through the trash well. It's a passing game that needs more work with Nathaniel Watson, but he's another guy. He doesn't need to start right away. We could work him behind Jordan Hicks. Hicks is the older guy. You got JOK, the weak side linebacker. He does everything on that football team. That's a alert right there, baller alert. IDP, yeah, go get JOK on your IDP roster in fantasy football. He's gonna have a big season this year. So Watson could work his way behind Jordan Hicks. So, and then you got Miles Harden and also Briggs. I think these are guys that are Harden's probably a special teams guy because he's very has intensity. He's going to be like a nickel corner, but he's going to make his money on special teams if he makes the roster. And then Briggs, they double down. He's a sub 300 defensive tackle as well. So, but at the top of the class, I like it. It's a solid B, and like I said, they didn't have much need. So, getting guys that can help them year 2, year 3, year 4. I thought it was a good get for the Cleveland Browns.
What do the Browns have at tackle behind their starters?
Jedrick Willis and Conklin. They got Dawan Jones. Remember Dawan? Yeah, Dawan Jones. He started. That's the guy.
There you go.
He's going to be the eventual starter.
Yeah, it's going to come down to Deshaun Watson. It's going to come down to the health of this offensive line, I think, in terms of how far the Browns can go, right? The play of Watson, health of the offensive line, because as you mentioned, they're set everywhere. The biggest need, they addressed it. Even despite not having a first-round selection, love Michael Hall's game. Perfect for that 3 technique. Of course, when you're playing on a defensive line with next to Myles Garrett, that's going to create a ton of one-on-one opportunities, and his quickness, his pad level is going to give some of those interior offensive linemen difficulties. So, despite the fact that they did not have a full complement of selections, I thought the Browns did a good job here. You mentioned it, Headley, guys that we could see having a significant role in a year or two, right? Can ease them in, but certainly Michael Hall. He could be the final piece. He could be final piece to a very deep playoff run here in Cleveland. We go to the Dallas Cowboys, and I'll start with you, Drew. They made it a point to emphasize the trenches with their first 3 selections, and then they found some decent value here late in the draft as well. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think they did a decent job. I don't do grades, but this might be my first grade I can throw out there. Well, no, I gave a grade to the Browns. It was A.
Yeah, you did.
I did. Yeah. Let me stop lying. I probably gave about a B. I would say, but yeah. I mean, you talked about the Tyler Guyton pick there. That's a solid pick to get him going. He's probably that's probably plug and play and go. And Dallas has done a good job in terms of developing offensive linemen. So I think, his warts, I think they're going to be able to kind of get those corrected here in the first half of the season, training camp, and then the first half of the season. I think he'll be plug and play and ready to go at some point soon, early in the season. Then Marshawn Nealon, we talked about Dallas kind of adding pieces to this defensive line because, you got some aging guys, that you got to replace, guys who have already left that you got to replace. So Marshawn Nealon is a good get there, and Cooper Beebe there at the guard position again, going back to the well, getting that offensive line right, protecting Dak and being able to run the football. And then here in the third round, the second pick in the third round, went out and got Luafau. We knew the linebacker position was an issue with Van Der Esch. Was it Van Der Esch retiring? With the neck issue. So you had to go linebacker. You just kind of figured what linebacker it would be. They went with the more athletic profile linebacker of the 2 Notre Dame linebackers and Luafau. I think they got a type maybe that they want there at the second level. We got Kalen Carson, who's kind of the kind of a mystery in terms of, who are we getting? Are we getting the Kalen Carson that can cover down the field? Needs to get his head around, turn and locate the football, but physical. And if he can see the ball, he'll go up and attack it if he can get his head around. Or are we getting the injured passive Kalen Carson. I assume you're getting the better of the two, right? You're getting the former vet rather than the latter there. And then Ryan Flournoy, a wide receiver that we saw at the Senior Bowl, who I thought he had a good week at the Senior Bowl. And this is a solid pickup. Them losing Michael Gallup. This is a guy doesn't have to come in and be the hero, but a guy that can work into the offense there. And then Nathan Thomas, offensive tackle, going back to the well one more time, and then Justin Rogers there at the defensive tackle position. So I think Dallas did a solid job in terms of trying to cover their needs there. Maybe I would have went. You know what I was gonna say? Maybe I would have went corner a little sooner, but I mean, if they're getting to Kalen Carson, I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, I gave the Cowboys a B. I didn't really love their draft. I thought some of their biggest needs they didn't really address. I thought getting a interior defensive tackle that could penetrate, get to the quarterback. I thought that was needed on this football team. They didn't really grab one. Justin Rogers is more of a big nose tackle, could occupy two guys. So I wanted some more speed along the interior of that defensive line. I know they got Marshawn Nealon, and he has versatility as well. He could play the edge or inside. I like his upside a lot. Tyler Guyton, I think he's another upside pick also. I think he's a little raw at the tackle position. I like what he does in the run game, though. He's physical. He can get to the second level and get to guys there. So, and offensive line was one of their biggest needs. So had added him and Cooper Beebe, I thought they addressed the offensive tackle need. But as far as the defensive side of the football, I thought linebacker was a big eyesore for them last season. You got Lou Fowle. I think Lou Fowle is a solid football player. He's today's NFL. He could run. He's fast. He can cover. But other than that, on your football team, you better hope Eric Kendricks hold up because, if he gets hurt or he comes out of the lineup, he's an older guy. I think it's going to be an issue at the second level for Dallas also. And then you got Kalen Carson, corner. I thought that was a fifth round. At that point, I think that's a solid value with Kalen Carson. I do have my issues with him with business decisions. He's going to come up and tackle. Like, what Carson are we getting? But he has an upside, a lot of talent. So, the fifth round is a good spot for him. Flournoy, we saw him at the Senior Bowl. No nonsense route runner. He gets into his routes really quickly. He's like the opposite of your boy Javon Baker from UCF. UCF takes forever to get in his routes, but Flournoy gets there and he wins quickly. So, adding another wide receiver, I thought they could have added a receiver a little earlier as well. Because you got CeeDee Lamb, and after that, it's like Age and Brandon Cooks, that dealt with injuries as well. So, we'll see what that Cowboys receiving room looks like. So all in all, like I said, I give them a solid B. I thought they could have addressed some other needs earlier in the draft, but I'm not mad at the Guyton, Nealon, BB pick, man. I thought those three picks were really good for the Cowboys.
Yeah, James, I'm going to agree with you. I actually said at the beginning of this stream that BB was the best third-round selection. He was the best pick in my mind. I thought Dallas, they made a concerted effort to address the offensive line. I'm not going to argue with that. Nobody here on the panel is arguing with that. I think they did a good job, all things considered. The trade down in the first round to acquire some additional draft capital, I think that was significant. But I would have liked to see them work the board a little bit more, right? I like the Marshawn Nealon pick. I mentioned Cooper Beebe. Lou Fowle is fine, but I would prefer Lou Fowle and another player in the fourth. You understand what I'm saying? Then you're able to add a young back or another receiver, right? If you really want to. The Justin Rogers pick, it's a late seventh round pick, but it's significant because they need to be stronger at the point of attack. The interior defensive line, you mentioned the pass rush, Headley, but the run defense, bro. They were marshmallowy soft at times. Team was built to play with the lead. They were built to pin their ears back and get after the passer, right? You could run the football on this team. They had some injuries to some veterans and the younger guys, the backups, they just didn't hold up. Mozzie Smith, their first round pick a season ago, he's got to take a substantial step this year, right? In order to not just live up to the billing, but just to provide some continuity up front and some run defense, right? If you get anything out of the pass rush from him, that's a bonus in my mind because the run defense was that bad. It got exacerbated because they didn't have good linebacker play. So you're right. They didn't address every need, but I think they addressed their biggest need, which was a couple starting positions along the offensive line. And then, of course, I mentioned before, Dorrance Armstrong, Dante Fowler, they're now in Washington. You needed to replenish edge. I'm not sure how much longer your boy's going to play opposite Parsons. So Nealon is going to have a pretty significant role in year one, and he's probably going to be a starter as early as 2025. So It's solid. And like I said, they accomplish the mission of addressing the offensive line. They still have some work to do. You mentioned Kalen Carson, the value he represents in the fifth. I thought that was a solid selection too. I actually like that pick quite a bit because that actually allows you to potentially move Deron Bland back into the slot where I think he is best suited. So interesting draft. Not didn't address every need, but a decent effort here by the Dallas Cowboys. We move on to the Broncos. And of course, I expressed my feelings about the Bo Nix selection. I did not have Bo Nix as a first round caliber quarterback, although I had almost mocked Bo Nix exclusively to the Denver Broncos throughout the pre-draft process. So the fit makes a lot of sense, right? In terms of Sean Payton, he gets an experienced quarterback, a football junkie, a legitimate football junkie. So perhaps Nix is able to put it all together. I just think he doesn't have the upside that these other first round selections have. Jonah Ellis on day 2. I think you've mentioned it before, Headley. You like the young pass rushers here in Denver, but an embarrassment of riches. I'll take it. The value obviously makes a ton of sense here in the third round. And you let him stand up and hunt the quarterback. Troy Franklin comes at value here in the fourth round, right? So, they've been talks about Courtland Sutton. I figure Courtland Sutton will be in place. Then Marvin Mims. And then after that, you don't really have a whole lot of, Tim Patrick has dealt with a couple of season-ending injuries the last couple of seasons. So I'm not sure what you're going to get out of him. Troy Franklin in day 3 is probably their best pick. He and Chris Abrams-Drain, right? Another guy that you guys locked a lot. You like that corner out of Missouri quite a bit. We're looking for that mainstay opposite Patrick Surtain. I know they have Damari Mathis. They have a couple other players there, but I'm not sure if Drain plays on the boundary. Maybe they're comfortable with him there being a little bit smaller, but I think he could hold up at nickel as well. Sean Payton's a big fan of Audrey Estime, so I imagine he and Williams will share that backfield. And then you got Vele and Garigulo out of South Carolina. So interesting group here. What was the grade you gave for this group here, Headley?
I gave him a B. It could have been a lot worse. I think they saved their draft, drafting Jonah Ellis, Troy Franklin, Abrams-Drain, Estime. I thought those guys came at good value. It's the Bo Nix for me, and not having that second round pick. I thought they probably could have traded down, but you got to secure your quarterback. I get it, but I don't think teams. Look where Spencer Rattler went. I had Spencer Rattler and Bo Nix at similar grades, and he went 4th round. So who knows, man? I know they didn't want to take a chance on it, but to me, if you miss on Bo Nix, go grab Spencer Rattler. So getting him at 12, I thought that was kind of a reach. Might have been the biggest reach in the first round for me because I had Bo Nix more of a second round guy. I love his athleticism. I love his accuracy. But like I said, like these other quarterbacks, I think raise the level of play around him. I don't think Bo Nix is that type of quarterback. More of a point guard. You got to get the weapons, get this ball out of his hands quickly. Even though he has to throw a really good deep ball, I just thought he checked it down a little bit too much in that Oregon offense, man. So he has that check down thing about him. Don't want to take risks down the field. So we'll see, man. I think Sean Payton looks at him and say, this could be how a Drew Brees type of quarterback. So we'll see what Sean Payton does with Bo Nix. But I thought they could have traded down, maybe got some additional picks and still selected Bo Nix. But quarterback position is the quarterback position at the end of the day, and they didn't want to take any chances with it. But like I said, Jonah Ellis, nice edge rusher to add to those other edge rushers on that football field. The spin move from Jonah Ellis, top of the class, man. He's just motor, always running, always getting upfield. Like he's a guy that's going to bring the juice on the edge for the Denver Broncos. Troy Franklin, he fell down the draft a little bit to day 3 in the 4th round. I thought teams maybe would turn off a little bit with the physicality and the release of Troy Franklin, but he's one of those receivers. If he's even, he's leaving, man. He could stretch the defense, opening up the middle of the field for the other guys on the football field, Mims or Courtland Sutton. And then we got Chris Abrams-Drain. I know the size is limited for Abrams-Drain, but the ball skills is amazing. We talked about having them have another corner opposite Patrick Surtain. I think Chris Abrams-Drain could fill that role because I like their nickel, McMillan, the nickel for Denver. I think he stays into the slot, and I think they play Abrams-Drain outside. And then Estime, the big running back from Notre Dame, physical. And once he gets to the second level, he has the speed to get to the end zone. You got Bele from Utah. This is a guy I kept on seeing on tape for Utah. Tall wide receiver, could win above the rim. You know, I'm not sure how fast he is, but you know, I thought he competed at the catch point really well for Utah. And then the last pick, the center, I think he offers versatility. Played all three positions, offensive line positions at Louisiana. So I mean, at South Carolina. So you know, late round pick. You know, get a guy that could play three positions and see, you know, if he makes the roster or not. But all in all, I gave it a B. And it's because of at the top with Bo Nix, man. I thought they could have probably traded down and get more additional picks and still get Bo Nix.
Yeah, that's always the thing, right? Is can they trade down? You got to have that partner wanting to trade up. I'm not sure. I can't remember what exactly was. I mean, Latu was there for teams to take. Maybe they could have made a deal with the Colts. You know, Monday morning quarterbacking this thing right after the fact. But
you got teams that wanted to move up for Bowers.
Yeah,
I think Latu was part of it, but I get what you're saying. Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
hindsight's 2020. Yep.
Right. But they win. They got their guy. You know, Bo Nix. The biggest thing you can say about him is that he was efficient. And if you protected him, he was going to get the ball to the weapons. Maybe not down the field, but at least throw it to an open guy to get to get the ball out of his hands. And in this Sean Payton scheme, I think that's what he's looking for, is to be efficient, don't make mistakes, and you know, follow the play. Whatever the play is called, that's what we're going with. I don't need all the extra. Although I think Bo Nix can give you that at times. But again, like Headley was saying, he's a conservative guy, and I think that's why what attracted him to Sean Payton. So, you know, he got the guy that's going to fit that system. Talked about Jonah Ellis with the spin move, with the nice hands, setting up offensive linemen, keep some boys off balance. Troy Franklin, you pair Troy Franklin and Bo Nix, you know, then boys Oregon connection. So you have that there. Receiver position gives you the juice, you know, on the outside or in the slot there. This one team, you know, their biggest need was quarterback and cornerback. And I think they, you know, solved those issues with the cornerback position there with Chris Abrams drain, hangs in the hip pocket, attacks the football. Like I was saying, in terms of the ball skills, and then Estime is change of pace back. You know, if you don't get on him soon, he's going to be hard to tackle and take down. He's kind of that change of pace back there for Denver. And then you talk about Vele. Yeah, he popped up. He was supposed to be like a big time guy for Utah, and it's just unfortunate that he played for a team that didn't really throw the football all that much. Quarterback got hurt, stay hurt over there in Cam Rising. You know, and so I think he might have missed his opportunity. Probably should have transferred. Just, you know, but sometimes guys get comfortable where they're at. And then, you know, they got Garigolo, is how you say it, the center for South Carolina, for some depth there in the 7th round.
I think with the Bo Nix situation, Sean Payton, you mentioned perhaps maybe a little on the conservative side that would attracted him to Sean Payton. I don't think that was it. I think it was the football character. I think it was a football character, right? I think the transition from Auburn to Oregon, you have to give Bo Nix credit for his development from that perspective. Again, I'm not a huge fan of it. I think, to your point, Headley, you could have traded down, still got Bo Nix, added some additional draft capital. This team needs more talent in general, right? But it worked out this way. Sean Payton was a fan of Bo Nix. You know, when we were at the Senior Bowl, they were doing the opening press conferences, and Bo Nix was among the players that were, you know, on the podium and speaking. And he was asked, you know, what do you want NFL teams, you know, scouts, front offices, what do you want them to know about you? I'm a football junkie, right? So I was reading a story, and apparently during a visit with the Broncos or what have you, Bo Nix had a backpack. You understand what I'm saying? And I believe Peyton asked him what was in the backpack, and he said, I got my cleats, I got tape, I got a notepad to take notes. You know what I'm saying? Everything was football related. It was all football. You understand what I'm saying? I think that's part of what drew Sean Payton to Bo Nix. The fact that, you know, he was a field general, right? He made all the checks reportedly out of Oregon, and then he was efficient. He was very efficient. Now, it has to be good around him now. It must be good around him, which is what I question here in Denver. They're going to need to build that thing up some more. But certainly, to me, it was the football character that ultimately sold Sean Payton on Bo Nix. All right. The Detroit Lions, fearfully confident. The Lions, listen, this seems very much like a Lions draft, right? You know, when you talk about the temperament and culture, this seems to be their approach. And you know, that second, fourth round selection. Well, the first one was obviously a bit of a surprise. We weren't necessarily familiar with Giovanni Manu, but Sion Vaki, they're viewing him as a playmaker on the offensive side of the ball, kick return game, right? With the new rule changes, I think that's going to be more significant. So, Drew, your thoughts on this draft class here for the Lions?
You said it. I want to make sure I'm not on mute. You said it in terms of a Lions draft, man. The top two picks they got here in Terrion Arnold and Enos Rakestraw kind of speaks to what they were looking for, right? This is a team that went into this draft saying, hey, we want to make sure before we go into this draft that we're shored up at our glaring needs, right, in trading for Carlton Davis, but still saying, hey, we're going to go back to the well and make sure this will not be an eyesore for us in terms of when we go to play this offseason, especially in the playoffs where we can't get exploited. And they went out and they got, you know, in some cases the top corner, in some cases at least the top three corner in Terrion Arnold, him playing the zone, the man. I think Detroit plays a good healthy between the two, right? And then you got Enos Rakestraw, who is more of a little bit more physical, a little bit more. I'm gonna hang with you all the way down the field. I'm gonna be in your ear. Arnold has that in him as well, so it speaks to the mentality of what they're looking for, at least the cornerback position. That's probably all over every position that they have. And then we talked about, you know, if Detroit is going to draft an offensive line, we thought it would be interior, right? And I don't know. They have Giovanni, is it Menu playing off? This it's looking like he's going to play tackle. Not that that's not a position they, you know, can always need tackles and guards, offensive linemen in general. But this is a guy who's aggressive, explosive, but that can get him in trouble when you're a little too aggressive. Hands and feet don't match, so you know he's got some work to do there. And then you go and you get Sion Vaki. Is he really playing running back? Is that what we're saying? Or is
they got him by running back on the depth chart.
Okay, all right. So I'm not sure what the, you know, I mean, if that's that he can play that position. Obviously, he was working out at safety over there at the Senior Bowl. So I'm not sure exactly how they see him, but if he can play the running back position, he can play both sides of the ball. It's interesting to see how they what they do with him there. And then Mekhi Wingo, talked about him earlier in terms of his ability, and you know they probably need more of an edge guy when it comes to defensive line, but you know you can never have too many defensive linemen in general. So they went tackle there, and then Christian Mahogany, and then we found out what was it? It was a red flag, and it was medicals. Not sure what the medicals were, but it had something to do with his. I forget what it was. Did we find out what it was on day 3?
But he dealt with injury. Remember he was out for
he was injured
2022 season, and he came back in 2023 from an injury. So maybe a red flag showed up. I'm not sure what the medical said on him, but I know he was hurt the whole 2022 season for Boston College.
So yeah, so I'm not. Yeah, I would like to know what that red flag is for. I think he found out on day 3. I just can't remember what it was. Maybe that wasn't him, but yeah, I mean he fell off a cliff, and they said, hey, we're just gonna take that value and see what happens, because interior was what they needed there, and they got a solid player there, and they don't have to throw this guy in right away. Maybe we can get him healthy, and I think he lost some weight. I can't remember, man. I gotta look it up. I gotta figure it out.
Yeah, I believe he did. I believe he lost some weight. Also,
yeah.
But
that might have been part of his issue.
I think it was some great value in the 6th round for the Lions. Mekhi Wingo, like we mentioned him earlier, this guy penetrates. He gets after the quarterback. Quick twitch guy in the interior. I thought they needed a guy. They got DJ Reader. I think he's more, you know, run stuffer. So you know, I like Wingo. Hopefully, he gets some reps in there, because they need a guy to penetrate up the middle. And he never comes off the football field for LSU. He dealt with some injuries as well, but you know, I like Wingo as a player, and Mahogany. And like you said, these guys that got hurt, they kind of fall down the draft class, and they could become excellent values there. So I like that. But what I really love is the top 2 picks for Detroit. I love the idea of them doubling down. And these guys are both physical. It fits the Dan Campbell mindset. You got Arnold, who I had as cornerback 1, just his versatility inside and out, always in the hip pocket, very physical, come up and tackle. And then you got Rakestraw, another guy that's physical that can come up and tackle. I think Ray Shaw could play the slot for this football team. Now you got Carlton Davis and Arnold on the outside, and then you got Ray Shaw to come in there and be the slot corner, put hands on slot receivers, beat them up, come up and tackle. Very physical. I thought Ray Shaw was a top 5 corner in the class. I eventually moved him down because of the size and the speed, but man, on tape, man, just the hips, the fluidity to turn and run, it's impressive, man. So I'm a big fan of Ray Shaw and Arnold at the top. And then the offensive lineman, Manu, this guy is listed at 6'8", 350. He's a physical freak out there on a football field. He's kind of like the Keyron from Yale, the developmental tackle prospect that maybe could come in year 2, year 3, year 4. If he develops, he's going to be a load to deal with because no one's really going through him because of his power profile and his length, man. He could get to guys at the edge as well. So, he's a guy, it's a developmental prospect. But, I like it there for Detroit. And then last, we got Sion Vaki. He's listed as running back in the depth chart right now. He plays safety. In Utah, he played both sides of the football. Man, as a running back, this guy, those Texas routes, those choice routes, man, he was impressive, man. He got him the ball in space as a catcher out of the backfield. And, he's a high-intensity, aggressive football player. So if you look through this whole draft class, it's high motor, high-intensity, physical football players all through this class, man. So, yeah, it fits the DNA of the Detroit Lions. And I gave them a solid B+, man. They didn't have as many picks. They only had 6 picks in this draft, but I thought it was solid from day 1 all the way to day 3. That's you in the back. Is that Juice in the back or that's you?
No, that's Juice. I had it pulled up though if he weren't ready. But so the Packers in the first round went Jordan Morgan, and they have him listed as an offensive lineman. So I guess they're going to figure that out, whether he's going to play guard or tackle. I'm not sure what it says. You know what it says on the depth chart? What they're saying?
I think they got him at guard.
Okay, yeah, that's probably his home. But again, if you want to try him out that tackle, that's fine. Thought that was a solid pick for them. I think it was a solid pick. I probably would have went elsewhere, but they kind of made up for it in the second round by
they moved Morgan. I saw him at guard initially, but now this depth chart saying tackle. So
tackle.
Yeah, right, I'm not sure.
So okay, so. And that's the way to do it. Work him out at tackle and then move him inside if it's not working out there, right? Because you know the issues that we had with Morgan. And then Edgerrin Cooper, they kind of made up for the pick, really getting Edgerrin Cooper and Javon Bullard in the second round, back-to-back there. Cooper and linebacker being a position that these boys needed in the worst way, which I didn't realize that till Wednesday, day before the draft, how bad the boys needed a linebacker. And so you pair him up with who's the other linebacker?
Quay Walker.
Quay Walker, yeah. Pair him up with Quay Walker, so you got some guys who can move, make things happen, coming downhill. Edgerrin Cooper, though, is the total package in terms of run and pass. And then you got Javon Bullard there at the safety position. Can play I think he play back as well as come up, play the nickel position, or just come downhill and be that extra defender in the box. I think he played that well. And then you got Marshawn Lloyd because they lost Aaron Jones. And so you go, I know they got Josh Jacobs, but you got Marshawn Lloyd, who I think is a do-it-all running back. I wouldn't be surprised if some people had him as their top running back. I think somebody did. I think it might have been Bucky or somebody like that. Have Marshawn Lloyd as their top running back because of his skill set.
It was DJ.
It was DJ. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
With his ability to catch the ball at the backfield, his ability to block, his ability to make people miss. He can get him out in the space. Good patience and all that. And then they went back to the well at the linebacker position and got Tyron Hopper. This is a guy who I think that they're not going to throw out there day one, but he's definitely going to challenge Quay Walker at that position because this is a guy who is a playmaker and just seems to find the football. He's got a nose for it. You got Evan Williams, safety. This was probably always going to be their a safety that was going to get drafted by the Packers. Another guy can come down. He lives in the short to intermediate game. I know Oregon at times used him as a guy who can play the single high safety, but that's not where he needs to live. Doesn't necessarily have the movement ability to do that or the range to do that. But that short to intermediate game, he plays that very well, covering tight ends. It's kind of taking those guys away or at least smothering them to make the quarterback go elsewhere, fitting in them passing lanes. Jacob Monk, center out of Duke, who has good power, but he he has power, but it looks like he may struggle with length out there. Good mover, but a solid pick there in the 5th round. And then they went back to the safety position and got Kaiton Oladapo, who was out there at the Senior Bowl. I think he has tremendous range, especially coming downhill. I think he's long, and he can kind of hang out in those zones and make throws difficult for the quarterback to make a decision, maybe have them holding on the ball a little bit longer than they want to. Then they went back. Let me see here. Yeah, they went back to the offensive line and Travis Glover, who from Georgia State, who looks to be a true offensive tackle. So if Morgan don't work out, maybe they kick him out there, or just at least a swing tackle there. Michael Pratt went there in the 7th round out of Tulane. And then look who got drafted. Kalen King. Would have never seen it with the Packers. But cornerback also was a position of need, and they went and they got them a Kalen King, man. See how that works out.
No pressure. Share your screen on the draft class.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
So they could see it. I don't know. They want to look at our faces.
Man, you should have told me, bro. I would have stopped talking.
I'll let you do your thing, man. The Packers draft class. The more I'm looking at this draft class, I'm starting to like it more and more. At first I was like, it was a pretty decent draft class, but man, they got solid players, man. You got a Jordan Morgan, has a versatility to play tackle or guard. You got the shorter arms, but I think he moves really well. I think he fits this zone scheme really well, this Packers zone scheme, this Matt LaFleur offense. So he's a good fit right there. Offensive line was a need. So I'm not sure if they can play guard or tackle. Someone told me Rasheed Walker was him, so I'm thinking maybe Morgan maybe slide as a guard on the interior for Green Bay and leave Walker outside to tackle. Edgerrin Cooper, this was our linebacker 1. This guy he can do it all, man. He's an all-around linebacker. You can rush him off the edge. He's well in the run game. He does well in the pass game. It's not much weaknesses to Edgerrin Cooper's game. So, Green Bay, they really did work in their back 7. They drafted Edgerrin Cooper, Tyrone Hopper, the linebacker position. Then they drafted 3 safeties, Javon Bullard, Evan Williams, Keaton Oladipo, and they drafted Kalen King, another guy in the secondary. But the safeties is what really stands out. You brought in Xavier McKinney in the offseason, and then you went and got Bullard. A lot of teams are implementing more 3 safety looks. You got a safety that could come over and guard the slot. I think, Javon Bullard could do that. I think Oladipo could do that. I think they're interchangeable in that nature. You got safety just in the box. I think Evan Williams is a safety in the box. I think Bullard could play actually deep down the field as well. So these guys has versatilities to kind of be interchangeable. With Bullard, I just love the intensity that he plays in. He's not the biggest, but he plays with a lot of heart. He'll come up and hit. I like him breaking on the football. He's very fast, man. He gets his hands on the football. He undercuts a lot of passes. So, I really like Bullard's game. Oladipo is a guy that has the size and the speed. He's a size-speed combo guy. I think he could guard tight ends out of the back in their routes. And I think he could develop. And Evan Williams is a tight end that's always around the football. He seems like he's always in the right place at the right time. So very instinctive, very smart football player. And then Hopper, another instinct as well. So this draft class to me has a lot of instinctive football players, a lot of smart football players as well. I really like it. And then Marshawn Lloyd. I didn't talk about Marshawn Lloyd in the 3rd round there. I thought, Josh Jacobs, how the running back position is, man. It's attrition. Guys get older, and then once they get to a certain age. So Jacobs, could be there for maybe 2 years. And I think Marshawn Lloyd is the heir apparent. I think, I love his ability. I thought he put it all together this last season at USC. He had more patience. At first I thought he was a runner that just kind of was bounce happy, get to the outside. But, this last season at USC, I saw more patience through the line. And then when he gets in the open field, it's really no wasted movements with this guy. He's a deliberate runner, and he's looking for the next defender to set up. So, some of these running backs have that innate ability to make the first guy miss, but also make the second guy miss also. So, Marshall Law, I love the pace that he runs with. He's never really in a hurry, kind of waits till the hole opens up. He has good stop-start ability. He's a downhill slashing type running back. And he has low mileage. He battled some injuries at South Carolina before transferring to USC. So, I like Marshawn Lloyd a lot. He's one of the top 3 running backs in the class to me. His all-around versatility. And, Jacobs, I like him also. So you got a good 1-2 punch. And then when Jacobs, gets a little older, he could be the bell cow, man. So I really like him as for the Green Bay Packers. So at first I wanted to give them like a B, but I got to up the grade, man. I like these. There's a lot of good football players in this draft class, so I'll give them a B+.
Yeah, I like it. I like the adjustment. I know Jacob appreciate that. Good looking out. All right, man. Next up, we got the Houston Texans. Tell me how you feel about this draft class here.
Houston Texans, man. Let me look at it before I say what I want to say, man. Because they got the worst grade for me. I give them a B-. I don't like to give teams under a B- because you just never know how a draft class is going to pan out a couple of years down the line. But I didn't give him a good grade, man. I gave him a B-. At the top, you got Kamar Lassiter in the second round. I actually like that pick for them. I think he has first round talent. Just that the 40 time kind of brought his draft value down. But excellent click and close ability, very physical, will come up and tackle as well. In the short to intermediate game, he's a beast. It's just deeper down the field, kind of where he struggles with. But I like the fit in this Houston Texans defense. They run a lot of zone principles over there. So I like Lassiter in zone. Blake Fisher at the end of the second round. I think this guy, he's a developmental guy. I like the size, the physicality he plays with in the run game. It's just I don't think he's a plug and play guy day one to come in and start. And I don't think Houston needs him to do that. You got Lermy Tunsil and the depth chart has Blake Fisher starting at right tackle. I thought Titus Howard would be in, but I think they might be pushing him inside based on his depth chart. So we'll see about Blake Fisher. There's some things technically that he needs to fix before I'll throw him out there. So I don't really see him as a day one starter, but who knows, man? Maybe he could do it. You got Kalen Bullock. I think this guy's one of the best cover safeties in the class, but we all know what he does as a tackler. He's not really trying to tackle. It was bad. Right. That Utah tape was really bad in that game in 2022, and then in 2023, I don't really think he improved. He just doesn't want to make contact. He doesn't want to do the physical parts of the football on the football field. But as a guy up top and coming down and triggering and reading the football and getting his hands on the football, he's excellent there. So I think that's probably the role that they're probably going to play him as a free safety, because I like Jalen Petrie more coming down in the box, being like, cover the slot, be that extra linebacker. So I think it frees up Petrie to have a guy like Kalen Bullock and his range and deeper on the football field. So I do like the fit there. Just the player, he needs to come up and tackle a little better. And then you got Cade Stover, tight end. I think he gives you some depth. I think he does a lot of things really well. I don't think he has like one trait that is like really excellent. Maybe after the catch ability, he's pretty good there. But he's just pretty good at all across the board. And then you got my guy. I like Juwan Jordan, the running back. I thought he was, Garendo got a lot of pre-draft hype because of the size-speed combination. But I like Jordan. I like his instincts at the running back position. He just sees it really well. He got pretty good vision, and I like how he works in between the tackle as well. Solomon Bird's a sleeper in his class. The edge rusher from USC. Then Ladarius Henderson. He played tackle for Michigan. And, those guys had a lot of talent on the offensive line position. I think he might be a guard at the next level, maybe. We'll see about Ladarius Henderson, but I know he comes from a good program. And I think a lot of these Michigan guys are going to be better pros than they were in college.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it. The one need I think that we can talk about the Texans is probably interior defensive tackle, actually a 3 technique. Not sure if Bird gives you that. I know he's an edge, so no, he doesn't give you that. So that was probably the one concern that I would want to, and corner was probably the other. I mean, I guess they got that with Kamari Lassiter there. And then I guess the thought process is putting Blake Fisher out there at right tackle and then kicking Titus Howard in there at left guard. And that I guess benches Kenyon Green. I guess they're trying to get their best 5 on the field. So I guess that's the thought process. We'll see how that plays out in training camp. We talked about Kalen Bullock. He's got the range that you want from the safety position, but can't tackle. But I guess maybe you don't need to worry about that if that's Jalen Petrie out there that's doing that work for you in terms of playing, getting in the box and handling all that. So if that's the goal, that's fine. But if a running back makes it to that second level, or it's a Deebo Samuels out there that catches the pass, and it's Kalen Bullock and him, is probably night, right? Cade Stover, you talked about him in terms of his ability to get down the seam, catch those passes, quick, fast, and in a hurry. He's not the prototypical tight end that you want blocking. He can do enough, I would say, but you don't want to have him doing that on a consistent basis. Not really familiar with Jamal Hill out there from Oregon in terms of the linebacker position. You talked about Jordan from the running back position, and Marcus Harris from Auburn was out there at the Senior Bowl. He didn't really make any noise. He kind of held his own in terms of the running game, held up fairly nicely there. I think he lacks the pass rushing ability. I guess that would be your defensive tackle that you needed there. I was looking more for a 3 technique. I don't necessarily think he's got a little burst, but he's got to work on if that doesn't work, what's the next move, or just working on moves in succession. So I think that may be something he's got to work on there. So we'll see how that works out for him. But next up, we got the Indianapolis Colts, as I like to call them. And these boys, will we say they got the steal of the draft? I don't know if we want to say that, but I guess they got the number 1 defensive player. I know that Chris Ballard said they got the number 1 pass rusher. To me, they got the number 1 defensive player in Latu. Outstanding hands, something that they need to come off the edge there. Kwity Paye, I don't know if that's working out or he's developing as fast as they want him to, but Latu's going to hit the ground running coming off of that edge, point blank, period. Then they went and they got Adonai Mitchell in the second round, which they got. Didn't they get 2? They got Gold as well. I'll make sure they get any more receivers. Yeah, and they got Anthony Gold. So they got some different elements in terms of their pass game, in terms of their targets for Anthony Richardson. So there's no excuse for him in terms of his weapons. Not that they were bad last year, just I think they've improved in that area of the pass game. And then they went and got Matt Gonsalves. I said it right. Mm-hmm. Offensive tackle. Let me look at the roster. I thought the need was interior, but maybe I'm off in terms of their tackle position. Let's take a peek here. It's not bad. I see they got Tanner Bortolini. They got him actually at guard and not center. So that's interesting. I think he's a center through and through, but I guess we'll find out how that works out and how they see him there. And then they went back-to-back safeties, Missouri's. I think this is one of Juice's guys, Jalen Carlisle's. I don't know if I'm saying that right. And then another Jalen Simpson. So the guy from Missouri, guy from Auburn. And then let's see here, they got Micah Abram, cornerback out of Marshall. I think that's another one of Juice's guys. I think secretly Juice went to Marshall at some point in his college career, bro. And then they went out and they got Jonah Leolu. I don't know if I said that right, but we're gonna go with it at the defensive tackle position. How you feel about this Colts draft?
Colts. Let me see what I graded them out as. I gave them Indianapolis. I give them a B+. I like the draft class. Like you said at the top, they went Latu. This is a guy that we've been talking about for the last 2 years. We thought he was the best edge in the class, actually the best defender. We had him as the best defensive player in the class, and he was the first defensive player picked. So the Colts saw it similar to how we saw it. The hand technique, the way that he wins around the edge. I think he has power. I think he can drop back in coverage. I think he's pretty complete. The biggest thing with him was the medicals. He checked those boxes, man, and he's going to be a pass rushing demon at the next level. I don't think guys are going to be able to block him. He comes in with like a 5-6 year pro already. Just talking about his technique with his hands and how he wins. He sets up moves. He got moves on top of moves. So, I really love him as a pass rusher here for the Indianapolis Colts. And I think that's a position where they never had that. They had the guys on the interior like Buckner to penetrate, but the edge has been kind of lackluster for the Colts. So I think they get a good one here in Latu. Then they get another steal in the second round, Adonai Mitchell. This guy was a first-round talent for me. But we know the issues with the blood sugar, the diabetes, the temperament, the character issues. There's a lot of red flags on Adonai Mitchell, so that's why he fell into the second round. But man, the route running at his size, the top of his routes, how he can separate, it's special, man. He can stretch the field, got that 4.3 speed, he can win above the rim. He got everything you want from a wide receiver. So hopefully he could, just hit the ground running. Don't get too distracted. in this Colts offense, because this offense is probably going to go through Jonathan Taylor. So Adonai Mitchell, you got to just be cool, bro. Be cool. We got Jonathan Taylor on the football team. You got your boy from USC. What's the receiver from USC? I'm drawing a blank right now. And then Josh Downs.
Michael Pittman.
Your boy, man, Michael Pittman. Michael Pittman Jr. just gave him a deal. So you got those 3 receivers right there. I love the weapons around Anthony Richardson. And then you got Jonathan Taylor in the backfield. So I think the offense is ready to go. The offensive line got to stay healthy. So you draft a Matt Gonsalves. He missed a lot of games. I think he's kind of out of sight, out of mind. I think he got hurt. I think he played like 3 games last season. But the tape is good. He got the shorter arm, so people might think he can move inside. But I like his tackle tape, man. The mirror match ability as well. I love how he uses his hands and feet in conjunction. So he can start off as a swing tackle. But if you deal with some injuries on the offensive line, I think he can come in and start. You got Bordellini, Tanner, very athletic guy. Like I said, I think he's a center as well. They have him as a guard on the depth chart, but really good movement ability. So the offensive line, that was a position of need for the Colts, and I thought they got 2 good ones in Gonsalves and Bordellini. And then Anthony Gold, this guy's a speed wide receiver. He can stretch the field. So your boy, what's your boy name? The other wide receiver on the team, name escape.
Yeah, I know you're talking about
your boy.
From was it Louisville? I forget.
Pierce.
Yeah,
Alec Pierce. So we'll see what role him and Gold. I think Pierce is bigger than Gold. He could win above the rim. I think both of the guys are field stretchers. I think Downs, Adonai Mitchell, and Pittman. Those are your starting 3 receivers. And then Carlisle. Carlisle is a big safety. I think he's 6'3", 227, 4.5 speed. He plays with physicality, has some good ball skills as well. I think he had 9 interceptions over the last 3 seasons. But I think his hips are a little stiff. So route runners and things of that nature, I think they could beat him. But excellent upside prospect. I like his upside there. Jalen Simpson, he's another guy. This depth chart's a little funky because they got Simpson as a corner on their depth chart. I don't think he's an outside corner. I think he's more of one of those safety nickel hybrids, slot corners. So that's why I see his role at the next level. So all in all, man, I give the class a B+. I think Latu and Mitchell at the top of the class is outstanding. I think those 2 guys are some of the top. I think Adonai, like I said, I had him at wide receiver 4. I thought he was like a top 25 player in this class based on the tape. And then Latu I had as a top defensive player. So those 2 guys, I think, are immediate impact players.
Immediate impact players. All right. Next up, we got the Jacksonville Jaguars, man. Is this where it went off the rails?
Yeah, I didn't like a couple of their picks, but I think I gave them a higher grade than the Houston Texans. No, I actually gave them the same grade. It's another B-. Another B-. Yeah, I wasn't in love with this class. They traded down from 17, got additional picks. I did like to trade down and get Brian Thomas Jr. I think this is the guy that they coveted all along. I think that's who they wanted on the football team. I thought cornerback was a position they could have got a little earlier. They waited to the 3rd round to get a cornerback, Jarian Jones. And I look at Jarian Jones as more of a nickel corner. I like his length. I like his athleticism, his man coverage skill. He can come up and tackle as well. But I think they needed a boundary corner. Looking at the depth chart, that's something I know coming into the draft. I was like, these guys got to attack corner early in this draft. When they drafted Brian Thomas, I wasn't, that mad because, they also needed a wide receiver. I think receiver and corner were the 2 biggest needs. But, yeah, I think they still issues at the cornerback room, especially on the outside. Right now you got Ronald Darby and Tyson Campbell as your 2 starting corners. I think Darby's best football might be behind him a little bit. So, not getting the corner earlier, drafted Mason Smith in the 2nd round. I see what they enticed about Mason Smith. He's big, he's strong, he's physical. When he uses his hands, he looks really well, but it's just so inconsistent, man. His game is very inconsistent. So, that 2nd round pick, I'm not in love with it. Maybe Jacksonville could use him, better than LSU did. But, yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the 2nd round pick in Mason Smith. Javon Foster in the 4th round. I like his upside a little bit. I think I had him as my 15th ranked tackle. He just technique-wise, he's another guy where technically he got to get a lot better. He just always seems off balance. Like he doesn't know where to be. his awareness is a little bit off sometimes, but he was a highly recruited guy. Him and Mason Smith were highly recruited guys coming into college. So maybe they feel like, once we get our hands on him with coaching, that we could fix those two guys. So,
they actually have him at guard.
Javon Foster moving him inside?
Yeah, right guard is where they have him.
Okay, he might be a better guard. He might be a better guard out there. Might fix some of those balance and movement issues. So, yeah, that's decent, man. But all in all, I'm looking through this draft class, and the only real guy I love, Miles Cole late, that's a high upside pick right there. Has a lot of traits.
Length.
That Sparky guy, length and everything. He reminds me of Tyree Wilson. He's like a poor man's Tyree Wilson from Texas Tech, man. They got a type over there in Texas Tech, the type of edges they like, man. But all in all, man, Brian Thomas and Jarian Jones are probably my two favorite picks for these guys, man. I thought they could have did a little better addressing corner earlier, but I gave him a B- grade.
Yeah, and I heard you was talking about Keelan Robinson on day 3. It's probably going to be the return guy. I think I talked about this a couple times in terms of trying to find those guys that you may get an extra running back, cornerback, receiver drafted because of the return game. It's not going to be just a kind of a wasted play. I think somebody in the chat put it on day 3 talking about it's an extra 1,000 snaps for the year that are going to be accounted for now. With the rule change. So you have that element in Keelan Robinson there. Maybe return a couple of balls down the field. Talked about I'm going up to down here. I'm just trying to cherry picking here. Miles Cole, Texas Tech. I figured I probably thought he would go 6th, 7th round. So that's probably about right for him. Just see if you can catch lightning in the bottle. See if you can round that thing out in terms of his traits, right? And then Jordan Jefferson and Mason Smith and Mekhi Wingo as well, the LSU defensive line, just had a real big issue in terms of those guys using their hands. Didn't matter really who it was. I think Jordan Jefferson got some power. I think him and Mason Smith, both those guys have some power, but they got to use their hands, man. And they Jordan Jefferson, he did at the Senior Bowl. Just got to work on being able to essentially stack and shed, or being able to engage and disengage when it needs to take place versus kind of after the fact. He is very physical and feisty guy. I think he threw somebody's helmet. One of the practices, you talked about Javon Foster, that we're going to kick him inside, which is maybe I never really thought of him as a guard, but maybe like you were saying in terms of his issues, less thinking, more just getting out there attacking, clean him up, make him a starter much quicker than if he was playing tackle, because it looks like there's a lot of thinking going on out there. And he talked about Jarian Jones and Mason Smith and Brian Thomas Jr. So I think they did a decent job, but I think there's some things they could have done better in terms of reaching for guys. I think Mason Smith is one of the biggest reaches in this draft because I don't think that guy was going to go in the 2nd round. I never saw it. But them boys got intel that I don't, so I guess we'll go with it. All right, man. This is one of my top draft classes in the Kansas City Chiefs. Of course, they're awarded Xavier Worthy by the Buffalo Bills. I guess they just packaged him up, and they put him under the Christmas tree, bro. But they ain't even box him up. They ain't put no bow on him. They just say, hey, he's right there for you guys. With what the Bills, what the Chiefs gave up. It's just bad, bro. Just bad. This is the Tyreek Hill replacement. Not necessarily plays the same way Tyreek Hill does, but has the speed and has that effectiveness in terms of to force the defense to have to respect that speed. So they have that element back in their offense. You got Kingsley from BYU. Going to play that tackle position for the Chiefs there. That was a need. So they filled a wide receiver need. Although Worthy may drop a pass or two, that's more about concentration drops than anything else. And then Kingsley out there at the tackle position. And then they may have found the replacement that is Jared Wiley, tight end out of TCU. Not necessarily he has good size, but he's not that type of tight end in terms of blocking in that inline, but he's a guy who gets out very quickly. He's a guy who uses his body well if the DB, safety, whomever his linebacker wants to get physical with him, he'll use that against him to create that separation. Has some range in terms of that catch radius, that you want from the position. So maybe we'll see him maybe take over that Kelsey role at some point. And then they turn around and they got Jaden Hicks, bro. What was that? That was safety 3 for you? Safety 3 for you? Safety 4 for you?
I kind of moved him down. I think he ended up being was he safety 4 or 5?
Safety 4. I know he's in the top 5.
Gazine up there, and then
that's right.
I had Tyler Newbin ahead of him. So yeah, he was 4 or 5, man. Very enticing prospect.
Yeah, super instinctual, great at coming downhill, ciphering through the BS that is screen passes, and kind of cutting through the garbage and making plays down the field. Could play a little free as well. Then they went out there and they got Hunter Norzad, who I think this guy was probably going to be a 7th round pick until you kind of got into the tape and started to watch what he can do out there at the center position. And I don't know, he can't be playing center for them because they have Creed Humphrey there.
That piece anyways. He's not going to start right away, so they can develop him.
He
can play guard or center.
Him and CJ Hansen. Got Hansen at right guard and got Norzad at center. So it's probably some moving pieces there. So there's no rush there. And then Kingsley real quick is going to challenge your boy
Wanya Morris
from Oklahoma. And then you got Kamal Hayden, who it was kind of hard to watch his tape because he played a lot of off coverage. I mean, he was one of the biggest corners. You want to talk about Nate Wiggins playing off coverage? This guy probably played more off coverage than anybody else. So it was hard to kind of figure out what he's capable of doing. But the Chiefs had a need at corner, and I'm not saying he's going to fill that need, but they've developed corners from all types of rounds, and some undrafted guys. So I think they can round this guy out because I think he has the requisite speed you want from the position. I think it's just the way they played the scheme over there at Tennessee, wanting the front 7 to kind of eat and do some damage, and then those guys in secondary make plays on the ball. That's how they kind of saw it. So what's your take on the Kansas City draft?
Man, this is a solid, man. The rich get richer. That's how I'm going to say about the Chiefs draft class. It's a solid A draft class, man. The trade up to get in front of some teams that needed wide receivers, including the Buffalo Bills, who they traded with that needed a wide receiver, and just getting Xavier Worthy on his football team. You added Hollywood Brown. You got Rashee Rice. Hopefully his suspension is not too long. But you got those 2 speed demons on there. These are 4-2 guys for Patrick Mahomes. Improved that wide receiver room exponentially from last season, and they won a Super Bowl, without really great wide receivers last season. So you just add that to that roster, and it's deadly because Worthy's a guy that is not just speed with him, man. His route running, it's very underrated. He's a better route running than Hollywood Brown coming out from Oklahoma, man. So this guy can stop on a dime. He could separate going across the middle of the field as well. So they're going to use him similar to how they used Tyreek Hill before. So excellent prospect there. Then the second round, which might be the biggest steal right here, getting Kingsley Suamataia from BYU at the end of the second round. I think this guy's a plug-and-play tackle at the next level. Like you said, he's going to have to battle Wanya Morris style, but I think he'll win that competition right there. Because this guy, he can move. He's like a bowling ball out there in the run game. I think he moves well in the pass game as well, gets his hands up. We saw him at the Senior Bowl, man. And, he did his thing in those practices at the Senior Bowl, day 1, day 2, and day 3. So I think he's the best value pick in the class. You got Jared Wiley. Travis Kelce can't play forever. And, Wiley has good, catching the football, good receiver upside. Once he catches the football, too, I think he's excellent after the catch as well. And Jaden Hicks, my guy, my safety right here, man. When I watched him that first game at Wisconsin, man, he stood out to me, man. Just he took that game over. The closing ability to come from up high. He could play in the box. You see him covering wide receivers step for step, getting his hands in the pass lane as well. I think he's versatile. He could do a lot of different things on the football field. I think his issue, though, is tackling. And he really got exposed in that Oregon State game with the tackling. Now, he'd come up and hit hard, but sometimes he'll miss tackles. So he got to clean it up at the next level, man. But I'm a big fan of Jaden Hicks. Chiefs already have 2 good safeties, Justin Reed, Brian Cook. So I think Hicks could be that 3rd safety for this football team. Then you got Hunter Norzad. This is a guy that he played his best against the best competition. He was a center from Penn State. When he played against Ohio State and Michigan, man was nasty. Man was getting after it. The only thing is I think he leaves his feet a little bit too much. But when he's in position and he could get there, he's excellent, man. He's in the run and the pass game. So this is another guy they could develop. Like you said, they've developed offensive line really well here in Kansas City. So developing him to be maybe an eventual starter when they have to move on from one of these interior guys, we'll see. But I like him in the 5th round. And I think the sleeper of this class is Kamal Hayden. Like you said, the Chiefs develop corners really well, but Hayden he fits their profile, man. He's long. He's not the most physical. He left the season with a shoulder injury, so I'm wondering maybe he was hurt while he missed some tackles last season. But his best attribute is that click and close ability. He triggers downhill quickly, anticipation skills. He gets our hands on the football, so he has that, man. In press coverage, like you said, they didn't have him there that much, and it was for a reason because the hips are a little tight. In transition, turning the hips, running deep down the field. But everything in front of him, he could click, he could close, he could catch a football. He has that aggressive mindset to come up and make a play in the passing game. So, he has the speed, he has the length. He just doesn't have the requisite physicality right now. And, he got to hit the weight room, get a little stronger. But maybe that shoulder injury has something to do with it, man. But he's exceptional, his ball skills, man. So he might be the sleeper of this class. So all in all, I give this class an A. I really like a lot of these players drafted for the Kansas City Chiefs. And Mr. C said they get an A+ for fleecing the Bills to agree to that trade. So, yeah, it was bad, man. Are you on mute, Drew?
I am on mute. I laid down. Yeah, I said you got to get fleeced. Sometimes you got to get fleeced. All right, man. Tell me what you saying about the. I almost call them the Oakland Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders.
Las Vegas. Let me pull them up. Are we doing the Raiders first? You just kept the LA Chargers and the Raiders.
Oh, did I?
Nice, cool. We could go with the Raiders. Las Vegas.
Nice. Yeah, they're nice.
All right. We got the top of the pick. Got Brock Bowers. To me, this was a top 3 prospect in this class. I know the tight end position pushed him down a little bit, but I think a lot of NFL teams saw it how we saw it. It was a lot of people trying to trade up to get Brock Bowers, and that's for good reason because, we talk about the big 3 receivers all the time, Roman Duze, Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison Jr. I think you could throw Brock Bowers in that group as well as a pass catcher because what he does at the catch point, strong hands, could go up and get it, could run a fade as a tight end and go up and get it at the top. And then what he does after the catch, that's where he really excels, the superpower. He's like a running back or a returner after the catch. He's just incredible, man. At the catch point and after the catch. I think before the catch, I think his hips in routes, he can get a little better there. But against zone, he's going to kill zone all day long. You add him next to Michael Mayer, you can run that 12 personnel a lot in Las Vegas. So I really like that. I like the Jackson Powers Johnson pick. I spoke about that earlier as my best round 2 pick. I thought he was a top 25 prospect in this class. It just fell down because of some injury concerns, but man, this guy's a plug and play guard or center. I think they got him at guard right now on the roster, on the depth chart. So I think he could do really well. I think he gets to the second level, locates. He's going to help his offensive line out. Delmar Glaze, that's a prospect that I liked coming in also. Let me pull out my notes on Glaze real quick because I kind of watched him later, after the Senior Bowl. And, I was really impressed with him, man. Let me see what I have here. I turned on the tape against Ohio State. That's the tape that I threw on, and I was pleasantly surprised with his game. I think he has enough foot speed and power to hold up against any kind of pass rusher, whether it's a speed rusher or a power rusher. I think he can hold up there. I think he does struggle with change of direction. So, that's at the tackle position he struggled. So if you put him inside as a guard or a tackle, I think he has the versatility to do both. I really like him. I think oversetting might be his issue, but he's 6'4", 315, 35-inch arms. Could be a swing tackle or move inside. I think he played with a little better awareness, but I just love the skill set there with Delmar Glaze. They got him as DJ Glaze here. I guess he wants to go by DJ. Richardson is a good corner as well from Michigan State. Tommy Eichenberg, linebacker from Ohio State. This was one of my favorite linebackers in the class. He's an old school linebacker, stack and shed, helping the run game. He's not the fastest of linebackers, why he fell to the 5th round. But I think he does his thing in pass coverage, man. He's always right where he needs to be in pass coverage, very aware in pass coverage. So I could think he could hold up as a 3-down linebacker. And what he does in the run game is excellent, man. I think he could rack up a lot of tackles on his football team. And then you got Dylan Law, one of the best pass-catching running backs in the class. He showcased that at the Senior Bowl. Could run routes. He's not just a guy that could catch passes. He could run routes as well. Catch balls deep down the field over his shoulder, which is impressive for a running back. So, the Vegas get another guy there at running back. They got the hammer in Zamir White. They can use Dylan Law more third downs in the passing game. Trey Taylor, the big safety from Air Force, I think he could be one of those safety that come up to the second level and help in the run game. He's a bigger safety, could tackle, could bang with the best of them. And they got MJ Devonshire from Pittsburgh. I know Juice was really high on this guy. Good ball skills. I think he's a little smaller, right? So, maybe come inside to slot. I'm not sure, but the tape in Pittsburgh was pretty good, man. Especially when he gets his hands on the football, the kick and close ability that he has. So it's a guy in the 7th round, a dart throw. See if he can make the roster, play some special teams as well. So overall, let me see what the grade I got on the Chargers. I gave them not the Chargers, the Raiders. I gave them a B+. I really like Bowers. Like I said, top 3 player. I thought Jackson Powers Johnson was the top interior offensive lineman. I think Glaze is intriguing. Richardson's intriguing. Eichenberg's a really good linebacker. Lobb can help in the backfield. So I gave them a B+, man. I think it's a pretty solid class for the Raiders.
Yeah, I'll say just looking at the draft class, they kind of let the board come to them. They didn't really press on anything. When you look at, I was looking at their roster, and I was like, man, they didn't really do anything in terms of the defensive line, but they did all that in free agency, right? So they didn't have to press or push anything in terms of trying to get that addressed. Although maybe they could have got another edge, but I think they did enough so they didn't have to press. And so they said, okay, well, we're gonna go get some corners, a safety, linebacker. We're gonna handle that back 7, and that's what they did when they went out and got the Cameron Richardson and Trey Taylor and MJ Devonshire, right? And then they wanted to pair up their running back position here with Dylan Lobb. Excellent hands. So he got the best hands in the running back room, maybe better than some receivers. Guy who can run some routes, do some different things at the running back position, gives you just a kind of a different element. And then at the second level, they got Tommy Eichenberg, probably the linebacker of linebackers. When you think about the linebacker position back in the day, he kind of embodies that. But like Headley was saying, he can play in pass coverage because of his instincts and his ability to be where he's supposed to be, watching the tape, understanding what's happening in front of him or behind him, to be where he's supposed to be to take away that guy or make a play on the ball when it's in the air. Delmar Glaze or DJ Glaze, I thought I liked him better as a guard. I think at the Senior Bowl they tried him every position, I think, but center. They may have tried him at center. I can't remember. I thought he actually fared better as a guard, but maybe they feel like they can clean up his issues to kick him to play out their tackle. Maybe they're doing the tackle thing first and then move him into guard if it doesn't work out. And then you have Jackson Powers Johnson, who they have him as a guard. So and he can play guard or center, but the medicals, the concussions kind of depressed his value. And you spoke about Brock Bowers, just another weapon that can be in the room. They're going to do a lot of 12 personnel there. I think Juice looked it up and they did get 24%, which was, I think he said third in the league.
8th.
No, I think it was third.
Third?
No, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was third. I don't know. Juice can let us know, or somebody in the comment section let us know in terms of running that 12 personnel, and 2 tight ends. So I assume we're going to expect a lot of that when you have Mayer and Brock Bowers on the field. So it's going to be interesting to see what that looks like this offseason. Otherwise, you don't want to waste those guys' talent. That'd be silly. Then we got the Chargers. This is one of my top draft grades. They got an A for me. First pick overall, they went Joe Alt. It was either going to trade it out, go Joe Alt, or go top defensive player Latu. They went Joe Alt. So they that was kind of chalk there. So we know what he's bringing to the table there. You got Lab McConkey for Justin Herbert. A sure thing in terms of being where he's supposed to be, in terms of creating separation, giving Justin Herbert plenty of room to get the football to him. And then, Lad got some ability to make things happen after the ball is in his hands. And then at the second level, they got Junior Colson. They got Perriman still on the roster, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's still there.
But we know at some point Perriman going to get hurt because he don't know how to tackle under control. So Junior Colson will come in and fit the bill, or maybe just take over the spot from day one because of his ability to play at the second level. And then you got Justin. I'm gonna go
Boygby.
Yeah, Boygby. Who I actually got him and your boy Braswell confused. I think in one of our shows, I think it was a mock that we were doing. I completely forgot that he was the bigger guy, and we know that the Chargers for years have needed to kind of shore up that defensive line in terms of the run game, and I think he gives you that. And I think you can play any of the defensive line positions in a they run a 3-4 defense over there, so I think he fits perfectly there. Power player, he's got a strong, violent hands. Can give you that bull rush that you want from the position. Maybe lacks a little bit of the pass rush ability, but I think that's gonna come here. Shortly playing for the Chargers there. And then you got Tarheeb, still cornerback out of Maryland. We know that cornerback was a position of need for the Chargers, so they filled it there. I think they kind of just went down the line, filling each need that they needed. And whatever was there, they took it. They didn't press, didn't reach, losing the word, getting late. Then they got Cam Hart, physical corner. That's one of Juice's guys. Can't get enough of Cam Hart, physical, good at tracking the football down the field, turning his head and locating it and attacking the football. And then you got Vidal, who most productive running back this year. So he can run the rock there, and he's the perfect replacement for Austin Eckler. Right, because we know he went to Washington. Where did he go?
Commanders.
Commanders. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got Brendan Rice. So you have a bunch of different types of receivers over there for the Chargers. Maybe Brendan Rice is maybe a Mike Williams replacement or something. Who knows? But I think as a 7th round pick, this is hella value. I'm not sure why he went so late. Maybe it's his speed. Maybe it's his hands. I'm not really sure. Maybe it was the interview. Again, not sure. And then they went and got Cornelius Johnson. So they wanted to make sure, got to get that Michigan connection, right? They wanted to make sure that Justin Herbert was going to have all the weapons that he needed so he can go out there and throw the rock around because we know he can sling it. So this was an excellent draft. They filled, as far as I'm concerned, all their needs that they could with what they had at the time for the value as well.
Yeah, I thought that was big for them to fill these needs. Coming into the draft class, coming into the draft, we thought, with receiver was a need. We said that wide receiver room was bare, and they added Ladd McConkey, one of the better route runners in this class. Gets open quickly. I think he's going to be Justin Herbert's security blanket in the middle of the football field. And then they got Brendan Rice and Cornelius Johnson in the 7th round. So, bigger body receivers, more physical receivers there. So just adding those 3 receivers to the room to add with Quentin Johnson and Joshua Palmer, I think that's enough wide receiver help for Justin Herbert. So I like what they did at the receiver position. Also, we said that they needed an offensive line, especially that right side. That right side of the Chargers offensive line has been bad for a couple of seasons now. So you got Rashawn Slater, that's your left tackle. You got Joe Alt, right tackle. He can play left tackle or right tackle. Right now on the depth chart, him as a right tackle. To me, he was the best offensive tackle in the class. This is from a technique standpoint. In the run game as well, what he does in the run game is really good. So, love that pick with Joe Alt. And then the last position we said that they needed was the corner position, and they addressed it with Cam Hart and Tarheeb still. Cam Hart's our guy over here, man, CPGM Juice's guy. I just love how the length of him, 6'3", 200 pounds, comes up and tackle. I talked about him earlier as the best round 5 pick in my opinion. And then you got Tarheeb still, excellent ball skills. I think he's more of a nickel corner. So, you added 2 corners to your room. So, corner, receiver, offensive line, and then the run game, the defensive run game, the run defense. That's been really bad for LA. The pass rush is just there with Khalil Mack, Bosa, Thule, and those guys. So, you get a guy like a Boygby, physical guy on the interior, and then you get Junior Colson, linebacker on the 2nd level. Both of those guys are excellent in the run game, physical football players. So, you showed up your run defense, you showed up your cornerback room, your wide receiver room, and that right side of the offensive line. Man, it's hard not to give these boys an A. I'm moving it up, man. I'm going from a B+ to an A for the LA Chargers.
I was surprised. I was surprised when you didn't have them in your top 5.
Yeah, I'm looking at it more.
Man. Yeah, man. It's hard to argue with what they did in this draft. Seriously, like I gave them a little flack for not going Neighbors because Neighbors is my guy, but they did the right thing inside out. They did the right thing, and I thought they did a really good job of improving that receiver room throughout this draft, and to get Johnson and Rice that late. It's insane. I mean, you already have McConkey in the fold, but to get, polished-ish type receivers that late with the physical profile that both Rice and Johnson have, I thought that was really impressive. Cam Hart, you mentioned, great value. Kamani Vidal, he might be your second leading rusher. You know what I'm saying? Behind Gus Edwards. So yeah, they did a great job. I thought the Chargers did a great job in their first draft under this new regime. I see y'all switched up the layout.
Did we? You switched it up, Drew?
No, I didn't. I just hit share, bro, and then it took over.
AI, bro. The AI did it, man.
Yeah, AI did it, bro. You feel me? I just clicked it and it went, man.
Oh man, that's funny.
Ain't got nothing to do with that, man. All right, here we got the Los Angeles Rams, the Rammies, and this was a team that was trying to trade up. It sounds like, according to reports, allegedly trying to trade up into the top 10 to grab. I'm not sure who they were trying. I think it was Brock Bowers, right? If I'm not mistaken, is word on the street.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they ended up, that ended up not being a thing. They stayed pat and they went and they got Jared Verse. So it could have been for an offensive tackle as well, but they got Jared Verse, which, did Turner went after this, correct?
No, Turner went a couple spots before. Went 17th overall.
That's right. Yep. That's right. So they got Jared Verse there for the edge, which I'm fine with. They got to replenish this defensive line. Obviously losing Aaron Donald, got Braden Fisk. So they went state. I didn't even realize that, bro. It went state. Okay, and I guess Braden. Okay, Braden Smith is supposed to be the the Aaron Donald replacement, I guess. But then
Braden Fisk.
Yeah, Braden Fisk.
I think you said Braden Smith.
Did I say Smith? My bad. Fisk, bro. It's late, bro. Yeah. Come on, man. It was Fisk. Check the tape, bro. It's Fisk. But pairing with Jared Verse, maybe those two players together can make up for what Aaron Donald was doing and causing for that defensive line. And then went and got Blake Corum. I like the fit here in the scheme. Although, he's got them good feet, and I think Juice. Did you say? I think it was an unrestricted player that they got, wasn't it? Who was there an unrestricted player they got that pair with Blake Corum? Or am I thinking about a different team?
Say that one more time.
Another running back.
The Rams. Yeah, the Rams. Did they grab somebody as a UDFA? I'm thinking about a different team.
I'm looking. Let me take a look. I'm going to tell you.
Thinking about a different team, maybe.
Yeah. I don't see anybody.
I think I was the 49ers. You said your boy hates fantasy running.
Oh backs. Yeah. So Schrader, Cody Schrader out of Missouri, went to the 49ers on top of Garendo. Yeah,
Garendo. That's what it was. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. And I think you had said this on the live talking about that McVay wants running backs that he can trust. And that maybe got can play the position how it's supposed to be played, right? And I think you're getting that. And Blake Corum got outstanding feet, runs low to the ground, that lower center of gravity, hard to tackle because obviously he's a shorter running back, but he plays to that short ability, and it just makes it harder for teams to tackle him. So that may be a fantasy alert there. They got the U and Cameron Kinchins. I can never say his last name right, but I'm gonna say Kinchins. Gotta like squint when I say it. Kinchins. Out there at the safety position. I want to take a peek at their roster. Make sure I take a look at this thing. Where they at? Where you at, Chargers? They still won't get rid of that bolt, though. They don't want to listen to me, bro.
It's okay. Rams.
Rams.
They got Cameron Curl and Russ Yeast.
Okay,
that's a safeties.
Yeah. So, so that's one player that they added there in Cameron Kitchens in terms of being a playmaker. Surprised he didn't go higher. Y'all boys surprised he went in the third round? Was it that the pro day and the combine in terms of his athleticism? I don't care about safety's athleticism if on tape it's showing that they getting where they're supposed to be and being where they're supposed to be. And he was that guy. Maybe take a little bit too many chances, but if you're a playmaker, I'll take it and run with it.
I thought it was those two things. I thought the fact that he didn't test as a superior athlete, and then especially in 2023, he gambled too much. Right? He cost Miami a game or two with that gambling. Well, I shouldn't lay it all on him. There were a lot of things preceding the gambling that he did, particularly against Georgia Tech. But you can't do that. You're the last line of defense. It can't happen. It can't happen.
Crazy, bro. Got boys hurt out here.
Take
I mean, yeah.
Take the knee, bro.
Yeah. And then they went back to the defensive line and got Brennan Jackson out of Washington State edge. And then they got my guy, Tyler Davis, Clemson, penetrator. No Diddy, pause. And disruptor in terms of the run game. This is a guy who I feel is not going to do a whole lot in terms of production on the stat sheet, but is going to cause enough disruption that other people around him are going to eat. So you add your Tyler Davis, you talk about a Jared Verse and a Braden Fisk. I mean, I don't know how many guys it's going to take to replace Aaron Donald, but that's a good three right there. And then throw in Brennan Jackson there. They got themselves a kicker in Joshua Carty out of Stanford. Jordan Whittington out of Texas. Big body receiver, got a little juice to him. I guess that, we'll see how that works out in terms of that scheme there. But I think he might be a good fit for those guys. Bo Limmer, I'm surprised he went in the 6th round. Didn't see him going this low, but, people got to fall. Everybody got to, happens. It is what it is. And then they got KT Levinston, guard out of Kansas State. They sure up that offensive line.
Yeah, I think the Rams did pretty well. The Aaron Donald retirement was the biggest thing this offseason. And, they just kept on throwing darts at the board. They were like, you know what? We're going to get Jared Verse. We're going to get Braden Fisk. We're going to get Tyler Davis. We're going to get Brennan Jackson from Washington State. So, they just said, you know what? We're going to put a bunch of bodies out there. We're going to see what works. Because it's hard to replace a first ballot Hall of Famer in Aaron Donald. But I do like Jared Verse and Fisk. I like how they play off each other really well on those TE stunts, man. They did it in Florida State all last year. So, you add that to a Kobe Turner and a Byron Young that they drafted last season. So that front seven is pretty good, man. Even with the Aaron Donald retirement. So I like those first two picks. You got Blake Kerm in round 3. Just another running back. They didn't need a second running back. I think Kyron Williams is the guy still. But, Blake Kerm had the best feet in the class. Just his ability to put up consecutive moves one after the other, his vision, his burst. He's a very good running back, man. Very complete running back. So I do like that pick. Also, you got Cam Kitchens also in the 3rd. They needed a safety in the worst way. I think this is excellent value here. Coming in to the season, we thought Cam Kitchens was a round 1 guy. This is ability, the range at the safety position. That speed, that 40 time, it doesn't really bother me much because I see his football speed. He's always around the football. And, we talk about guys that find the football or the ball finds them. It takes a lot of instincts to be able to always be around the football. So I think Kitchens has that. I like how he comes up and tackle as well. He's not a one-dimensional safety. Sometimes I think he gets pigeonholed as a one-dimensional safety. But I think he could come up and tackle as well. And then you got Brennan Jackson from Washington State. I love the thing that popped out for me with him was the speed to power, that motor. I think he does well in the run game, his intensity, his effort, that dog. He has that dog in him. 60-minute football, man. He's going to be giving it his all 120% player. So, I think that's a good piece right there in the 5th. And then Tyler Davis, man, Drew's guy, man, in the run game. I was a big Tyler Davis fan in the 2022 tape. 2023, his sack production went down a little bit, but, he showed his ability in the run game in the Senior Bowl. So, I think that's what he brings to this football team. Like I said, another guy on this defense, man, in the front seven. So, I think that was a good value, man. I thought there was a lot of good D tackles in the 6th round, and I thought Tyler Davis was one of those guys as well. So, all in all, man, pretty good class. I gave it a B+, man. I like the talent they brought in for the Rams.
Mr. Zabrowski, yeah, Jalen Wayne's a good player, bro. I'm sad to see him leave. They got some youngsters in the wings that were pushing him, and I think he, was a little homesick, but good player for sure. That's a good one. That's a good get in the portal. Little college football there. You know what I'm saying? It's a little, Miami to Washington. You know what I'm saying?
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, man. Next up, we got the Miami Dolphins. Headley, what you saying about this, man? What is that grade? What they looking like?
Oh man, I gave him a B. I gave him a B. Not because of the players really, because I love Chot Robinson. I think he's one of the best pure pass rushers in the class. The bendability, the versatility to stand up, over the guard, over the center, and win there. The quick twitch ability. I thought he improved his hands in his last season. So excellent pass rusher there. You got some guys coming off of injuries. Patrick Paul is a tackle. I think he's a guy that could come in year 2, year 3. I think he need to develop some more. You got to fix those hands. Man. But yeah, Scotty Joe, you know why I wasn't in love with it? I like the players. I love Jalen Wright. I love the speed that he brings. I spoke about it as one of my favorite 4th-round picks. Muhammad Kamara, a guy we like. Malik Washington is a guy I like. I like these guys. Taj Washington and Malik Washington. I think both of those guys are slot wide receivers. Malik has really good hands to catch the ball in traffic. So is Taj Washington. They're kind of similar in a way. I think Malik is really good after the catch to break tackles as well. But I'm going to go with the reason why I didn't love this class as much. It wasn't the players. It was the needs. It was the needs, man. They lost a lot of interior offensive linemen. Lost Christian Wilkins, interior defensive line in free agency, and they didn't really replace those guys. They went with positions that they were kind of strong in already. They got a really good running back room, even though I like Jalen Wright to come in. They had a really good wide receiver room, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle. They brought in 2 other guys that's kind of smaller wide receivers. They didn't really bring in that big body wide receiver in Malik Washington or Taj Washington. So it's just more of the same for the Miami Dolphins. And I think the Dolphins, they got to get stronger on the interior offensive line, the interior defensive line. I don't think they addressed that in this draft. So I think I'm a B, even though I do like a lot of these players in this class.
Yeah, the question I have is how do they combat physicality?
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Whether it be a defense trying to dictate to them with physicality or being able to be physical in their own right. That's really my question mark. You got to be able to win in different ways, right? We clearly they can boat race you with the speed. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes the elements in particular can kind of neutralize speed, and you get in a fist fight. Can you handle a fist fight? You know what I'm saying? And I agree with you, Heather. Just the lack of any real draft capital invested in the trenches beyond Patrick Paul came as a bit of a surprise. But again, it's hard to argue with the talent that they added. Excellent players, really top to bottom.
Yeah, I think Taj Washington can help in the return game.
There you go.
Mississippi.
Yeah, I'm right there with you in terms of trying to fix that interior, the defensive line, the trenches, and the interior, the offensive line. They forego that or forwent that to go with speed and sexy and flash.
Trench adjacent.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Trench
so
adjacent. It is. It's the interior though.
Yep.
I mean, I know Scotty Joe is having some fun with it. It's the interior.
Yep. Yeah, and this is going to catch up to them about mid-season, maybe a little bit, maybe towards the latter half of the season, and then if they happen to make the playoffs, or maybe this is the thing that keeps them from being in the playoffs, right? Because all it takes is one injury, and now you're in trouble. But like Headley said, I like the players too. I think these are good, solid players. Just all of them shouldn't be on this roster at the end of the day, So that's unfortunate for them.
Hey, they said, listen, man, we playing with leads, so give me all the edges. We need pass rushers because we're going to have to play with that lead because people can't deal with our speed. That's what they saying, bro.
What happens when they run in the playoffs to the Chiefs again?
Trust me, I know.
Got to play in that negative 4-degree weather, right?
Trust me. But say we need that home field, bro. What you mean?
Yeah.
There comes a time where you're going to get into a fist fight, and you got to be able to take a punch or two, and I'm not sure they have the horses right at the moment for that.
All right, next up we got the Minnesota Vikings. These boys what did they traded up.
Traded up twice.
They traded up twice? I'm sure they traded up twice.
They were at 11, they moved up to 10, and then they were at 23 and moved up to 17.
Oh, you mean for both first round picks? I got you.
Yeah.
I was thinking just the one. Okay, yeah. So they traded up twice, one for JJ McCarthy and then the other for Dallas Turner. So I thought, I don't know if I said this already, but I was thinking it at least. I didn't say it. Is this Houston Texans right here? Is the Houston Texans move right here? Just asking for a friend.
Edge?
Yeah, just asking for a friend. Nah.
It ain't the caliber, but Stroud over McCarthy and Will Anderson over Dallas Turner. But I see where you're going there. They were aggressive and got a quarterback and an edge rusher for them. So I see the similarities, but just not the same class of players.
Okay, I'm just checking in. But McCarthy, we kept saying if he's going to end up playing day one, this would be the team that he would have to play for. It's a match made in heaven in terms of the system that he's going to run. They got the weapons, they got the offensive line, so they're kind of set, ready to go, and we're about to really find out how good JJ McCarthy is. I know he's super efficient on the third downs and can get you out of a bad play with his legs and looks down the field and will throw it down to the receivers. But in big time games, we just never saw that. That ability to be the guy that helps you win that game outside of handing the football off. I know a lot of people probably cringing when I say that, but that's essentially what took place. So I know cornerback was a position of need here. I don't know that Kyrie Jackson fits the scheme that they're running here. I know that he's big, long, strong, and physical. But I think he needs to be probably in a cover 3 scheme. I think he was injured too part of the season too. So, but I think he should be in zone coverage because he does have some nice click and close. And when you do come into his vicinity, obviously he can lay hands on you. But I don't know that if you want him in press coverage or want him in man coverage running down the football field, how that's going to work out. So we'll kind of see how that works out. There in the 6th, they got offensive tackle Walter Rouse. I think I said that right, but didn't let me know. Then they picked up a kicker, Alabama's kicker, Will Reichard. Oh, that's not your boy from Madden. Remember that corner you had, bro?
Rehard.
I remember him.
Yeah.
And then Michael Juergens. Is this the Juergens? Is this the Juergens another brother?
I think he might be related. I think they are related.
Oh, they are?
So.
Okay.
I think they might be. Actually, Michael Juergens, he looked like he might be like an early day 3 pick at one point, right? They were doing the slow mesh out there with Sam Hartman, Wake Forest, and I think injuries kind of pushed him down the board. He looked like he could be a more coveted prospect at one point, but didn't work out that way.
So they might have got them. They might have got a guy just
maybe.
Yeah. All right, and then you got Levi Drake Rodriguez out there at Texas A&M Commerce at the defensive tackle position.
Yeah. I didn't really like this class as much either. I gave them a B because it's really a 3-player draft class. We'll see about the 6th round, the 7th round picks. But it's JJ McCarthy, Dallas Turner, Kyrie Jackson. And I think they went into it like they're a couple players away, but I don't really think their roster is a couple players away. I know the offensive side of the football, they're stacked there. But, the defensive side of the football, I think they need more down linemen. I think cornerback is a position of need. They drafted Kyrie Jackson, but I think they could have used another guy. So the linebacker class, I like Ivan Pace Jr. We'll see about Blake Cashman and Brian Asamoah. But, yeah, I think they came into it like, okay, we're a player or 2 away, but I don't see that in their roster. They traded up for both of those picks. And, you got to trade up for your quarterback, trade up for your guy. But, I could think they could have manipulated the board a little better, get some additional, day 2 picks maybe, and get some good players along this football team. JJ McCarthy is the quarterback of the future there. He's in an excellent situation. Good offensive coordinator. Good wide receivers. T.J. Hawkinson, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison. So you got good things. Let's say offensive coordinator Kevin O'Connell, the head coach. Just a good play caller. And then Dallas Turner. Dallas Turner was my S3. I like Dallas Turner a lot. I think he could drop back in coverage. He could rush the quarterback. Speed to power. Could bend the edge as well. So a lot of good stuff with Dallas Turner. Kyrie Jackson, 6'3". Bigger corner on the outside.
6'4".
6'4",
bro.
Yeah,
Hitting
bro.
them inches.
Taking these people height.
Yes.
My bad. 6'4", corner on the boundary. I think he excels in zone. So we'll see how he fits in this Brian Flores, aggressive defense. But yeah, I wasn't in love with kind of how they did the draft board and trading up and not getting day 2 picks. So I gave him a B, man. Even though the 3 players at the top are where it's at with the Minnesota Vikings draft class.
They paid a hefty price moving up for Dallas Turner. They were fortunate. They didn't necessarily have to mortgage the farm in order to get one of these, top 5 quarterbacks. But and trust me, I love Dallas Turner, but they paid a hefty fine across both this year and next year's draft classes as far as draft capital is concerned. We hadn't talked about it to this point, but I do want to at least at this point start referencing it. We'll backtrack a little bit before we call it an evening here. But I'd like to append Jeremy Flax out of Kentucky, offensive lineman, Gabriel Murphy, the edge out of UCLA, and a corner I like, Dwight McLeodon of Arkansas. These are all UDFAs to Minnesota. So you kind of append those guys to the draft class. I think that helps, right? I don't know that it puts them over the top necessarily, but I think it definitely helps, especially a guy like Gabriel Murphy, an edge rusher we had in the top 100. You know what I mean? Getting him as a UDFA was a big deal. And Drew, you talked about the fact that he was kind of, jack of all trades, master of none. The way he was deployed at UCLA kind of hurt his stock. The Vikings seemingly continue to find quality football players here in the undrafted realm. So I expect him to have a pretty big impact, despite the fact that he wasn't selected in the draft.
All right, man. Who we got next?
Patriots?
The New England Patriots. What say you on this draft class?
Yeah, I didn't give him a good grade for this draft class either.
Another B?
Another B. I do like the receivers they drafted. I think Jalen Polk, excellent. I like his hands at the catch point. He helps in the run game as well as a blocker. He's a big-time receiver. He made big plays in big moments for this football team, for Washington Huskies. I think he'll do the same thing in New England. And then Javon Baker, enticing prospect, high upside, could win above the rim. Like you said previously, he just got to get into his routes a little bit better, just be where he's supposed to be on the football field. I think Drake May and those 2 receivers, they could, they got to put in that work with each other because they're the future offense for the New England Patriots. So I do like those 3 picks. Caden Wallace, I thought that was a bit of a reach there in the 3rd round. I know he has a lot of experience on that Penn State offensive line, but I didn't expect him to go 3rd round. Layden Robinson, he's a guy that was pretty high coming into the season, but I don't know if he's a 4th round guy either. I think he's more 5th, 6th round pick. So offensive line, I thought they reached a little bit there with those 2 draft picks. And then, Joe Milton. I'm not even sure. What are they doing with Joe Milton? He's going to be backing up quarterback.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he's a weapon. You can use him on short yard situations, maybe develop a couple cute plays for him a game, maybe 2-3 plays a game. Maybe that's the thought process.
Yeah, he has a strong arm, probably one of the strongest arms in the class, but just playing with touch and accuracy is kind of where he struggled. And then Jaheim Bell in the 7th round, I like him running those seam routes, getting vertical, physical football player after the catch as well. But all in all, yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. I like the May Polk, Javon Baker foundation that they have for the future of this football team.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you. And I talked about it earlier in terms of the receiver position with Javon Baker and Jalen Polk. That's a good mix and 2 different types of receivers that win in 2 different ways. But again, you're going to draft Drake May. You got to have those weapons in place. And they've added 2 receivers and probably receivers they've needed for the past, I don't know how many years, maybe 10 years. And so now you have that. I agree with you in terms of reaching on the offensive line, but maybe the one thing, and I don't know if he's still there. Do we know if Dante Scarnecchia is still there? Because
I'm not sure about that.
If he's still there, I will give them a pass in terms of them reaching, because Cole Strange did work out for them as far as I know. So that's worked out for him. Was never a fan of Leighton Robinson, but I think he was always hurt. So you really never got the full potential of what he could be. But assuming that he is no longer injured, healthy, they may have gotten a steal there in the fourth. And then what are you doing with Joe Milton? I have no idea what you're doing with Joe Milton, but again, maybe it's a couple plays a game. You know, I don't have a problem with you drafting a quarterback like that and saying, hey, we're going to have 2 or 3 plays a game, assuming that the game is going the way that you want, or something close to that you can develop some plays for him, so that you can he has an element of, he's hard to tackle, he's big, he's strong, he's fast, and he's got a strong arm. You know what I'm saying? So you may see if you can catch lightning in a bottle a few times a game, and then Jaheim Bell again added to that perimeter game for New England, man. So there should be no excuses for Drake May outside of him learning that playbook and hitting the ground running for this team.
They added Charles Turner as an undrafted free agent as well.
Okay.
So they made another,
more
dipped into that offensive line a little bit more.
Gotcha.
This kind of, so Scarnecchia, he retired in 2000 or 2020, I should say. 2020.
Okay.
And
right. So,
but I think they're kind of loading up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Make sure that they have the depth and start developing their next crop of offensive linemen. John Trey Hunter for Georgia State, a guy that we saw at the Senior Bowl, was added via undrafted free agency as well. So a couple pieces there. I think I want to keep an eye on Marcellus Dial. There's some people who are fans of his, consider him an early day 3 pick. He goes in the 6th round here. Of course, as I mentioned, there was talent available late in this particular draft. So I want to see, what happens there. This is a team that between day 3 and an undrafted free agency, they tend to always find a couple contributors in that secondary. So they believe their defense is ready to go. They thought that they needed to add some additional pieces from a value perspective. We might disagree with them, but I think most importantly, they get the quarterback of their future and an exciting pair of young receivers as well.
All right. Well, next up, we got the New Orleans Saints. And with their first pick, they got Talise Fuaga. I don't know if I said that right. We're going to go with it, though. Out of Oregon State, the tackle. We like them both at tackle and guard, but it looks like he's going to play tackle for the Saints, which is fine. I know they got some issues there on their offensive line in terms of injuries and guys not being healthy and all of that. Then they got another need here at the cornerback position. I think we looked at, I was kind of wondering why they went Kool-Aid. Then we looked at Marshawn Lattimore's contract. I think he has, I think it's done after, or not done, but they can get out of it after next year, if I'm not mistaken. Worst case scenario in 2 years. But Kool-Aid would be a perfect fit to replace him there. We talked about Spencer Rattler. I'm not going to be in a position to, shouldn't be in a position to be drafting a quarterback top 10. So Spencer Rattler could be the incumbent there.
We mentioned a 4th round. He goes in the 5th.
5th round. Okay.
So I mean, it's just that much more pronounced. As we were talking about the Bo Nix and the Rattler evaluation, we had them pretty close. Yep. I think you might be able to give, depending on, and I don't know how substantiated all those reports are, but I think Bo Nix's football character and just the kind of way he carried himself, particularly after the transfer, helped his case quite a bit. But if you go back to the Senior Bowl, and I thought just to move to South Carolina kind of forced Spencer Rattler to kind of become a little bit more business like in terms of his approach. So I like the player that he's developed into, despite some issues that they had along the offensive line. So any way you slice it, a disparity between an early 1st round pick and a 5th round selection just doesn't make enough sense here with those 2 players in my mind. So I think this is a big time steal, big time.
Absolutely. And then Looks like they may have hit every need that they needed outside of edge, and maybe they did it in UDFA, but got Bud Means, receiver, taller guy, goes up, gets the football, contort his body, wins at the catch point. Linebacker went and got Jalen Ford. Not sure how that's going to work out because you're talking about Pete Warner. You're talking about oh my gosh, what's the starting linebacker for them? I'm drawing a blank. Demario. Yeah. A guy who is essentially, he was a baller for a while and one of the unappreciated ballers in the league for a long time. And you're kind of replaceable, maybe not replacing him, but this is a guy who could possibly replace him there in Jalen Ford, who, was lightning in the bottle for the first, 3 weeks of the season or so. And then you never heard from him again. Right. So he's got some things he's got to work on, his instincts, especially in the run game, overrunning things, just not seeing it well, getting caught up with offensive guards, tackle centers and whatnot. Then they went and got Christian Boyd in the 6th round, who we really like, a defensive tackle who I believe can play anywhere on the defensive line. And then Asaya Ezerum, I don't know if I said that right, but we're going to go with it. Offensive tackle out of Eastern Kentucky, going back to the well in terms of the offensive line, which we know that they're a little trouble there for the Saints.
Yeah, I'm looking at the roster now, and they got Tylese Fuaga at left tackle. Ryan Ramczyk has been the mainstay at right tackle, and Fuaga's played pretty much right tackle for Oregon State. So, that'd be interesting to see him transition to the left side. I know that was a big talk before the draft, like, can he play left tackle? So we might see it. We might see it in New Orleans day one. We'll see how he fares there. But I say worst case scenario for Fuaga, he slide inside and be an all-pro guard. So, I love the physicality that he plays with, the movement ability, the physicality. He just throws guys out the club, man. He's just very intense run blocker. As a pass protector, you got to fix that outside hand so guys don't get around the apex and bend the corner on him. But he showed it in spurts. I always go back to the Latu tape. He played decent there against the best pass rusher in the class. So the Saints needed to tackle in the worst way. So getting one there, I would have preferred like a true left tackle for this football team. But Ramczyk, like we said earlier, he's battling injuries as well. So maybe Fuaga is the long-term solution there for right tackle, and they find a left tackle maybe next season. But I like Fuaga a lot though. Offense tackle 3 for me. The Kool-Aid McKinstry pick, at first I was saying, they got a lot of corners. That's a position of strength. But then we looked at the Lattimore contract and seeing that they might be out of it next season. So he could be the replacement there. Physical corner, come up and tackle, sticky, man-to-man cover skills. So Kool-Aid came into the season as cornerback 1. He kind of finished a little bit down the rankings. I think he was cornerback 4 for me, but a lot of ability there. I thought he could have been a first-round talent, so to get him in the 2nd round, I think that's pretty good value for the Saints. We talked about Spencer Rattler, another guy with great value as a 5th-round pick. Can you go down a little bit on the thing real quick? I'm sorry. Yeah, I just want to see the rest of the picks. Oh, yeah, so Spencer Rattler in the 5th round, we thought that was excellent value considering Bo Nix went 12th overall the 1st round. We had similar grades in those guys. So to get the heir apparent to Derek Carr, I thought that was outstanding value. Bub Means, the receiver from Pittsburgh, this guy can stack defenders, get behind guys. At the catch point, very physical at the catch point. You see him catch balls in traffic all the time with defenders right by him. So, really good ball skills, could win above the rim, could track. I think he ran a 4.4 at the combine as well. So, he's an interesting prospect. Jalen Ford, really good in pass coverage. Can get his hands on the football, intercept passes. So he's more of a passing down linebacker. In the run game, you see him sometimes get juked a little bit. I remember Dylan Gabriel, a quarterback from Oklahoma, juking him in the open field. He's got to break down and make some tackles. You're the linebacker, man. You can't be getting broke off by a quarterback. Gabriel's a kind of athletic, but he's not athletic enough to shake linebackers at the 2nd level. So Jalen Ford got to improve that. And then Christian Boyd, my guy, we talked about him earlier as my favorite round 6 pick. Just his hands for a big guy, his hands are exceptional. He could win with the swim. He could win with the chop. He could win with the rip. He wins all different kinds of ways. And he excels as a run defender as well. He gives you that versatility in the run and the pass game. So yeah, I like this class for the New Orleans Saints. I thought they addressed a lot of needs on the football team. So I gave him a solid B+.
It's a solid class considering that they didn't move, right? This is another team that I thought with their contract situations, hey, why don't you get out in front of trying to add some additional depth, some young talent, so that you can start transitioning, you can start healing from a salary cap perspective, right? You know what I mean? It's no third or fourth round selections, but again, you come away with Spencer Rattler, Bub Means, Jalen Ford. You've talked about it before, Drew. That that first month of the season, he looked like he was destined for early day 2, the way he was playing. And of course, it kind of leveled off. Christian Boyd comes at great value. They also picked up Dallin Holker as an undrafted free agent. Okay. So that's a really intriguing pass catching tight end. They already have a number of guys, but he seems to be he could be a difference maker, right? Given the opportunity, given that he's trusted to be on the field, I think he can really make some noise in the passing game. So interesting signing there. My biggest takeaway, as I mentioned, didn't do enough in terms of manipulating this draft board, adding additional draft picks. I think not having a third or fourth round pick wasn't ideal. And the other thing is that I don't think they did enough along their offensive line. I really don't. If you're telling me Josiah Ezra, maybe he plays a bigger role than maybe, but I think they could have done a better job of bolstering their offensive line, especially with Derek Carr at quarterback. You good, Drew? You on mute?
Yeah. Altoids. Late night Altoids, bro.
I clicked the button, bro. It wasn't responsive, man. Wasn't responsive. All right. This DK's Giants, man. They didn't get Penix, but they got the consolation prize they didn't get a quarterback. Let me not say Penix. They didn't get a quarterback, but they got the consolation prize and Malik Neighbors. And they also got Theo Johnson in terms of adding weapons in the pass game. We know what Malik Neighbors is. This is a receiver one that this team has been missing for a long time, and they've found it with his ability to catch the football, make things happen after the catch. Explosive, has some work to do in terms of his route running, but I don't really care too much about that. We'll get that figured out. We just got to have Daniel Jones get him the football. They got safety one and Tyler Nubin, back there in that secondary, and they turn around and got Andrew Phillips, cornerback. So they know secondary wasn't an issue for them that they wanted to fulfill, and they took care of both of those needs. Nubin is outstanding in terms of his run fits, understanding what he's seeing coming downhill, getting through the trash, making the tackle, or playing on the back end and playing that free safety look and the range that he has there. And then you got Andrew Phillips, who is more of I think a press man corner, has excellent ability to turn, run, and locate the football and go and get the football. He also has a short memory if he happens to miss. And then I talked about Theo Johnson, just another weapon to be added in that room. Tight end was a need for them. I think the Waller retired, right? So they had to go get themselves a tight end in Theo Johnson, if I'm not mistaken. So that makes sense there. He also gives you the element of being able to block in the run game. And you got Tyrone Tracy. I didn't watch too much Tyrone Tracy. Y'all boys got to tell me about Tyrone Tracy, and then they went and got Darius Muasau. I don't know if I said that right, but we're gonna run with it at the linebacker position.
Yeah, I watched Tracy. I got my notes on him. He was a wide receiver turned running back. Very good in the open field. I think he can help in the return game as well. Just the instincts at the running back position, I think that's where he needs to improve upon. It's pretty raw as a running back, but athletic testing, he blew that through the roof, man. So, intriguing prospect right there in round 5. You got Musau, linebacker from UCLA. I was a fan of his game. This guy would run through a wall, the physicality that he brings. I wasn't sure if he's going to be drafted or not because of the speed. But, the Giants got him in round 6, man. He offers that thump in the middle of that defense. Theo Johnson, we had him as tight end 3. What he did at the Senior Bowl, catching passes, very strong hands. Because at Penn State, you didn't really see him in a passing game as much. So more as a run blocker. But in Senior Bowl, he caught passes, looked good at the top of his routes, was physical at the top of his routes. So he could be a better pro than he was as a college player. And then Darren Waller, like I said, he's retired. I'm not sure if he's still on the roster, but he could be the Darren Waller replacement there. And then you got Drew Phillips and Tyler Nubin in the secondary. The Giants lost Xavier McKinney in the offseason, so you had to get a safety to replace him, man. And Tyler Nubin to us was safety one. The run fits, comes up and hit, instinctiveness, reads the quarterback eyes really well to jump those routes, get his hands on the football. And then you got Drew Phillips, a guy at Senior Bowl also that was very sticky, man-to-man coverage. He's physical. He'll come up.
Scroll down a bit, Drew. Scroll down a bit, Drew.
Scroll down. Yeah, he'll come up and hit. The thing about Drew Phillips, though, I just want him to tackle better. Sometimes he'll try to come up and hit guys, and he doesn't break down and tackle as well. So I just want him to tackle a little bit, just be more consistent as a tackler. And then at the top of the draft board, we got Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors didn't go to the best quarterback situation, like a Rome Odunze with Caleb Williams or Marvin Harrison Jr. with Kyler Murray, but he's the type of receiver where he's going to help your quarterback out a lot. He can catch it short, he can catch it middle, he can catch it deep. That run after the catch ability is legit, probably the top of the class with the ball in his hands. So, he's a guy that could probably prosper even with a bad quarterback play just because of what he could do with the ball in his hands. And once he gets that quarterback, I'm not convinced Daniel Jones is that guy for the future, but once he gets it, watch out, man. He could be the best receiver in this class.
I'm interested about, intrigued. Let me put it that way. I'm intrigued with respect to the tight end room, right? I thought a guy that flashed early but struggled with injuries was Bellinger, Daniel Bellinger. And you add Theo Johnson. Hopefully Bellinger is healthy, and you pair them up. I think you can kind of mitigate the loss of Darren Waller. You didn't get really much out of him because, of course, he dealt with the injury last year and seemingly is hanging it up. But I think that's an intriguing pair in the tight end room. If you add Brian Burns to this class, right? They had a pair of second round draft picks. They traded one away, brought in Brian Burns, a proven commodity in terms of pass rush, gave him the extension. I think it's a solid class. I think it's overall it's a good group. I think they had a couple intriguing, or at least one intriguing undrafted free agent. Let me just double check really quickly. Maybe I had the wrong New York team here. Maybe not. But I would, the way I look at it, the way I frame it is that, Malik Neighbors, he could be the best. He could be the best among a very talented receiver class. You mentioned Tyler Nubin and what he does on the back end. He's just exactly where he's supposed to be, and he makes the play, right? If you add Brian Burns to this, to me, it looks a little bit differently. It looks good the way it is. It just doesn't necessarily have that outside of Neighbors, but certainly that pizzazz outside of Neighbors. But certainly when you add Brian Burns to the mix, very good draft class for the Giants. Drew, you want me to tag in? You want me to tag in, Drew?
Drew's like, he's struggling out there. Look at that.
Tired.
He said take over.
You can have it.
Take over, bro.
You can have it. All right,
clock out here.
I got it.
There we go.
All right. So that was your New York Giants. We stay in New York with the Jets.
The Jetties.
Go ahead, Headley.
Jets. Oh, man, the defense is ready to go. Jermaine Johnson, Hassan Reddick, Quentin Williams, Javon Kinlaw, Will McDonald, CJ Mosley, man. So they went offense. Pretty much what I'm saying is they went offense in this draft class. You got Olu Fashanu at the top. You got to protect Aaron Rodgers. Olu was the top-ranked tackle coming into this season. I think Alt kind of passed him up because he had a better 2023 season. But if you put a 2022 tape on top of the 2023 tape, he had a better 2 years than Joe Alt, man. Like what he does in the pass game. His hands, once he gets his hands on you, is very strong. Got those vice grips, man. So, got to protect Aaron Rodgers. You brought in some older tackles and Morgan Moses, Tyron Smith. So, get a young guy there that's going to be the starter over there. I like it for the Jets. Malachi Corley, the wide receiver room was a little bare. You brought in Mike Williams, the big play receiver on the outside, but he's been hurt. He's been hurt throughout his whole career. So, Aaron Rodgers needs more weapons. You got a Garrett Wilson. I'm about to call him Garrett Williams. Garrett Wilson, Ohio State, our wide receiver one coming into that class. So you add him with a Corley and a Mike Williams. Now your wide receiver room has all different types of receivers, all different flavors, Neapolitan. So I like Corley added to that wide receiver room. But then you got two running backs. You got Braylon Allen and Isaiah Davis. It's more offense. It's an offensive heavy class right here. Braylon Allen, like he came in as a running back one in the class, just kind of like Olu at his position. But Wisconsin changed their offense, more shotgun in their offense, less downhill, and he kind of struggled. They kind of wanted to use him as a receiver out of the backfield also, and he kind of struggled last season because of that change in the offense. So you get him into an offense like the New York Jets, that zone scheme, getting him downhill like a Derrick Henry, and his physicality at the second level to break tackles. I like the fit here. You did draft Israel Abikanda last season, and then you drafted two running backs on top of that. Isaiah Davis is also intriguing as well. Got Breece Hall in that running back room as well. There's a lot of running backs in that New York Jets room, so it'd be interesting to see how they use all of these guys. And then they got Jordan Travis. You see the heir apparent to Aaron Rodgers. I liked how he improved. Drew's not in no Florida State hate, but I like how he's improved throughout his time at Florida State. Got more instinctive, got the ball in his hands quicker. He's a gamer, man. You saw he went undefeated this year for Florida State, and he just knows how to win football games. And like I said, uses athleticism, and he's a gamer at the next level. So we'll see how he lands behind Aaron Rodgers as well. A good guy to learn behind. But yeah, this class I give it a solid B because they went offensive heavy. But I'm just interested to see that running back room. Why a running back at 4 and 5 for the New York Jets?
Bro, I don't know how you can get these boys a B minus, bro.
Should I give him a minus? Got the Olu and the Malachi though.
Like a C plus, bro. This is crazy.
Ooh.
Like what are they doing with all the running backs, bro? And it's not like any of the running backs that they had on the roster were bad. They got good running backs. Like it's weird to me.
Right? Was it Scotty Joe that said that turf gonna cut through at least two of them? No, I thought it was a little overboard. I thought so. Maybe Abanikanda isn't healthy, or maybe they don't think he's varsity. I wouldn't give up on him so soon, but maybe he's not healthy.
They know something we don't know. I mean that's fine if that's the case, but if both their running backs are healthy, Hall and Abanikanda, what the hell are we doing, bro? It doesn't make sense. One of those guys fine, but both of those guys, okay. You talked about Jordan Travis. I agree with you in terms of, he could be the heir apparent. It's possible. He's kind of in the setup to where, Brett Favre's there. If again, this is a new team. I'm not Brett Favre. Aaron Rodgers. Oh man, might as well be. The boys following each other, bro. You know what I'm saying? Aaron Rodgers. It's late, bro. It's late.
Yeah, I know.
Aaron Rodgers is there, and this team shouldn't be. I should say this delicately, but this team shouldn't be in a position to where they're drafting a quarterback high. So they should be somewhere in the 20s or high teens, somewhere, right? So maybe Jordan Travis is that guy for them. He can sit, learn. Not that Aaron Rodgers teaching anybody, but you know how that go.
He might have changed. He might have changed, man.
Nah, I didn't change, bro. Come on, bro. He talking about being a politician, bro. Who knows? You got Olu Fashanu out there at the left tackle position. I like that they went there. I see Mekhi Becton. Who did he sign with? He signed with somebody with a 1-year deal. I forgot. So I think I saw that today.
Philly.
It's Philly. Yeah, that's right. Philly. And then you got Malachi Corley. I saw a tweet where I think I saw earlier today where the Jets were happy that the Colts took Adonai Mitchell. Was it Adonai Mitchell?
Yeah, Colts took Adonai.
Yeah, Adonai Mitchell. They were happy that they took Adonai Mitchell and left Malachi Corley to get in the third. So they were ecstatic to get Malachi Corley. So yeah. And then they got your boy Quintez Stiggers. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, because the Colts didn't need a slot.
Listen.
They need an outside receiver.
I'm just telling you what I read in the tweet, bro. I don't. You feel me? I don't know. I just deliver the information. I don't know. Maybe somebody mistyped something, but yeah. Then you got Quintez Stiggers out of he came from CFL, correct?
Yeah, Argonauts, Toronto.
Argonauts. There we go. So give that brother a shot, man. Let's go.
Yeah, he was a big time player in the CFL, and he got an opportunity to show what he was capable of at the Shrine game. So, earned himself a 5th round selection there. I like Braylon Allen. I know there are people who are kind of lukewarm on him or just completely out on him, but I like Braylon Allen. And the more and more I watch Isaiah Davis, I like him too. So it really does beg the question, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? How run heavy are you planning on being with all these backs when I know you don't have glaring needs on the defensive side of the ball, but you could have added another pass catcher here, a tight end to the mix, another receiver. You know what I'm saying? I wonder if Davis can give you anything in the return game. I'm not familiar with his game to that degree. So, I don't know that it was the best use of the draft capital, but again, there may be something that we don't know. Of course, Love, Fashionable, and Corley at the very top. And then they bring in Braden McGregor, Eric Watts as UDFAs, as well as Jarius Monroe out of Tulane, a ball hawking corner. And perhaps their biggest UDFA addition was Leonard Taylor out of Miami. And we talked about him extensively throughout the process in terms of just that, do you want to play ball, bro? Do you want to have a career at the next level? You know what I'm saying? You're not approaching this thing as if you do. Miami didn't necessarily do him any favors in terms of how he was deployed, but throughout the pre-draft process, he really didn't help himself at all, and ultimately went undrafted. He's, at least in terms of the flashes, they were too intriguing for you not to get drafted. You had to work yourself out of the draft, and in this case, he did. So, tough break. Hopefully, it lights a fire onto him. Otherwise, he's gonna flame out very quickly.
Yep.
Keep it going here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more teams, Drew. All right, hang in there. We'll push through. Philly. All right, a lot of trades here from Howie Roseman. Howie was really working the board here. Headley, I think. So there was an argument on Twitter from a guy that I'm not going to mention his name because I'm not a fan of his work. But they were saying that, Howie Roseman has a tendency to just leverage the consensus board. That's why his drafts are held in such high regard. And, I'm not sure where Alex Hunt was on consensus boards. I don't know where, some of those players were on consensus board, including his starting quarterback. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not getting into that. I don't necessarily buy that. But looking at this draft top to bottom on a team that had a handful of needs, right? I think they managed to address all of them. And they should be right back in the thick of things. What do you think, Headley?
Yeah, I thought they addressed the needs. We know the DBs was a big need. They had some aging cornerbacks with Slay and Bradbury. So you added Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, 2 guys in the secondary. Mitchell, what he did postseason pre-draft process was just ridiculous, man. He went to the Senior Bowl, checked a lot of boxes, showed that he could play man-to-man defense, sticky. We knew he had the ball skills already, and then he went to the combine and ran a 4.3 40. So, first corner off the board, wasn't surprised about that. And it's a big position of need for the Philadelphia Eagles, like you said. And then Cooper DeJean, I always looked at him as a safety nickel hybrid. The depth chart right now has him as a nickel corner. So I think that's a good spot for him there. He's a first-round talent. So dropping him into the second round, I think that came with pretty good value there. So you showed up that secondary with your first 2 picks. Excellent from the Eagles. And then you got Alex Hunt in the 3rd round. It's an edge guy. We saw him at the Senior Bowl. I think he's more of a stand-up edge. I've seen him play like a nickel over the slot also on that defense. And he's kind of raw. He's a former safety prospect, so he needs to be molded a little bit. I don't think he'll see the field quite as much early on. But you know how the Eagles do it. They develop these guys. Nolan Smith, he was a first-round pick, and he hardly saw the field last season. So I don't expect Jalen Hunt to see the field initially. But he does really well in the passing game and pass coverage. I like his movement ability. He has twitchiness. So I like his coverage ability. So, I think he needs to get stronger and to get more physical. And I think he could be a pretty good pass rusher for the Philadelphia Eagles. Then we got Will Shipley, the running back. You brought in Saquon Barkley. There might be a little tampering there, but Will Shipley, man, he's a guy. Morris Jones-Drew had him as running back 1. I don't know if y'all saw that, man. I was surprised when I saw that because I didn't have him in my top 10. So I don't know if he was in my 15, but he runs hard. He has some speed, catch out of the backfield. So more depth along the running back room there, and then Smith and Johnny Wilson, the wide receivers. We always said the Eagles needed a third receiver. I'm not sure if any of them fit. Johnny Wilson's more of a big slot. And Smith, he's a guy that, I was kind of high on. I think we all were kind of high on in the 2022 season. Just his speed, his yards after catch ability. So, going in the 5th round, he kind of got forgotten about a little bit at Texas A&M. I know they got Moose Muhammad there also, but
Evan Stewart was there.
Evan Stewart
was there. H.N. It was too many.
He got lost in the sauce. He got lost in the sauce a little bit.
Yeah. I think he comes in to be a return man here, though.
Okay, nice, a return man. And then here goes my 2 favorite picks. Other than the Quinion Mitchell pick, which I like at the top of the board, I love the Trevor Keegan pick, and I love the Jeremiah Trotter Jr. pick because, we talked about the Eagles' second-level defense. It was pretty bad last season, especially in the playoffs against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And you add, the son of Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Love his instincts. He went 5th round here. I thought he was a day 2 guy. Just love how he comes up. He hits, like I said, instinctive in a run game. So I think that was a steal here for the Eagles to help fix that second level. And then Trevor Keegan, I think he's a plug-and-play guy. I always talked about the Eagles' offensive line where it was Tyler Sheen and Cam Jurgens, right? Cam Jurgens there where they're good. I like both of them coming out, but they're not proven yet. They need more competition in that room. So I think adding Keegan as competition on that interior as well. They did well there. And I think he's a physical guy, dual block beast. He's a mauler in the run game. So, I like him as being competition interior. See, make the best guy win along that Philadelphia Eagles interior offensive line. So, yeah, solid draft class here for the Philadelphia Eagles.
They also added – I'm sorry. Go ahead, Drew. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Go ahead. You good.
Yeah, I was going to mention that they added Kendall Milton via free agency. So they made it a concerted effort to kind of stock up that running back room. Of course, the attrition that happens at that particular position. Gabe Hall along the defensive line. Jacob Roberts from Wake Forest, a linebacker, a tackling machine. And a guy that James Waldron had mentioned previously when we were doing our 7-round mock draft for the Cowboys, Aneem Dankwa, right? Big offensive tackle, toolsy offensive tackle out of Howard, right? You get him with Stoutland, that offensive line coach. They brought in Mekhi Becton as well. So, they're always going to be flush along the offensive line. That's their calling card here is to ensure that we got guys in the wings developing, and we're going to continue to churn that room as necessary. Of course, Andre Dillard didn't work out. One of the few that hasn't worked out there under Stoutland, so they just keep on churning it. So, like I said, they stay on top of their offensive line here in Philadelphia. What were you saying, Drew?
No, I was gonna. What was I gonna say? Keegan is behind Dickerson for that. I think it's the left guard position, and you got Dylan McHannon behind Jurgens for the center position. So they definitely have competition there to kind of push those guys to see how that's going to work out. I like Keegan as well, like you said. Jeremiah Trotter at home. That was just a match made in heaven. That linebacker position, he should shore that up in terms of the run game, most definitely. So they won't get Moho ran through them like they did in the playoff game. And then Nias Smith and Johnny Wilson in terms of the receiver position just kind of gives them 2 different kinds of elements. Nias Smith definitely going to be a special teamer. I think also Will Shipley. And again, like I spoke about,
he can return kicks too.
Drafting those corners, those extra corners, those safeties. Excuse me, the corners, the running backs and the receivers. It's not just to play that specific position. It's also about the special teams. So I think that again, that made be taking effect here. And Will Shipley, just in terms of his ability, he does hang behind his blocks nice, and then he can work off those blocks. He has that I call it quicks to power in terms of a lot of short yardage. He does very well in that area as well. I wouldn't expect that, but that's what he kind of offers from that standpoint. And then Hunt, we saw him at the Senior Bowl, has some speed off the edge, but has a lot. I think for a third round pick, he has a lot of work to do in terms of kind of turning it around. But maybe they know something we don't know. I'm not sure. Right?
No. I think they were just high on him, and they realized that he isn't ready, and they're going to give him every opportunity to develop because they already got guys.
Why would you draft him in the third round?
Because they feel that strongly about him, bro.
All right.
I mean, okay. it's like Headley said. They drafted an edge in the first round, and he played sparingly.
Okay. All right. I mean that makes sense. All right. Okay. They got Cooper DeJean out there at the nickel position, which is where we thought he should be nickel or safety. So that they're sliding him in there. I think him and Vontae Maddox going to have to battle that out. And I wonder, I'll be interested to see how that turns out. And then obviously got Quinyon Mitchell in the first, and that's automatic day one starter. Period.
Yeah, I think and the chat reminded us that they managed to add third, fourth, and fifth round picks next year because of the way Howie Roseman was working the board. So again, all that talk about consensus boards and this, that, and the other, like that don't help. That don't help you manipulate the draft board. That doesn't help you stack up draft picks. You understand what I'm saying? So great job from that perspective. Again, just making sure that those positions that require additional time to develop, they've given themselves that opportunity. And then they have the requisite depth. The eyesore again was the second level of the defense. Maybe you can address that a little bit earlier. But again, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. we thought was a day two guy. You get him in the fifth round, it's hard to argue with that. I know they've done a couple things in free agency as well. So Eagles should be right back in the thick of things with some decent, play calling from their coordinators and putting guys in position to be successful. The talent is there for sure. So good job here by the Eagles. Keep it going, moving along. Pittsburgh, we're going to stay in the state of Pennsylvania. And this is another draft class that I think the lot of us feel strongly about. At least two to three of us feel very strongly about this one. Headley, you mentioned Peyton Wilson was your favorite pick there in the third round. Fautano, Frazier, Wilson, the aforementioned Peyton Wilson, Roman Wilson's the other Wilson, Mason McCormick, Logan Lee, and Ryan Watts here for the Steelers. I love the first two picks. What are your thoughts on it here, Headley?
Yeah, it's an A draft. I graded them as an A. I love it. Just the offensive line position. Pittsburgh Steelers really struggled in the offensive line maybe 2 years ago. But what they've done from last year's class to this year's class and the free agencies they picked up last year also, now you got Troy Fautano, left tackle, Isaac Siamalu, left guard, Zach Frazier right here for West Virginia is your center, James Daniel, right guard, and Broderick Jones, your right tackle. That's an excellent offensive line, man. I think that's one of the best offensive lines in football, and that's a far cry from what they had a couple seasons ago. So now you got Russell Wilson as your quarterback, Justin Fields to back him up. You got two pretty decent running backs. So they have everything that it takes, man. The defense, I thought, improved as well. You drafted Peyton Wilson, like I said, in the third round. I think that was excellent value there. So, Roman Wilson, a wide receiver that wins across the middle of the field. You got George Pickens on the outside also. And then you got Mason McCormick. Let's not forget about the physical, gritty Mason McCormick to play guard. So, I love this Pittsburgh Steelers draft. Even Logan Lee. I think Logan Lee is a sleeper in this class. He has the ability to play that peekaboo with the offensive linemen in the run game. He hold guys up, look left, look right, and disengage and get to the running back. He leads with his hands really well. He battles in the trenches. Very good lower body strength. So I think he's a Steelers type of defensive lineman that they always draft. So I thought they got excellent value with Logan Lee in the sixth round. I forgot to mention, I think I did mention Logan Lee as one of those D tackles in the sixth round that I really like. So top to bottom, man, this is an excellent class. The offensive line position, you shore that up with three pretty good offensive linemen, a guard, a center, and a tackle. And then the Wilsons are in the middle of that draft. I think, they add the dynamic to this draft class, just the speed that they play with. I think 4-3 guy with Roman Wilson and a 4-4 guy with Peyton Wilson. So, yeah, excellent class, man. I think the Steelers they were a playoff team last season, but I think they can make a push this season with this draft class.
What was the I should have pulled it. Russell Wilson, was it a 1-year deal?
Yeah, I think so.
And
1 or 2 years, and I think it may have been like an option for the second year. I don't remember exactly.
So they, as far as I'm concerned, they're prepping to have Justin Fields run the show. And they're going to protect him, and they got one weapon here. Added one weapon in the room over there with George Pickens with Roman Wilson. But yeah, I mean, they had a plan. They stuck to that plan. They didn't press, didn't reach, and everything just kind of fell to them. Right, you got Fautanu out there at the tackle position. Then they went inside to the center position in Zach Frazier, and they said, "Hey, listen, we're not gonna if we don't hit our goal, which is usually obviously to make the playoffs, obviously go to the bowl. It's not going to be for a lack of the offensive line, right? That's not going to be our issue last year, and they won a bunch of games even with the offensive line they had last year. It can't get any worse, bro. This is light years better than what they had last year. And these are players you can plug in immediately and play right away, and you're going to reap the benefits immediately, right? You talked about Peyton Wilson at the second level. I think they showed on Twitter where he ain't got no ACL on one of his knees, but man, running 23 miles per hour, right? I'm not a doctor. I don't know, what exactly your ACL does, but he don't need one, right? It doesn't sound like he ever needed one, and he still is as active and is like for him to do that stuff. Maybe it's a deterioration thing where he's not going to last this long. Maybe that's what it is, because I know that's one of the things that's a huge red flag for a lot of teams is deterioration, and there's no way to kind of combat that, right? So, but outside of that, that's an outstanding pick for them because that's something that they needed. Like it's like the needs met the board, and every pick, bro, just every pick just kind of fell to them, and they just took it and said, okay, cool, we'll take it, no problem. You know what I'm saying? So it worked out for them. So this team is going to be lock, stock, ready to go, and that they're already in that tough division as is.
They added your guy Jacoby Wyndham too. Yeah,
hey,
I didn't even know he came out. Michigan State.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, that boy can't stay out of trouble. So.
Yeah. Maybe if he get his hand on right, I don't know. Maybe low risk, high reward. Yeah,
bro, be on the lookout. Yeah. Damn.
All right, we got San Fran up next here. Drew, let's work through this one quickly.
Yeah, man, Ricky Pearsall, y'all, we already talked about him. We ain't got to talk about him no more. Good fit. Ronaldo Green, cornerback position. Don't necessarily know that he fits the scheme here, but I like the attitude, like the physicality that I'll bring. Maybe they're making an adjustment. Maybe they're going to mix it up a little bit more in terms of man zone. That's a man corner through and through. You got Dominique Pooney from Kansas, guard. Perfect fit here. It looks like he's going to play guard for them, but can play the guard, the center. He can play the tackle too, but you can guard center for him. They needed a safety as well. Got Malik Mustafa, guy who's going to come up, Late Wood. I think he can play the back end as well. That free safety look. I think he can play well in the slot as well. Some zone coverage. Again, not sure what they're doing in the secondary. Not sure what's going to change there. And they got Isaac Garendo, and who was the other running back? I said the UDFA was Cody Schrader there. Shanahan hates fantasy, so that's a good fit there. Put his foot in the ground and go. Jacob Cowan, we talked about it earlier in terms of him and Ricky Pearsall, good match. We're just wondering who the other receivers are going to stay on the team in terms of Devo or Brandon Ayuk. And then you got Jared Kingston, guard, went back to the well there, and then Tatum Bethune, linebacker out of Florida State. We're Deloach.
He went undrafted. I assume either Pooney or Kingston is going to kick in the center.
Kick in the center. Okay.
Yeah. Well, one of them will play center.
I'll figure it out.
That's my assumption. That's my assumption anyway. Tariq Owens out of Missouri State, T.O.'s son, was an undrafted free agent, and we mentioned Cody Schrader as well as Drake Nugent. So maybe he's your center, right? That's his position. Kingston plays kind of that swing, or Pooney plays the swing position. I imagine Pooney's going to start, but one of those guys may play a multiple interior offensive line positions here in San Francisco. Headley, what kind of grade did you give San Francisco?
I give him an A. I give him an A. I like this draft class a lot. Like Drew said, they addressed all the needs. They're planning for the future also, drafting Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowan to potentially move IU Cordebo, like Drew said. So, and then Renardo Green, the cornerback, was a big need for these guys. I love how he plays man-to-man coverage, very sticky. Also, Dominic Pooney, like you mentioned, I think he could play all 5 positions on the offensive line. They got him here as guard. He moves really well. Him and Kingston, I think they both fit the scheme really well because they both guys that can move, get to the second level, playing this outside zone scheme. So really like that. Mustafa, the safety, the big hitting safety. That's probably going to be their third safety. So really like that pickup as well. And that makes one the big running back, the Grando side speed guy, physical. 49ers love their running backs, man. So they had to go get him, man. Isaac Garendo from Louisville. So I think it's a good class, top to bottom, day 1, day 2, day 3.
Yeah, you can see Kyle Shanahan's fingerprints all over these offensive player selections. Like it fits his scheme to a T, right? And of course, you didn't talk about Ricky Pearsall a lot because that was what you believe was the best pick in the first round, and I think the NFL was high on Ricky. You saw C.J. Stroud's response, his reaction when Pearsall went in the first round. I think he thought maybe second round he might be available, mid-second round or so, but he goes in the first. So good class here from San Francisco. We go to Mississippi Nebraska Seahawks. We're going to stay out west here and take a look at what the Seahawks did. Drew, your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, this draft class, I thought they had a solid draft class. They started with the Byron Murphy. I think he was they went Latu, then it went Byron Murphy, first D tackle taken off the board. It was a good fit. I think Mississippi Nebraska was happy with that. They turned around and got Christian Haynes in the third. And I thought that was a good fit as well, something that they needed there. And then at the second level, man, went out there and got Tyrese Knight. I think he the linebacker that had the most tackles, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 138.
Say that again?
138 tackles.
Oh, 138 tackles. Yeah. And so that's a tackling machine. Got some work to do in terms of being, I think, a little bit more instinctual, but guy who's going to see ball, go get ball. And so, get that figured out at the second level there. And then they went and they got A.J. Barner, the tight end out of Michigan, who I think can be solid, and I think he can be that inline guy that you want. I think he's more of that type of player than the new school tight end, if you will. And these guys went and got both Auburn corners. I just realized that DJ James and Nehemiah Pritchett. Okay, all right. I mean, they got them an outside corner, and then they got them a guy in the slot. Okay, all right. Must got a pipeline out there at Auburn. I'm surprised they didn't get no Washington guys. And then they got another interior guy. So I'm not even gonna try to say it.
Laumea.
We're gonna go with Laumea from Utah, who we saw out there at the Senior Bowl. I think they had him playing all the positions, but he's definitely an interior guy for sure. And then Michael Jarrell, offensive tackle at Findlay. Is that in the United States? Like Finlay? Okay. I don't know. I'm asking, bro. I don't know either.
I don't know either.
See, Pratsky, where he's from, man? Where that from? Where that at?
It's in Ohio. It's a private university in Ohio.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Finlay, bro.
Finlay. All right. I'll try to remember that.
Well, it's in the States. Oh, man.
Okay. Did it go Westover? Okay. I see it there. Nelson Caesar, pass rusher. Okay. Gotcha.
George Holani. Yep. Headley, your thoughts on this one?
I think it was just what the doctor ordered, man. We talked about Seattle need a kind of a meat and potatoes draft class, and that's exactly what they did. They went trenches with Murphy at the top and Christian Haynes. I thought Christian Haynes came at a great value there in round 3. I thought he was a round 2 prospect. So getting him in round 3, I thought that was a steal in the class. And then Murphy on the interior. You put him next to Leonard Williams. Oh, that's a big physical defensive tackle room right there with him and Leonard Williams. So I like that pairing. So I like those two picks. I think Tyrese Knight, he gives you some upside. Got some speed on the football field. I think his instincts need to improve, but when you have 138 tackles, I guess his instincts was good enough over there. But I think he's an intriguing prospect. I think AJ Barner, I think his best days are ahead of him. And then you got the Auburn guys, James and Pritchett. You put them in the secondary for Seattle. And then Lamea. Lamea is a guy that played right tackle for Utah last season, but it's similar to Isaiah Adams from Illinois, where the tackle tape wasn't the greatest, but you move him inside the guard, and I think you fix a lot of his issues. I think he works better in like a phone booth. Less space, the better for him. We saw him at the Senior Bowl play guard. He played it really well. So you get Haynes and a Lamea on the interior. I like that, and I like the defensive tackle Murphy. And we'll see about Knight. I think Knight is the intriguing guy of this class. If they get the best out of Tyrese Knight, then this class could be a B+ class. So right now I gave him a B.
I wonder how quickly AJ Barner can get up to speed and contribute. I know during the draft, Mr. C. Prasky, he expressed a little frustration with the trade down. Of course, that trade netted, if I'm not mistaken, Nehemiah Pritchett as well. But I think they had, the second or third pick in the 4th round. And there were a lot of good players on the board, right? You had Theo Johnson, you had Doyless, you had a number of guys, Javon Baker. You had quite a few guys, maybe not all fits for Seattle, but there was a lot of talent there. And then they trade down, and of course they get AJ Barner, whom Headley, you've mentioned is a good tight end, a nice prospect. You think his best football is ahead of him, but the question is, how quickly can he contribute in a significant manner? That's really the question mark I have.
Yeah, not right away. Not right away.
So that's I can understand some frustration associated with that. All right. Keep it going. 3 more teams here, fella.
The Bucks.
Tampa Bay.
Go
ahead, Headley.
Pick it apart, man. Give me an F for this. I'm hating, man. I thought it was a solid draft class. Graham Barton, physical interior offensive line. Played tackle at Duke. Probably moving inside. Was he playing center for you guys, Drew? Next to your boy Cody Mock. I thought him and Cody Mock was a similar type of guys where they had versatility to play 5 positions. Just nasty on the inside. So I think that helps the run game a lot in Tampa Bay. I thought Tampa Bay run game was kind of poor last season. Rashad White, now you added him and Bucky Irvin on top of that with Graham Barton on the inside. So, I can see the Bucks running the ball better this season with those additions. I like that. Tyke Smith, the safety from Georgia, really like him, man. I like his versatility to come down, guard tight ends, guard slot receivers also. He'll come down and hit as well. So I like Tyke Smith. Jalen McMillan, I think he's one of the best route running receivers in this class. You add him with Trey Palmer, you got Godwin, you got Mike Evans. So Baker Mayfield has a lot of guys to throw to, man. Cade Otton, the tight end also. So Mayfield doesn't have a lack of weapons over there in Tampa Bay. Chris Braswell, it's a guy that kind of grew on me, as the process went along. Just his physicality, his speed to power. You got to develop more pass rushing moves, but, 2nd round prospect, I guess second round is good for him. I'll look at him more of a 3rd round guy, but late second ain't too bad. And who else y'all got? Culp. I think Culp is a sleeper tight end in this class. It wasn't used much as in Washington in the passing game, but he has pass catching upside at the next level. So it's a solid draft and real physical, a lot of physical players, and I think the Bucks are going to run the football more, man. I like what they did along the offensive line and added Bucky Irvin as well.
What'd you give him?
Oh, you want to see my grade? I think I gave him a B. Let me double check, man. I think it was a B.
Don't worry about it.
What'd you give Seattle? What'd you give Seattle?
I gave Seattle a B. Oh, I guess Tampa Bay a B+. I gave y'all a B+, man. I gave Seattle a B. There you go, B+. I like
this is where Kalen DeLoach landed. This who.
Oh yeah, that's right. That is correct.
Yeah. You know how y'all do with Florida State linebackers too. So Florida State linebackers.
He just happened to be in Florida, bro. He just happened to be in Florida, bro. That's all that was.
Wait. What other Florida State linebackers other than Derek Brooks, bro?
That's what I'm talking about. Florida State linebackers, man.
No, they had what's that dude's name? Gino something.
I forgot it. Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Oh, I know you're talking about too. Gino Hayes.
Gino Hayes.
Yeah, he couldn't stay healthy.
Nah, he couldn't. Nah.
He was a good player though. He just couldn't stay healthy.
Yeah, starting with Graham Barton. That was really good value where they got him there. That's. I imagine they probably wanted to go pass rusher, but Latu was off the board, so they had to pivot right and go Graham Barton there.
This is a good point, Dana. This is a good point regarding Braswell, right? I think some of the ask of Braswell and some of these Bama edges may depress, what you think they're capable of. Right? Sometimes that what you see is all you get because they're tapped out, right? Bama, Nick Saban, whatever, that coaching staff gets everything out of them, and there's really no upside to be had. So I think it could go either way, but I wouldn't rule this out. I think this is an astute observation.
No, that's one of the things I was going to say about him. Is that he's.
Oh, you was going to say that, yeah.
Yeah, he's. It's like you might just be. What's the word I'm looking for? Scratching the surface with him. You just don't know, right? So it's kind of a mystery, it's a question mark, right? You know what he can do, which is pretty damn good. Play the edge, be physical, hold the edge, all those things. But the one thing that he's missing is that pass rush, right? And the Bucs seem to say that we think he has it. Just has to be unlocked, right? Or just has to be allowed to do it, if you will. So, this could be a steal. You say, damn, how did this guy go in the second round, 57th pick? Or it could be, he's a guy who maintains the edge, and we're good with that, right? So, and he's supposed to be the, oh my God, Shaq Barrett replacement, right? So, and he's kind of putting your boy JTS, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka on notice. So, but back with Graham Barton at the center position.
You call him Joe Tryon-Shrink? You call him Shrink?
Shoyinka.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just said it quick. You know how I do Indianapolis? It's quick, bro. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Graham Barton at the center position. That's just plug and play, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And then Tyke Smith out there. They got a lot of corners, a lot of safeties, and a lot of nickel guys. So he's supposed to be working in as a safety and a nickel. That's what he's going to be working in as. So that should be pretty quick in terms of how fast he should play. I think he's probably going to be the starting nickel, but Christian Izzian says he has something to say about that. Got Jalen McMillan. Y'all know I loved him before I was ever talking about Roma Dunze or even Jalen Polk. I think Jalen McMillan getting hurt got Jalen Polk drafted much higher than he would have otherwise went, I think, personally. But I think this is the Chris Godwin replacement. You got Bucky Irving, who is similar to Rachaad White in terms of making people miss. He just does it a little bit differently. He usually is contacted and makes guys, break the tackle. But Rachaad White is the guy who can just outright make you miss without even being touched. Elijah Klein is supposed to challenge for a guard position, so he's going to push somebody. I think it would be for the right guard. Yeah, right guard. I'm thinking about the roster correctly. Physical, no nonsense, and nasty. And he's a prick based on what Jason Light was saying. So he likes those kinds of guys. And then Headley talked about Devin Culp, and I did too earlier in terms of his ability to get down the seam and be that dynamic tight end, the new age tight end.
Couple noteworthy UDFAs here. Dylan Johnson, Mississippi Nebraska out of Washington.
Oh, we got Dylan Johnson, bro. I know that.
Got Dylan Johnson and Khalid Duke out of Kansas State added to that edge group as well. So,
I like it.
Some intriguing names bro. There. All right, two more teams. Tennessee Titans. Go ahead, Drew. Let's talk about the Titans.
They went and they got their tackle, man. J.C. Latham. He actually went much higher than I was anticipating, but yeah, we kind of talked about it before the draft actually started that he was going to go higher and maybe one of the first tackles off the board.
Oh, my bad, bro. My bad. Y'all didn't get Dylan Johnson. Y'all didn't get him. He's in Tennessee. He's in Tennessee. as is Khalid Duke. Khalid Duke. Yeah. Sorry about that, bro.
Sorry, bro.
Damn, bro. Hurt. All right. I'll sleep on it, bro. I'll sleep it off, bro. It's straight. I'll sleep it off. So Tennessee went and got that tackle, got to protect your quarterback. And J.C. Latham, again, he went higher than I thought he would. But, talk was he was going to go higher than initially thought. So, and that was late in the process, too. I'd say the last week or so. Trevondre Sweat, big body, take up some space, put him next to Jeffrey Simmons, and let Jeffrey Simmons one-on-one, let him eat, bro. That's gonna be a lot of beef up front, free up them linebackers to do work as well. Cedric Gray, a guy who needs to be freed up so he can do that work. I'm not sure the scheme in terms of if it's an attacking style or a passive style, but he definitely needs to be in that that attacking style, filling in the A gaps. Blitzing coming downhill to get the best out of him. And then Jarvis Brownlee Jr., a guy who I think can play both inside and outside at the corner position or nickel position. And then you got Jaquan Jackson, another weapon for Levis out there. Got some speed, some juice out there. Good route runner, create separation. And then we got Juice's favorite player, James Williams. Wasn't sure what he was going to do, but he got drafted in the 7th round, 242nd pick. What was Mr. Irrelevant, like 263, something like that, or 253, something like that. I'm just seeing how close James Williams came, and then Jalen Harrell, who's similar to to Nelson Caesar. It's kind of I think Jalen Harrell is a little bit bigger, but. Speed guy coming off the edge.
Yeah, I gave this class a B, solid B. Latham, I think the NFL had him a little higher than we had him. Latham's a good tackle now. He's physical. I think he has underrated feet. But I like some other guys better than him. I like Olu over him. I like Fuago over him and Fautanu over him. But I'm not mad at it, man. The Titans needed a tackle in the worst way. And they got him as a left tackle on the depth chart. So it'll be interesting to see him move over, just like Fuaga, because just like Fuaga, Latham played primarily on the right side, the right tackle position for Alabama. So, we'll see how that transition works out for J.C. Latham. Then they went and got big Trevondre Sweat, 2nd round. That was a surprise for me, too. The tape is 2nd round talent. Sometimes even 1st round, because he's a big guy with great hand movement, run stuffer. Could take on 2, but just with all the off-field things and the weight concerns and all that, I didn't think he's going to be an early round 2 prospect. But the Titans liked him and they went and got their guy, so I'm not mad at them for getting him there. So they went physicality. Even Cedric Gray in the 4th round, that's another physical linebacker. He comes downhill, can hit really hard. Pass coverage, I think in man is kind of where he struggles, but I think he's okay in zone. You get him in that zone defense and pass coverage, so I think he'll be all right there. And then they went Brownlee Jr. He's a smaller guy, but he also plays with some physicality as well. I think he's a nickel cornerback at the Senior Bowl, very sticky coverage guy. So, the first 4 picks, I think, it was a physical mindset. And then you got Jaquan Jackson, he got Wheels, and James Williams. We'll see what they think of him. Is he a safety? Is he a linebacker? Because I know he was supposed to be like a linebacker. He went from safety to linebacker, but they have him listed as a safety here. But I think he's going to just be a guy in the box. You don't really want him in the deeper parts of the football field. You kind of want him in the box, make everything you want to see, everything in front of him. He got some rough, some rawness. He's not used to playing that linebacker position, so it'll take him a little while. He's a 7th round pick, him and Jalen Harrell. So they will have to cut it as special teams guy and earn their spot on the roster. So I gave him a B. I thought it was an okay draft class. I like Latham and I like Sweat, Gray, and Brownlee. Those are the 4 I like on this draft class.
All right. And our final draft class in this marathon of a live stream here, the Commanders, another one of the stellar draft classes, right, as far as the value that they manage, particularly in round 2 here. So go ahead, Headley. Why don't you give us your thoughts on this one?
It's another A+. So I had the team at the top, Arizona Cardinals, with the A+, and the team at the bottom, alphabetical order at the bottom, the Washington Commanders, A+. They destroyed this draft class. Getting Jaden Daniels, my QB2 right there, to lead this franchise. Love his processing ability, his legs. I think he throws a beautiful deep ball with touch. I think Terry McLaurin, Dotson, these guys are smiling right now, man, because the quarterback play. I thought Sam Howell did well at the beginning of the season, but as the season went along, he just couldn't avoid the pressure. The offensive line was bad, and with Jaden Daniels, you got a guy that, if the offensive line doesn't hold up, he can still make big plays using his legs. So I like him there for the Washington Commanders. And then after that, man, they did work, man. Johnny Newton in the second round, that was a first round talent. Mikey Sanders still, the nickel corner from Michigan. He went second round. He kind of went where I expected him to go, but he was a top 5 corner in my class, man. So I just love the physicality that he plays with, always around the football, great ball skills. Just has everything, man. Has that demeanor that you like, that grittiness, that toughness along the slot. So really like that. Ben Sinnott, they needed a tight end. So this is another guy for Jaden Daniels, in the middle of the field. So now you got McLaurin, Dotson, and then you got Sinnott. And then Luke McCaffrey, another wide receiver. I like the physicality that he plays with across the middle of the football field, has some athleticism to go with that. He's just a tough kid, man. He can help you in run blocking as well. Brandon Coleman offers some versatility along the offensive line. You go back to the 2022 tape of Coleman and Avila on the TCU offensive line. Really, really, really good prospect there. Jordan McGee, I think he's a sleeper linebacker in this class. Very intriguing. I know Drew likes him a lot as well. Dominic Hampton, my guy at the safety position. This guy has versatility to come down. He's long and lanky, has a 4.5 speed, to cover all levels of the football field. So I really like Hampton a lot. To me, he's a sleeper in the class. Him and McGee are both sleepers. I think those are excellent additions in the 5th round. And, top to bottom, man, this class is an A+ for me.
Yeah, you get Mikey, too, as part of that trade down. So the Eagles, so you trade within your division, first and foremost. The Eagles trade up to get Cooper DeJean, but it seemed that the Commanders, they had their eyes on the top nickel in this class, right? DeJean can play the nickel as well, but in our minds, the top nickel, the guy that's proven at the nickel position here, and Mikey Sanders still. So, yeah, impressive class. Drew, I know there are a couple of guys here in particular that you like. What do you think about the class?
Yeah, this was fantastic, bro. These boys hit on all cylinders. No wasted picks. I know everybody on this list, bro. I mean, that gives them the A+ right there, bro. It's not a player I don't know. You know what I'm saying, that I could talk about. But they got the top nickel in the class, and Mikey Sanders still. They got the number 1 defensive tackle on my board, and Jazon Newton, right? They got, the pick number 2. They got their guy in Jaden Daniels that they wanted their top 5 quarterback. You got tight end 2, 3, and Ben Sinnott. Actually, I don't think it was that high for me, but either way, got a beast tight end, a guy who I think can do it all, and we're going to find out here shortly. This is a position that they've had an eyesore and have struggled with for I don't know how many years. It's been a minute in terms of maybe since Jordan Reed, right?
Yeah.
And now if I'm thinking about it,
no, that's right.
That's right. Yes, and then they got Brandon Coleman, who should be playing guard. I think that's a good fit there. I think that may be a plug and play player, especially there in the 3rd round. Probably go a little bit lower, but hey, man, that's who you want. You go and get him. Got my guy, man, right here, Jordan McGee, linebacker, and with the Jazon Newton sitting in front of him and all the other guys that are going to be in front of him. You got Baptiste there as well. McGee is going to be able to just eat, bro. The second level of this defense, linebacker has been also an eyesore for this team as well for I don't know how many years. They haven't gotten it right for a long time. Maybe since London Fletcher. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But this is a guy that could come in as long as you keep him freed up. He can just go and eat, man. Get around get around would-be blocks, and just let him go eat, man. Find ball, go hit ball, and then obviously got one of Headley's guys, Dominic Hampton, the safety, another guy that we like at CPGM. Well, I don't know if Jews like him, but I think me and Headley like him. And then Luke McCaffrey there, bro. He was at the Senior Bowl. He knows how to separate, get open, contested catches, goes over the middle, no fear. So I think receiver they just needed to add at least one, and they did that.
Brandon Thorne actually views Brandon Coleman as a tackle.
as a tackle.
He actually likes him at the tackle position. So I thought, I don't know if Coleman was the only addition that they needed to make along the offensive line. If I'm nitpicking this draft class, that might be it. Maybe one additional offensive lineman, a guy that you're going to play at tackle. Although Coleman does have the flexibility to play both guard and tackle. So that's just my nitpick. But the conviction to take Johnny Newton, despite it not being a glaring need. You know what I mean? Just trusting the board, understanding the talent that's there. Him sliding out of the first round. You can't have enough of guys up front who can make plays, whether it be in defending the run or affecting the passer. It's an even man front. Dan Quinn wants guys who can get upfield and attack. He's going to get that opportunity. So I'm looking forward to Johnny Newton kind of being part of a rotation, right? He doesn't necessarily have to take on, the lion's share of the load, and he can get acclimated to the next level before really taking off. So I can appreciate them making that particular decision. And again, as I mentioned, they made the trade. They came away with both the 50th and 53rd overall picks. I think they gave up one of their third round selections in order to make that happen, as they dropped down about 10 spots here in the second. So they targeted Ben Sinnott, and they made sure they got him. As far as UDFAs, they were able to add Michael Wiley, a running back that I really like. You know what I mean? He gives you a different skill set in that backfield. You got a lot of thumpers currently on that roster. Outside of Eckler, I don't know how much is in the tank there. I wonder if Eckler bounces back. He looked like he was on his last legs the last time we saw him. So Michael Wiley is a very intriguing player. They got Marcus Jack Saint, receiver from Georgia. We saw at the Senior Bowl. Chig, the new CM out of Colorado State at corner. I think defensive back is an area that they certainly could stand to improve, as well as Tyler Owens at the safety position. So decent crop of undrafted free agents there as well. All right. So I'm going to very quickly here, backtrack a bit as it relates to some of these UDFAs and just kind of scroll through the list, see if there's any players here that kind of jump at you based on the teams that we had not covered their UDFAs to this point. All right. So shout out Pro Football Network. They got a nice tracker here. Xavier Weaver and Miles Murphy to Arizona. I mean, we talk about how impressive a draft class Arizona had. When you add, Miles Murphy for sure, and then Weaver, in a receiver room, that there's opportunity there. There's opportunity to find your way onto that 53 man. So I like those two additions here for Arizona. They don't to this point don't have a ton of undrafted free agents because they made so many draft selections in their own right, but I like those two picks in particular. And of course, you need the long snap, teams, special teams, third phase of the game there. What did you do here in Atlanta, Headley? Anybody that you're familiar with?
Yeah, I checked out beforehand. I didn't see anybody of note for the Falcons there. I got that punter, Ryan Sanborn.
Okay.
Yeah, I know him. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of smaller school guys here for Atlanta.
Yeah. Baltimore, I believe that's Kavasi. Is that Kavasi Smoke right there? Tavian Robinson? I don't know. I might be confusing him with someone else.
Robinson's the edge. Smoke is the he play offense, right? Smoke plays running back or something. Yeah, Robinson's the edge for Ole Miss, right?
No, Tavian Robinson right here at Kentucky.
No. That's
no.
It's not the same.
Different guy.
Yeah,
is this a Ishmael? Is this a rocket missile Ishmael? Kadir Ishmael? Bro, we so old, bro. Bro, we so old, bro. Yeah, bro, look at the first name, bro. Come on, bro.
It might be, bro.
Quadri Ishmael. That's probably Quadri Ishmael's son or something, bro.
It probably is.
Bro.
Yeah, do your Googles.
So old, man. Bo Braid. Bo Braid is the most recognizable name here. Going to Baltimore via undrafted free agency. Of course, I think his performance at the Senior Bowl, the fact that he wasn't a big time tester as far as I recall, and his ability to really play in space with any level of effectiveness during the Senior Bowl hurt him. Right, there was really some intrigue in terms of his tape, but Headley jettisoned him among his guys. I think this was a guy that Headley liked, and then he saw what was going on there, and he was like, "Yeah, I can't go there anymore." And Mr. C. Prasky has confirmed it is Quadri's son.
There you
Gotta
go,
be, bro. Gotta be. All right, the Bills. We talked about their draft class. They added Frank Gore Jr. Okay, again, that's just kind of showing us how old we are. I think there's room. I think there's room for him to stick potentially. All right, Sheridan Jones out of Clemson is a guy that I'm familiar with as well. So we'll see how it plays out there. Carolina here, Jook. You got Jack Plummer, excuse me, Jalen Coker. All right, this is the guy Steve Smith Sr. is pretty high on. He was one of his top 20 receivers. Andrew Rame out of Oklahoma, Drew. ZTF. It appears this one's unconfirmed, but I guess there's some rumblings. There's some smoke here in terms of ZTF landing in Carolina. All right, and my guy Damani Richardson here out of Texas A&M. I think he probably makes the team. Right, just his instinctiveness, his smarts. It's a defense that obviously still needs quite a bit of work. So I think he has a chance of making the 53. And then Willie Drew out of Virginia State. I thought he was impressive in terms of the way he competed in Mobile. Chicago, you got Austin Reed. Anybody else jump out? Not particularly here. We move on to Cincinnati. Aaron Casey out of Indiana. They're good at the second level, but might be an intriguing depth piece there, special teamer if he can make the roster. Cleveland, Jalen Sundle and Javian Cohen. I thought Cohen should have been drafted. I thought Cohen was I actually had him as high as the 4th round, but I thought no later than maybe the 5th round. And the reason why is because of what he does in terms of pass blocking. I think he's a very good pass protector. He's demonstrated that ability at both Alabama and UM most recently. He definitely needs to work in terms of the run game. His ability to latch, sustain, stay on his feet, drive guys, especially at his size. And I think his weight fluctuating may have impacted him as well. So if he can get that under control and continue to take steps there, I think he should be able to make this roster and be a depth piece along this offensive line. Again, Cleveland struggled to stay healthy a season ago. So you may need that pass protection at some point here. Dallas, Brevin Spann-Ford here, Headley. To add to that tight end room. He's the one who stands out here. Denver, you got Blake Watson out of Memphis. Sean Payton likes his pass catching backs. Frank Crum out of Wyoming. And I believe Omar Brown is familiar. I'm not sure if it's the same Omar Brown, but a couple players there from Denver. Detroit. There you go, Drew. Kingsley Eguquan out of Florida. I think because he didn't necessarily have much tape to work with, he falls out of the draft, but he's a talented player, can play center and guard. And again, Detroit seems like good teams just do a good job of this, of kind of staying ahead of it in terms of the depth and developing players, right? Eguquan could be a starter in due time. So nice addition there. Steel Chambers, Headley. They managed to add him as well via free agency. So a couple nice additions there, at least the ones in terms of what we recognize. I'm sure there'll be other guys who actually find their way onto this team. Green Bay added Trente Jones, who was like the 6th or 7th offensive lineman, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe I'm confusing him with someone else. Donovan Jennings as well. Green Bay has done a good job of getting offensive linemen late in the draft. We'll see if any of those guys stick via undrafted free agency. The Texans, you got the I want to say Janke brothers out of South Dakota State. Not familiar with them, but I just wanted to say it. Jaden and Jackson. All right. Indianapolis, Keaton Slovis. Let's see. Is there anybody here? Nope. Unfortunately, no. I'm not familiar with them. Who was it that was it Indy that drafted a pair of safeties? Did they draft Jalen Simpson? Was that Indianapolis? Let me double check here. I'm curious. It was something that I want to ask you guys, but I had to step away. So let me see.
Yeah, they listen Jellison as a corner on the depth chart.
See, and that's what I thought. That's what I thought. So we viewed him as a safety. We didn't love the man-to-man coverage skills, but in a zone-heavy system, what do you think, Headley?
Yeah, in zone heavy.
On the boundary. On the boundary.
He could do that. He has athleticism to do that. I like his quick twitch ability. It's just he's a little flat-footed sometimes, so you just got to get more consistent. But if he's in zone, I think he could hold up. I just don't know about outside corner though. Probably more slot.
I don't know where you're going to play him though, because to me, Kenny Moore, Michael Abraham are probably your slot corners.
So you have to play him outside.
I would say so. I would say so, and I think Dana actually brought him up is that we were leaning towards safety. We thought that's what he would play at the next level. But in this scheme, a cover 3 scheme, you think he has the length and the long speed in order to hold up on the boundary, albeit the technique is a question mark.
Yeah.
I can understand why they may have pivoted, right? Because this is a position we thought that Indianapolis would address a bit earlier. All right. Jacksonville, Lorenzo Lingard, big time recruit out of high school. Never really put it together. You got Joshua Sevis out of UTSA, Stephen Jones from Oregon, Andre Carter from Indiana, and Josh Proctor. I think that's an intriguing prospect here out of Ohio State, especially with Jacksonville having their issues in the secondary. So that's a shrewd signing there. Kansas City, Imani Bailey, Carson Steele in the backfield. Let's see who else we got here. They got a lot of names. Look at the sheer amount of undrafted free agents they brought in. They brought in Fabian Lovett as well. I think that's a good 2-down player there to add to the rotation. Curtis Jacobs, Drew. The guy that was a big climber for you late in the process here. They get him as an undrafted free agent, and could very well turn him into a quality football player. So a guy to keep an eye on there in Kansas City. With the Raiders, the Dedrick Griffin out of Mississippi State, Carter Bradley, South Alabama. He was in the Senior Bowl. Andrew Coker, Will Putnam, Amari Gaynor checking in here at linebacker. So a couple recognizable names there. The Chargers, what do we have here? What did they do? Akeem Dent. There you go, Headley. There's a safety.
State. We had 13 guys in the NFL, 10 drafted, man. I heard the Gators had 1. You gotta fact check me.
Yeah, hold on, because I saw that, and that speaks to why Dan Mullen is no longer coaching in college football. Terrible.
Hey, but look, Dan Mullen didn't want to recruit. He didn't want to recruit, but
awful, bro.
Group of 5 ability though, man. I don't know. Hey
man, let that man breathe, bro. Just because he recruits. If I'm telling you, if there was no NIL, it might be a different Gators team, bro. Straight up, NIL kind of changed it.
That's right. You're right. You're right. That they did sign the rugby player, and especially with the return rules now, that might have a lasting impact here. Yeah. The Rams brought in Drake Stoops. Omar Spates. Yeah, there's Josh Wallace out of Michigan as well at corner. The Finns, what do the Finns do here? Grayson Murphy, Gabriel's brother, Matthew Jones from Ohio State.
Storm Duck,
Storm Duck, bro.
Storm
Duck, bro. Mark Perry out of TCU. I know there's a few people that out there that really like him. Minnesota, I think, is where we started it, right? I mentioned Gabriel Murphy.
Yeah, Gabriel Murphy.
And Dwight McGlothern. So some interesting names, some guys that we recognize here. It just goes to show when you watch the undrafted free agent list, it just goes to show that there's so many players out here, man. And those front offices do yeoman's work to identify these guys. So that's going to do it. That's going to do it for the 2024 NFL draft class. My guys, they hung in. They're running on fumes. You can tell they're running on fumes, but they hung in here, and we got it done, man. Just under 5 hours, bro.
Wow.
Got it done, man. So I'm gonna let my guys get some rest here. All right. I want to thank everybody tuning in. As I mentioned, no show this upcoming Friday, but the following Friday we will be back, and we're gonna turn the page to 2025. We're on to 2025. Yes, sir, Mr. C. Prasky. So for Headley, Drew, this is Juice. We'll see you in a couple of weeks.